Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Milton Keynes. We're here at Formula Fast for the 2026 British Rental Kart Championship. I'm James Auld, this is Brad Philpott, and we have Alex Van Gien in the pit lane, and we're bringing the action to you as it happens. We've had a great day of racing yesterday. 25 of the heat races took place. We've got 15 more today, and then it's into the 3 semi-finals and the final itself. Just a quick recap on how this all works. Basically, each driver has to drive in 4 heat races. There are 4 rounds of those heat races, and there are 100 drivers. 10 in each heat race means 10 heat races per round. So we're halfway through the 3rd round as we speak. So 15 more of those heat races. Each of the drivers are scoring points to get them into the semi-finals. There are 3 semi-finals with 10 drivers in each, and they continue to score in those. And then the top 10 make it into the final itself. And then it's all bets are off. It's a fight for the win. The points no longer count. It's just first past the post. 3 World Championship entries on the line amongst a number of other prizes, including the incredible £1,000 first prize, surely the biggest profit margin in British motorsport. Brad, it's been a fantastic first day yesterday. Some repeat winners, such as Vika Schletz, the reigning champion, but also some new winners and some surprises. James Wiltshire, for instance, managed to bag 2 wins yesterday and looking good, possibly even for a spot in the final already.
Yeah, there's some people who are already looking kind of nailed on for the final, even though they've not done their final race yet. But there's also some dominant performances from people like Matus. So looking forward to seeing more from them. I'm also racing this morning in the 2nd race, so I'm going to dip out of this first one so I can go and get ready. So I'll leave it with you and Alex. But it looks like a really exciting one coming.
It does. Well, good luck, Brad, and we'll see you up here in a little while. So, yeah. The race is still to come. There's a lot on there's a lot on the line, really. People do need to continue scoring. There's some people who look a bit of a shoe-in, and there's some people who are way back on points. As we go through the event, of course, we'll try and keep people more informed about where the standings are. But obviously, it's a merging and changing thing. Down in the pit lane, we've not had too much problem with the lights in the pits so far. Very often, you know, in recent years, we've had a lot of people having to repeat pit stops. People missing lights. Yes, it's happened this year. You know, it's difficult. There's 2 points in the pits where you have to stop, but it's been pretty good pit-wise.
I think I can count on one hand how many people have got a yellow light this year. So
as opposed to counting on one hand those who haven't. So,
yes. So pit stop accuracy has been very, very good. But now the pressure starts to ramp up. Once we get through the heat and we start to get into the fight for the semi-finals and then into the semis themselves, that's when we start to see people cutting it even more fine. And
superb.
The yellow lights start to appear.
Excellent. Have we got Alex Van Gien down in the pit lane? Because Alex, if we can get your opinion on it. A cracking set of heat races yesterday. Some people will be fighting to stay in the championship, though.
Yeah, and I think that's going to start with this race that we're about to have this morning, because as I came down into the pit lane and was faced with the drivers, I had Sam Spinell and Ed White looking at me. There's also Sam Slater. There's one of the Wiltshire brothers down here. There is going to be someone at least a few drivers disappointed with their result after this race. This is almost final level quality of a heat. So it's going to be a very interesting one. One thing I've also noticed is they've done a big kart switch around. So I think all the karts that are now spare karts today were karts that were raced all day yesterday. So there's going to be some changes in the karts, and drivers who maybe had strategies on particular karts they thought were good and now might not have those karts as options anymore.
Yeah, because that's the interesting one, because obviously kart parity is always a big issue in this kind of event. And with the kart parity, they have here at Formula Fast, they're noted for getting the karts really close together. And they have one driver who tests all the karts and gets them within a 1/10 of a second. Obviously, that's a 1/10 of a second with that driver. People have their own personal preferences with slightly different driving styles. It's not that the karts are different, it's people driving different as well. So it's going to be an interesting format, or interesting to see how that progresses. We had one kart switch yesterday. There was only one time when someone went to a different kart, and obviously it was fairly late in the evening, and the tyres were quite cold. Did seem to suffer for that. There was a fair bit of discussion about that one, Alex.
Well, yeah, that was Chris Knight of Brad's team, Valor, and he was saying he thought there might have been. He was told there may have been a clutch issue with that particular kart. It wasn't the case, unfortunately, and it was a disaster for him and the person that he handed the kart over to, because that kart never really got into the 34s. So yeah, it's a gamble to change your kart. The time to change your kart is like now, or after a break. when you're in a sequence, especially near the end of a sequence, changing your kart is a bad decision.
One thing I would like to know, Alex, is obviously Chris Knight had some kind of intel about there being a bit of a ropey clutch. Which other team was it that pointed that out to? And that's the one thing I'd like to know.
I'm just going to blame BSR because they've made my day a nightmare by having so many drivers and all wearing the same suit. So I'm just going to blame BSR and Sam Slater.
Numerically, if it was a rival team, it would probably be one of them, wouldn't it? Right then. So we're going to go looking through the entry list for this race. They're going to go out to the warm-up lap, and then a one-lap qualifying, and then a cool-down half a lap, and then be gridded up. It's going to be an inline start, as always. In this race, we've got Colin Marshall, we've got Adam Wyckoff, we've got Jacob Milcharski, we've got Theo Rafter, James Wilshire, Sam Slater, Ed White, Karel Niemczek, Sven Hendrickson, and Sam Spinell. So it's a very tough heat, actually. And we've got quite a lot of the British contingent in this, but with the British contingent, it's a very tough British contingent. Obviously, any of these races are tough. They're all, it's an invite event. Obviously, some of the, when the invites have gone out, if the event isn't full from that, then other people come into play. But certainly, we're looking at top drivers here from the UK of Ed White, Sam Slater. Increasingly, James Wilshire, he's had 2 race wins. He's probably maybe even the top scoring Brit at the moment. So we'll have to check the numbers for that one. But he's definitely well up there, James Wilshire. And Theo Rafter's shown good form. Obviously, Sam Spinell has a dual British and Belgian nationality. He was 3rd in this event 9 years ago, so he does have a lot of form. Colin Marshall's in this race. Adam Wyckoff is actually from the USA. Jakub Milcharski is listed as Polish, and obviously we have Karel Niemczek and Sven Hendrickson, who are also overseas entrants. Karel Niemczek's capable of winning this. Sven Hendrickson showed he's capable of winning this, but of course Ed White historically was always the top bet for a British result. Sam Slater, of course, was the first Brit to really take to heart all of this, the European way of doing things, and went out into Europe and did a lot of the national championships, which are mirrored here in Britain with the BRKC. It's a slightly different format to what a lot of British karters would be used to, because it follows the European format, being more of an international event. So it looks like they're getting ready. It's going to be a few minutes yet before they go out. Some people who in this race who desperately will need points to progress. You'd be looking really in the Ed White area. He's probably scoring points at the moment that would just see him around that sort of bubble area of making the semi-final. So we're looking for a good result from Ed White. He's probably trying to push forward to that, making his comeback. He's been away for a few years, but an incredible comeback, has shown good form. And every race, you can see he's really getting back to the old Ed White. Certainly got it there strategically as well. But when it comes to strategy, of course, it's the Europeans which tend to have the strength there. So expect a strong run both in strategy and speed from the likes of Karel Niemczek and Sven Hendrickson. Good racing brains throughout, really. They've all shown good form, and of course, you know, James Wilshire, the Welshman, is looking good for potential victory. He's been out in 2 heat races and had 2 wins. Each time, interestingly, it's been against completely different opposition, and so James Wilshire will be looking to put one over on these guys as well. So they're going out to qualify. And it does look like it could well be James Wilshire who's leading the way. So he's going to set the benchmark time. They're on the revised layout. Those of you who know Formula Fast and maybe come here during the main season and things, there's a circuit championship, and also you can turn up and do the simple ride and drives when you're on track for a little while in their karts just practicing. They'll recognise the circuit with the Snell. This has the alternate layout, so the far end of the track where the Snell section is reset for 2 of the rounds of heats in the British Rental Kart Championship. Now they're on that revised layout for the second time. These drivers will drive for the second time, so everyone will be a lot more on form with where it goes and where the grip is and where the speed is, etc. And so we'll start to see the times coming in very soon. The times you're seeing on your screen are just the outlap. So Sam Slater is not really actually on pole position at the moment. He may well be when the times come in. So James Wilshire brings them round, and he's going to set this sort of benchmark time as he's about to cross the line. So it's Wilshire with a 36.3 on the timer there. So he's leading the way, but he's been beaten by Sam Slater. Sam Slater has gone fastest now. So Sam Slater leads the way from Wilshire, and Sam Spinell's there. Theo Rafter's put a time in. Colin Marshall, Ed White, by the looks of it. Karel Niemczek is up to second, but it's still Sam Slater on top. So Sven Hendrickson to third, and the final qualifier goes through, and it's Milcharski. So we've got Sam Slater in first, Jakub Milcharski is in second, and Ed White is up to third. From Karel Niemczek, Sven Hendrickson, James Wilsh has been pushed to sixth, Adam Wyckoff is in seventh, Sam Spinell eighth, Theo Rafter ninth, and Colin Marshall will be bringing up the rear in 10th place. It's going to be an inline start.
James, can I just jump in for a second?
Yeah, of course.
Something you might have missed on the stream.
Go for it.
Sam Slater was stuck right behind Sam Spinell, so whether he got himself a very nice slipstream, they were nose to tail coming around the final three corners of the track. So whether that helped or hindered our pole man, it doesn't seem to have made much of a difference, but it was very interesting to see whether Sam planned to do that or ended up in that situation.
Well, it's an interesting help and hinder, because Sam Slater, of course, qualified on pole position. He's starting right at the front. Sam Spinell, the one he was following, is actually down in 8th. So, and difference on lap time, it will be fairly close. Well, actually, it's about half a second, just over half a second. So Sam Slater probably not wanting to get any closer than he was, but it may well have helped him. Either way, he's there starting up at the front, and he's bringing them round, and it's going to be a relatively slow run to the final hairpin, and then Sam Slater will be pulling the pin and getting Sunday's races underway. So here comes Sam Slater, one of the BSR drivers, Bradley Shepherd Racing. They have 5 teams in this, as Sam Slater gets Sunday underway. He's turning into the first corner, very sharp hairpin, and racing away, followed by Jakub Milcharski, and Ed White is there in third place as well. It's a very, very clean start. Expect this to be quite a fast race, though, in terms of actual performance with the karts. It'll get quicker on lap time as the morning goes in, as the karts warm up, as the track warms up, everything else. But Sam Slater, in terms of pace, he needs to get it nailed now to cover some of the drivers behind who may be on his case early, like Ed White, Karel Niemczek, etc. So here comes Sam Slater. He's got about a 2 or 3 kart length lead there. And this new this is the revised section, and it really does have a very strong concertina effect. The karts really close up in the corners and really stretch out on the straight bits, so it can be a little bit misleading sometimes through this bit as to what the visual gap actually is. But it's Sam Slater at the front, so we can see he's definitely got, as we come onto the backstretch, a good 2, 3, 4 maybe kart length lead over Jakub Milcharski, as Ed White is about a kart or so behind Milcharski, and there is Milcharski that we're looking at on the screen. But Sam Slater there, Sam Slater in focus now, is still leading the way and trying to open up that gap.
Sam Spinell's in the pits. He hits his marks. We have a green. This is a very early start from Sam, and was obviously not happy with his qualifying as he was down in 8th place. So maybe he thinks having some time on his own will get him some better places later in the race. But we have this whole issue with people pitting early, where they think they're going to get their clean air for a long period of time, and then someone decides to scupper them and pit right in front of them.
Absolutely, and we had a situation yesterday in one of the later races, of course, where a couple of drivers came in looking for that advantage over someone they were trying to leapfrog, but the actual complexion of the race changed, and the driver they were really chasing ended up losing some spaces, so the whole thing went out the window a little bit. But meantime, it is still Sam Slater. Now, Sam Slater's definitely pulling away to a slightly clearer lead. Jakub Milcharski has the full attention now of Ed White, Karel Niemczek, Sven Hendrickson, and they're building up behind him. In fact, the entire field is, but it's Sam Slater who's trying to race away at this stage. The ideal situation for Sam Slater now would be eke out a gap of some 10.5 seconds, which we think maybe 11 seconds actually for the revised layout, which we think will be the distance he needs to come into the pits and come out still with the lead. If Sam Slater can pull that, that of course will be his holy grail at this stage, so to speak. He's got an almost 2-second lead and a changed position there, so Ed White has now moved up into second place. That was a move by Ed White on Jakub Milcharski. Now this is going to be very interesting. Ed White for so long in the 2010s was deemed the top Brit, and he's here this weekend to reclaim that unofficial title, and already he's pulling away from Milcharski. So as they turn into the bottom of the corner, it's Ed White who is now past the second place driver. Milcharski could be coming in the pits at time. Yes, he is.
as he rounds the corner, hits his mark a little bit long, so he's got to delay the throttle so he doesn't break the beam and get a yellow. Again, quite far forward. That's a risky strategy, because if you break the beam too quickly, you get a yellow and a failed pit stop. But that worked out just well for Machutsky, and he has come out well ahead of Sam Spinell.
So basically, Alex, and particularly for the viewers at home, Milcharski's trying to stop within a certain area of the line there. And if he's too deep, he's not able to get on the throttle and get some momentum. But if he's, obviously, he does need to sort of get into that box, doesn't he?
Yeah, the next person I'm watching for a pit stop of the front-running guys is James Wiltshire. However, the other person I was watching is his teammate, who has flown into the pits, and he has, very far forward, but managed to get it right. He's Rafter, and he is through and out. He is behind Machutsky and alongside Sam into turn one. A little bit of contact, but he actually loses out to Sam Spinell.
Yeah, Theo Rafter almost leapfrogged Sam Spinell there, and Sam definitely would have seen Theo in the pits. He'd have seen him exiting the pits as well and been desperate to get ahead, and with the ability to turn across the front of Theo Rafter, because that hairpin at the first corner there would have been to the advantage in position of Theo Rafter. So Sam Spinell had to turn across him, but cleanly. He couldn't afford to turf Rafter into the wall and get a bad pass flag and have to give the space back. Equally, he couldn't afford to be behind.
And the interesting thing to notice as well for the viewers at home is the lap times are in the 35s at the moment. Yeah. Obviously, Matus got down to a 33.9 yesterday, but we were seeing very low 34s. This is just because we are so early in the morning. It is 6 degrees outside, so it's probably about 4 in here down at the pit lane, because I am very cold. Yeah. And just taking time to build the tyre temperature up. We won't see back into those decent lap times probably until the next race.
Yeah, track temperature, tyre temperature, all these factors come into play. There are many corners, and the tiny fraction each corner will add up. At the moment, well, we've got Sam Slater just dipped into the 34-second area. Yesterday evening, when the track was arguably its fastest, we were seeing front runners generally doing around 34.3, 34.2, and quite a few in the 34.1 maybe, but it was Mateusz Matus, the flying Polish driver, who managed to be the only one of everybody, including double world champion Ruben Boutons, to actually dip into the 33-second bracket. Very much a sort of one-off on 2 laps. So Sam Slater now has, he's cementing that. He's now into 34.8, so he really has got the bit between his teeth. Ed White is now into the 34-second bracket. They are currently the only two of 34.8 and 34.9. We're looking on screen at Karel Niemczek, who has assumed 3rd place there. He's trying to chase down Ed White, but he's got Sven Hendrickson and James Wiltshire behind him. So James Wiltshire is the 3rd of this group. There he is at the back. The Welshman having an incredible run here this weekend. This best British Rental Kart Championship showing for him by far, as Niemczek turns in. One of the young Polish racers there, Karel Niemczek, as in the yellow helmet up at the front, and yellow, very distinctive yellow gloves. Alex, you were talking yesterday about the difference between drivers holding the top of the wheel and the bottom of the wheel, and Niemczek there is definitely one of those younger drivers holding the top of the wheel, as you can clearly see with the bright yellow gloves.
Yeah, as an old boy, I find it a very strange style. But me and Brad were having a bit more of a chat of this on the drive home last night, yeah. And I just feel like because of the height of these seats and the way you can hold it, and you've got to lock in and not have too much movement, it maybe is a thing that works to style that developed from the European drivers. And listen, you can't argue with it when it works.
Now, it's difficult to argue with someone who's running 3rd place in a British Rental Kart Championship race. And, of course, Karel Niemczek, one of those more emotional-looking drivers. And as you watch him turn, everything's very definite. He's quite dramatic in his inputs, not just with the steering wheel, but his whole sort of body movement. You can see him leaning out there, trying to break the grip of the inside rear tyre. That does help the kart to turn a bit.
Yeah, he's got a very aggressive driving style.
Hasn't he just?
A bit like Johnny Elliott. I think Johnny Elliott's got a very aggressive driving style too. And yeah, you can just see him literally throw himself into the kart and wants to try and jack that inside rear tyre to put all the grip on the outside to get a good exit out of the corners.
Absolutely, it's all very firm, direct and very strong sort of movements, isn't it? You know, you can really feel the driver working the kart there. Obviously a kart, when you think about it, is very often, you could say it's halfway between a car and a motorcycle. You know, you watch a motorcycle racer and there's a lot of action, a lot of body movements controlling the vehicle. A car racer, when you're strapped into a race car, it's literally all in your arm. You know, you're not sort of moving your torso or anything like this, but as we watch Karel Niemczak on TV, you can see how his shoulders are moving. He's moving to the outside to put the weight on the outside tire. Solid rear axle on a kart, so there's no differential. So the two wheels will turn at the same rate, and that can actually cause some understeer in the corners. So look at Karel there, sort of willing himself to speed, nodding his head down the straight there. A real good close-up there on the Polish Karel Niemczak. So he's completing another lap, and that is in third place. So you're looking at the drivers battling over third place. It's Niemczak from Hendrickson and James Wilshere there at the back of that three-way fight. Still Sam Slater up at the front, and we've got 11.5 minutes to go, so plenty of time for pit stops. 3 karts have been in already, including Jakub Milcharski, and that has elevated Ed White and Karel Niemczak up the order, because they obviously Milcharski pitted out from in front of them. This long backstretch is leading to a hairpin where we see a lot of the action. In fact, we saw a number of bad pass calls given, and a bad pass is when someone's had to be a little bit too robust in this competition to get ahead of the kart in front. The organisers, when they deem it a bad pass, they will indicate that to the driver, and the place must be given back. So we have seen that at the end of the straights. The sort of place, Alex, where you've got to take a bit of a committed lunge. Sometimes the bad passes aren't really malicious bad passes, they just haven't really worked out.
That's the ethos of indoor karting. You've kind of got to have a lunge, and it's okay if it doesn't pay off and the driver doesn't play ball, then you get a bad pass and you've got to give it back. We've seen plenty of people give it back before they even got the bad pass back. But I've got to tell you, I'm a bit disappointed, James, because the professionalism of these drivers is incredible, which is really disappointing. It's early in the morning. They all had a really long day yesterday, and I was expecting more carnage, but they're all being very sensible and driving brilliantly.
Well, everybody, even the last place driver, when we look at the entries, it's literally a case of champion of this, champion of that. And, you know, if we take, for instance, let's have a look here. 10th place there is Theo Rafter. A lot of people watching on the live stream and watching the race might think, well, do you know what, maybe I wouldn't be 10th place, I can get an indoor kart round the track. But Theo Rafter is actually, you know, in the British Indoor Championship, which is sort of...
Marshall's in the pit stop.
Oh, yeah.
As he stops on his marks, he does this wiggle as he goes to stop. I find that very peculiar. As he wiggles to the stop, he's being ushered out by his teammate as he comes out just behind Sam Spinale, but ahead of Theo Rafter.
Yeah, crucially, he's made up a place from his point of view on Theo Rafter. And coming back to Theo Rafter, yes, he's running in 10th place, but you know what? For the British Indoor Championship, it was a more national-based one rather than this international one. He's been a regional champion, he's national finalist, and he's even, you know, performed well here before. So 10th place for Theo
somebody's
Rafter.
in the pits. Number 19, James, is in the pit, stops on his marks, up to the second stop, another one, nice stop, gets out there as he is going to come out again alongside Sam, but I think Sam's going to lose out. There's contact as they go through the first corner. Sam has to touch the barrier and he throws his head back in disappointment.
Yeah, that was the American Adam Wyckoff, and Adam Wyckoff has competed in the World Championships no less than 4 times, so Adam Wyckoff definitely knows what to do coming out of the pits and how to gain advantage, and what he has done is actually get ahead of Sam Spinale.
Yeah, and this is what we said, as Sam took that decision to do that early pit stop. It works if nobody else decides to pit, but we're 8 minutes left of this race and people have started to pit, and he hasn't made the headway that he wanted to, and he is now stuck in a very big sandwich of karts, and he's probably not going to find a way forward unless he can push his way past Wyckoff.
Well, it's interesting. Some people can make it work, some can't, and you know, it often is the way the cookie crumbles. But the sort of poster child this meeting of the early pit stopper would, of course, be Joop van Lijnhorst, who we'll be seeing later on. And Van Lijnhorst has managed to, in 2 races, qualify 9th. Early pit stop, and actually as the pit stops have cycled through, he's leapfrogged other drivers. In both cases he's ended up 3rd in the races, so it can be made to work. Sam Spinale, of course, has found himself on screen there as we're looking now. The lead kart with the black helmet, that is the American Adam Wyckoff there, and he's holding off the dual Belgian-British national of Sam Spinale, and then it's Colin Marshall, and there's Theo Rafter at the back there. As I was saying about Theo Rafter, you know, he has been in British level, he's actually a regional champion and an indoor finalist as well. So Theo Rafter there at the back, it doesn't mean he's slow. So Adam Wyckoff there certainly isn't slow, nor is Sam Spinale, who we've got a really good close-up there. They're holding off Colin Marshall. Colin Marshall is the one in that white helmet. Again, you can see him leaning out, trying to control the various grips from side to side of the kart. And Adam Wyckoff is well. He's got this group behind him. It's going to be very interesting to see if maybe some of the other pit stoppers are factoring, those who yet to make a pit stop, are factoring in this group and not ending up in the middle of it when they come out.
We have a stopper, and it is
James Wilshire.
James Wilshire. I couldn't get the name out there, James. Gets another good stop, being egged on by his team. That stop came a bit later than I thought it would. I think he was being held up for quite a long time in that little group that he was in, and I think he should have made that stop a few laps ago.
Well, he's the first one of that up at the front group to really come in, since obviously I know Milcharski pitted out of it, but that was very early on. This is a sort of well into the race, 2/3 into the race now, so he's the first one of those to pit. Crucially, he's come out well ahead.
Stopper, number 20, James. Number 20 is in the pits. He hits on his marks and has no issues and no dramas.
And that's Sven Hendrickson, who James Wilshire was following. He's clearly come into the pits to counter that pit stop by James Wilshire.
And he's come out clearly ahead, and James just throws his hands in the air because he's obviously not happy with that at all. Yeah. He thought he might have jumped him.
Yeah, James Wilshire's pit stop will have been with a mind of leapfrogging Sven Hendrickson when Hendrickson came in and out. So Wilshire would have felt he was faster. Hendrickson needed to cover it immediately, which is what he did, and that's why he's come out ahead. So it's not quite worked out as James Wilshire planned. Definitely worked out how Hendrickson would have planned.
And Hendrickson's stop was very good because it was a 44.6, but obviously with the lower track temperatures and the slower lap times at the moment, that is a really good lap time, a really good qualifying time.
Yeah, looking at the lap times, knock half a second off that, and that puts us into the realms of some of the best pit stops we saw yesterday. So that really will be an outstanding pit stop there, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the things that I've really enjoyed about watching all the pit stops is seeing the different strategies, because there is no one pit stop that's the same. No. Everyone has a different tactic or a different way. We've seen wiggling of throttles, we've seen jabbing of throttles, we've seen very smooth, we've seen incredibly aggressive. It's hard to purvey with words when it's actually happening. Yeah. But it's really, really impressive.
And obviously, Alex, we've seen you win a BRKC heat race round here before. What's been your strategy in the pits? How have you approached the double stop? Because I mean, a lot of people, it's not just a single, don't realise it's not just a single stop. You actually stop at the beginning of the pit and at the end of the pit for a set amount of time, don't you?
So this is where you're going to embarrass me, James, because I nearly won a heat race and then I messed up my pit stop. I didn't want to bring that up this weekend. Thanks, James. I was in a really good position. I was in a great fight. I was leading a race and I messed up my pit stop. There's something that happens with these kind of things is there is massive, massive pressure, and that's what separates a lot of these guys from the normal people like me when it comes to these kind of competitions. They don't suffer the pressure that some of us mere mortals might do.
Well, it's all a question of handling the pressure, and as I said yesterday, if we were talking about golfers, every single one of these drivers in this invitation event are definitely scratch golfers. You know, they're all going to be putting those balls in under par. However, there could be some double-digit handicaps when it comes to things like pressure, such as a pit stop. We saw even James Wilshire actually suggested that maybe he won a race when he was stopped because of a blindingly fast pit stop.
We've just seen some contact around the last corner. Sam Spinell alongside the American. Oh, and now he's being bundled down the order. They're side by side. James, over to you because I can't see.
Yeah, there's been a real confusion here. Theo Rafter's getting involved as well, and they're side by side. Theo Rafter being pulled, and there was a lot of arm waving, but basically I think Sam Spinell trying to make a move on Adam Wyckoff, and it didn't come off. He gave the spot back, but that bunched up those behind. Entering the new section, they were just tripping over each other, as simple as that.
Yeah, that's all a little bit of chaos. I saw hands in the air. I saw him going slowly. I saw Jack getting bundled down
If I can cut in, Alex. Now that was an interesting situation because arriving in that group was the race leader, Sam Slater. So Sam Slater arrived in that group.
Sorry, James. Ed White is in the pits. Stops nicely on his mark. This is one of the drivers who's just very smooth, very calm. There's no overcorrections, no massive exaggerated movements, and he is out. And let's see what his time is. It's a 44.7. So that's a 10th slower than the one that I said was excellent a while ago.
And what makes that particularly important a pit stop is that Sam Slater arrived in that battling group. They've all been in the pits and Sam Slater is not, and he's leading the race. So he's actually putting them a lap down, trying to avoid tripping over them. Then Ed White, who's chasing him down in second place, comes in the pits, gets out, clean air. So Sam Slater, I'm actually quite surprised, hasn't been in the pits to cover it. He has got a...
we do have Nimchek on his way way into the pits as he stops on his marks. Again, a very different style, super aggressive on the brakes, looks at the line and goes his way through. That's another thing I've seen very interesting. Some people look in different places as to where they want to stop. They've got different reference points that they've obviously built up over the practice time to see where they want to stop to get the stop right for them. Maybe I should learn a thing or two.
It's definitely more.
Sorry, James. Sam's hands up, and Sam is into the pits. This is the last stopper of the race. It is the leader, and he stops bang on his marks. He does the little blipping of the throttle technique. So yeah, 3 pit stops in a row, 3 very different styles. Let's have a look and see. Not that his pit stop time's going to matter at all because he's miles ahead, and it's the fastest we've seen today. So a 45.9.
Yeah, that's definitely.
Oh no, that's slow. That's really slow.
But that's definitely one way he had time in hand, because Ed White is still some 3.5, nearly 4 seconds behind. So we're looking at Sam Slater on screen. The driver chasing him down. Both of these have made their stops. In the background there was Ed White. So we'll see down the straight here. So here's Sam Slater. Look at the back of the picture there, folks. There's Ed White. So that is the one that Sam Slater here is actually racing. And he had time there, Alex, to make sure the pit stop was correct. No risks, no problems. A new or BSR team would have known he'd be coming out in clear air like this, no one around him, so they could afford a relatively easy pit stop. Now we're looking at Sam Slater on screen. He just wanted to wind this down and win this race, get the maximum points in the bag. He's not yet had a win this weekend, and he's looking to make this number 1. He's been in the top 3, so a lot of points. It's literally 10 points first, 1 point last, and so on. So they're scoring very small margins between them. But Sam Slater does want the full score here to really propel his chances into the semi-final and hopefully final itself. Now here's a big battle going on. That's definitely Sven Hendriksen. He's under full pressure from James Wilshere. James Wilshere has won twice already. When you won 2 races out of 2, when you're in your 3rd race, really 5th place doesn't cut it. So James Wilshere will be pressuring himself as much as anything else to get past Sven Hendriksen. And look at him work all over the back of Hendriksen there.
And to give you an idea of what that means of having 2 wins and then a fifth place, if there's so much competition here that could end up putting him in a position where he doesn't make the final, which is mental when you think that somebody who's won 2 races could now be in a position to not make a final.
Yeah, when a 5th place is your undoing, it's a pretty strong entry. Of course, it is one of the international events. There's a lot of top international drivers, including double world champion Ruben Boutens. Vika Schlets is here to defend his British Championship. He's a Dutchman, but he's a twice champion of this event, so he's a double British champion, Vika Schlets. A lot of these competitions across Europe, each country has its own national title, such as this one here, the British Championship, which really kicks the year off. Now, Sven Hendriksen is got a kart length or 2 over James Wilshere. So there he is, there's Hendriksen, and there's Wilshere trying to close him down. Wilshere's on the last lap. The last lap has gone out, so Wilshere's starting his last lap now. He's got one more round to make. Sam Slater surely is going to win this thing, but James Wilshere up the inside makes contact with Hendriksen. He had to try something, and it's not come off. He's actually dropped enough place there. In fact, he's fallen into the hands of Jakub Milcharski, so James Wilshere could actually lose a place if Milcharski's feeling racy. Here comes Sam Slater to win, though. Sam Slater wins, and that's a full point score there for Sam Slater. That's definitely elevated his position within the standings. But here comes Wilshere fighting a rearguard action across the line. It's going to be very close now. He's just got one more corner to go, and Wilshere manages to hang on to that 5th place. So he does it. He won't be pleased with it, but it's a lot of points in the bag, so he'll be okay. Now there's Sam Slater acknowledging to the camera that he's won, and he has indeed. An emphatic win, 3.5 seconds over Ed White. The returning Ed White, and just keeps getting better. Alex, it has to be said, Ed White's return has definitely been a resounding success. He's yet to bag a win, but very impressive so far.
Yeah, an absolute masterclass in oh, it's not even a masterclass, it's just a show of absolute natural talent. Of someone who can be out of it for so long, considering what put him out, and then come back and be awesome. Right, I am going to go and jump straight into Jack Wilshere, who had a very exciting race. Did you, Jack? Jack, that was a very exciting race. Do you want to tell us some of the exciting things that happened to you?
No, it wasn't much exciting for me, to be honest. Yeah, a bit disappointed with that one. First out in the pit lane, tough, didn't have anyone to follow for Super Pole. Didn't get my first corner right. The rest of the lap felt great. Yeah, I still ended up down in 6th. So, yeah, I think this kart's probably more suited to the forward layout. Good top ends, but not much bottom ends. So yeah, we'll just go and win the next one.
Well, you've won 2 of them already. I can see another 3rd on your cards. But yeah, a very disappointed Jack. I keep calling him Jack. I'm not even an Arsenal fan. But yeah, not disappointed James Wiltshire. So I'm going to go grab Sam, and I'm going to go grab Carol and Ed. Sam, hang on. Sam, I'm going to interrupt your celebrations. Finally a win on the board this weekend.
Yeah, well, I mean, that couldn't have gone any better, really, could it? I was worried about this session more than any of the heats the weekend. The 8 a.m. on the Sunday, no one wants. But yeah, that went pretty perfect. Happy with that.
I noticed during your qualifying lap you got stuck behind Sam. Did you catch him at the right moment or the wrong moment? Did it actually affect you and thought it was going to ruin your lap?
I think it helped me gain a 10th or 2 in the toe, but then I think I lost a 10th on the final couple of corners. I did have to lift a little bit more going into the final corner, so yeah, I think it balanced itself a bit.
Excellent, well done, mate. So hope to see you in the semis. Where is Mr. Oh, hang on, we will talk to you. That was an incredible performance. We were saying before, we love your driving style. You're incredibly aggressive. How was that race for you?
It was quite interesting. Of course, I had Sven and James behind me. They were really fast. So I was trying to pull away as well as gain a position on Jakob because I knew that he wasn't too fast on the lap time. So I decided to take advantage of it and try to do the best I could. And it worked out for me perfect. I had a gap behind me and no one in front of me that I could fight with for the podium to the position. So yeah, I'm really happy for that.
Excellent, well done. Good luck for the rest of your weekend. Where's Ed? He's run away. Ed White's run away. He doesn't like the camera, does Ed White? He likes go-karts, but not cameras. So I'll go back to you as we start this next session.
Nice one, Alex. And it has to be said once more, Alex, that when you think of the calibre of some of these young European drivers, interviewing Karel Niemczek there, if you are a young racer here in the UK thinking of making your way in the sport, consider Karel Niemczek there. He drives a blinding race, and so he can do it on the track, and then he comes in and in a foreign to him language can do a perfectly good interview with Alex with all the adrenaline flowing. So it's pretty impressive at 17, isn't it?
Really, I've got to be honest, James. The way I've seen him drive, he drives like a much more mature driver. So when all of a sudden I actually saw his face and realised he was a teenager, I'm like, wow, I'm very impressed with some of these teenagers here. Hopefully my girls, when they get older, they're as professional teenagers as some of these young guys here.
Well, some people showing very well, and it's clearly some people have a very big future. Now, in this race, it's going to be a very tough one indeed. We're going to be getting the qualifying finished. The qualifying laps are starting to come through now, and on the so the benchmark there, Neil Durant is currently fast. He's been beaten by Dennis Holler, the German, as Dennis Holler now is in the top spot. We've got some big names here. Bram van der Ende's gone fastest. Jamie Sherman-Chase has gone to 3rd. Brad Philpott's gone to 4th. Top in the list, Ruben Bouten's beaten by Max Thorne. Max Thorne somehow has gone fastest. Brilliant showing there by Thorne. And he's definitely on the top spot. So we've got Max Thorne. He's going to take the pole position there. He has beaten double world champion and 6 times BRKC winner Ruben Boutens, who was in turn pushed down to 3rd. Bram van der Ende, Dennis Holler, the epic German, is 4th. Jamie Sherman-Chase is 5th. Joep van Lijenhorst, who, we'll come back to him, but 7th place Brad Philpott, 8th is Neil Durant, 9th is Dan Truman, and David Harvey is in 10th. Now, going back to Joep van Lijenhorst, Alex particularly, because you had some interesting chats with him yesterday, in both his earlier heat races, he qualified 9th, early pit stop, came through to 3rd. It worked exactly the same both times. Now, if he's qualifying 6th, that's an absolute victory, potentially, by his gain standards so far.
Well, yeah, maybe that means he wasn't out having a drink after the racing last night and actually got a good night's sleep. So, yeah, we hope to see Duke do really well. The interesting battle as well for the Masters Championship is between Brad and Neil Durant, because they are currently 1 and 2 in the Masters standings, is my understanding. So that'll be a good battle between those. But absolutely stunning lap from Max Thorne to beat our 6-time world champion and everyone else behind him. Yeah, this is going to be a barnstormer.
Absolutely. Here comes Max Thorne to take the start. He's going to have enormous pressure from the double world champion behind him, but Thorne makes it into the first corner. Now he's got to cleanly run through this revised section there. He will be feeling the pressure from the big names behind him, and that is stacked. It's a stacked grid behind. To change of position further back, fact, that looks like Neil Durant actually making some gains there as Max Thorn continues to lead the way. He's got double world champ Ruben Boutens behind him. Behind him is Bram van der Ende, and then it's the German Dennis Holler. So Max Thorn absorbing this pressure brilliantly. He's got the speed, he's got the pace, and he's making a good job of this. They're going to complete the opening lap with Max Thorn still in the lead from 6 times BRKC winner Ruben Boutens from Holland, and Bram van der Ende is in there as well, and they're starting to eke a little bit of a gap to Dennis Holler, the German, who's followed by Jamie Sherman Chase and Joop van Lijnhorst. Van Lijnhorst has still not been in the pits, and although it's very early in the race, I feel like it's a talking point that Van Lijnhorst is yet to make a stop.
Well, I just got told by his teammate Hupkist that they went to bed at 4 last night.
They went to bed at 4. Oh, well, in that case, Van Lijnhorst will be on top form, and hopefully if they went to bed at 4 with a few beers, he'll be even better. So it seems to suit him. But here comes Max Thorn, and Max Thorn is...
Oh, and in comes Dennis Holler. Dennis Holler on his marks has a big whack at the barrier on the way in, though. So he is one of the more aggressive pit stoppers. However, he did have a smooth stop for the second bit. Out the pit stop, 18 minutes to go, and it was a 45-2. But I think at this stage of the race where everything's cold, it's probably an okay pit stop.
Yeah, and Jamie Sherman Chase has now been elevated to 4th place with the pit stop of Dennis Holler. That's opened that gap we can see on screen. So turning in at the bottom there, that's Max Thorn. We're looking at him on screen now. A brilliant performance there from the young Welshman. And there is Ruben Boutens, the double world champion behind him, and actually dropping back a little bit. So Max Thorn is pulling away from the double world champ behind him, who's got the full attention of Bram van der Ende. Now, if Bram van der Ende starts making attacking moves on Ruben Boutens, which is very possible here, that could release Max Thorn. Now, you'll see the gap may open up a little bit because the revised section does have a tendency to concertina that view. So as you can see there, Max Thorn has got a comfortable kart length now. He didn't want any Ruben Boutens behind any closer going into that bottom hairpin there because it's a real overtaking spot, that one. So Max Thorn continues to lead, absorbing massive pressure from double world champ Ruben Boutens, and Bram van der Ende, one of the claimants to the throne of a world championship later on, because Bram van der Ende is definitely one of the younger up-and-coming drivers as he's racing his way around in 3rd place.
James, just to notice, Dennis Holler has just popped in the fastest lap of the race. So him pitting out of position to try and get some clean laps in is hopefully working for him, unless he gets what everyone keeps happening is people pitting in front of him. So he needs to use this pace now while he's got it.
Absolutely. The whole point of the early pit stop is speed on your own, isn't it? And he will be probably pretty keen to be that only pit stopper for a long time. Joop van Lijnhorst, who we were saying was the poster child for early pit stops and coming through the pack, he is in 5th place now. Running 5th place, that means he's less likely to make a pit stop. He's also not actually been held up by anybody. Jamie Sherman Chase is a couple of kart lengths ahead by almost a second, actually. So Max Thorn having a quick check over his shoulder, and when he checks over his shoulder, he sees there in the blue Ruben Boutens, double world champion, Bram van der Ende, who was a world championship finalist last year, and so Max Thorn is really absorbing huge international pressure here as he makes his way onto the revised bit. Yeah.
On Dennis Holler watch, first of all, he's catching David Harvey at about a second a lap, yep. But he's also only 11.2 seconds now, setting another fastest lap behind the leader. So he needs maybe another 3/4 of a second, and he's actually leading this race.
Absolutely, because Dennis Holler's set the fastest lap, as you say, and he's really pulling that time down. And his best lap is some, well, his last lap was 3/10 quicker than the race leader.
And the world champ knows about this because he is on his way into the pits, and as you would expect, gets a good first stop. Stops on his marks for the second. Let's see what his time's going to be as he comes out ahead of Dennis and just ahead of David Harvey. So that's not going to be what he wanted as Huller gets past David Harvey and now sets off after the double world champ.
Absolutely right. Ruben Boutens there, 6 times BRKC winner and double world champion there, has pitted purely to cover the flying Dennis Holler. His team, the Talent Factory, will be, in fact, Ruben Boutens, yeah, he's with Talent Factory, guys, but he will have covered Dennis Holler's move. And in the pits comes another one. It's the...
Number 11 is into the pits.
Oh, Lijnhorst.
And Lijnhorst. Mr. 4 a.m. we'll call him, as he steps on his marks. He's being told by his teammate, it looks like it's worked out quite well, but he's come out behind David Harvey at the back of the field with unfortunately, quite a slow pit stop.
Yeah, Van Lijnhorst there, he was maybe trying to get on terms with Ruben Boutons and Dennis Huller. He can probably see them, so he has some kind of visual on where he needs to be. Into the pits comes the leader.
Which is surprising because he'd kind of been released by Rubens coming into the pits, and I thought he could have actually opened things up, but I think what he wants to try and do is jump Rubens, and let's see what happens as he comes out alongside into the first corner. Rubens is just ahead. Rubens has made the lead, but it has put Dennis Holler right behind him, so I think at the moment that is our top three on circuit. Let's see what Bran van der Ende can do about this.
Absolutely. Max Thorn's pit stop there was 100% to cover Ruben Boutons and Dennis Huller. He didn't manage to cover Ruben Boutons, but he did crucially slot in behind him. Now Huller and Boutons were running absolutely nose to tail, and in the first corner there, Max Thorn was able to just about slot in. A brilliant showing by the young Welshman. We're looking on screen there at Brad Philpott being chased by Neil Durant, and they're racing in the Masters category. So Brad Philpott is currently leading that. Of course, not in this race, but 4 times Masters champion. That's for drivers 40 years and over. Gary Jones is 4 times champion. He's looking to make it 5 times this weekend. So here's Ruben Boutons. He's the leader of the pit stoppers, effectively in the lead of the race, but currently in the lead is Bran van der Ende. Will we see van der Ende in pretty quickly to try and cover that, because he was right behind Ruben Boutons, who is now in the lead, but when he comes out the pits, we can expect him to be alongside Max Thorn and Dennis Huller, with, crucially, the inside run into the hairpin, the first corner there. So Ruben Boutons and Max Thorn and Dennis Huller are the ones we are looking at on the screen, with a bit of a gap developing there. Ruben Boutons has pulled something. He did look a bit quicker than Max Thorn in the revised section there, which they're just exiting now. And Max Thorn getting defensive by moving to the middle of the road, cover Dennis Huller. I'm not sure how much Dennis Huller literally wants to pass Max Thorn right now, but he will be aware that Ruben Boutons is getting away in the lead.
But the thing is, he's right behind him and he's faster. He's still the fastest man on circuit, but you can see he just raised his hand in frustration because he can see Rubens getting away, and he wants to be up fighting the world champ and not fighting for third.
Absolutely. He'd be less worried about it if Max Thorn was actually on the bumper of Ruben Boutons. What he doesn't want at this stage, with some 12.5 minutes plus a lap to go, is for that gap to needlessly extend out.
But what's interesting about this race is this is the first race, I think, all weekend where all the big... Oh, hang on, we've got somebody into the pit. It is number 15 of... I can't see the name on the screen.
It's Daniel Truman.
Oh, it's Dan Truman. He's into the pits and he's out. Nice simple pit stop, but he comes out behind David Harvey. What I was trying to say was, I can't believe before we've even hit the 10-minute mark that the big players have already pitted.
Yeah, it's and really those big players have already pitted because of each other. Every pit stop has been really to counter the other karts. I mean, I think Dennis Huller kicked it off. Ruben Boutons was aware of the situation with Huller and the fact that Huller was making ground. Max Thorn at that point was the leader, and far be it from Max Thorn actually holding everyone up, because he's now in turn staying with double world champ Ruben Boutons, and so Max Thorn has the speed, but Ruben Boutons clearly felt didn't quite have the speed of Dennis Huller. So Boutons then came in the pits to cover Dennis Huller, who made the early pit stop. Max Thorn then had to pit to cover Ruben Boutons and Dennis Huller, and we've got Bran van der Ende, who's sort of breaking the mold a little bit by staying out. There's the double world champ close up on screen. So Bran van der Ende continues to lead. To be honest, Alex, looking at Bran van der Ende's times, he is, well, Dennis Hull is still fastest. His last lap was 0.3 of a second quicker. It doesn't sound like much, but as the laps progress, that adds up. Do that 3 times, you've almost lost a second, on 3 laps. So maybe Bran van der Ende will be the next pit stopper.
Well, it doesn't really matter because he's 10 seconds. So Dennis is 10 seconds behind Bran. So Bran is going to come in behind Dennis unless they all start fighting or Bran picks up his pace. And he'll pop in probably just between Dennis and Duke.
Right, so basically what we're thinking is Bran van der Ende will come out of the pits on the back of this battle. The back of this lead battle with Ruben Boutons, Max Thorn, Dennis Huller. It'll be back to being a 4-way fight, possibly. We'll keep tabs on that, but meantime, there's no question who's leading this race. Ruben Boutons. Now, Ruben Boutons is possibly for so long he's been the top karter in the world, and even when he's not winning the World Championship, he's considered the best. He is the benchmark. He's also the sort of driver who knows exactly what pace to run at. You could almost say to Ruben Boutons, I want you to be a 10th quicker or a 10th slower, and he would be able to go out and do that, and he's going to be running fast enough to win without taking risks. He will have the measure of those behind him, although he will have respect of what they could do if he lets them get too close.
And talking about running faster, he's now doing 34.5s, which is kind of to the pace where we started to see yesterday. So that is how long it has taken these karts to warm up to actually pull out pace something resembling what we saw in the latter stages of yesterday. So that is 1.5 races to get a tyres up temperature. So if any drivers are thinking of changing karts, that should be your big warning to stick with what you're given.
Yeah, and a 34.4 now, just as you were speaking, Dennis Holler has now set the fastest lap of the race. So he's pulled that down into the 34.4. Crucially, that is 0.3 faster again than Bram van der Ende. So Bram van der Ende is really, even though he's leading the race at the moment, he's dropping back. So with Bram van der Ende there, and I think we're looking at van der Ende and Shearman. Yes, we are on screen. So Bram van der Ende there, he's leading, but he's only a kart, less than a kart length ahead of Jamie Shearman Chase, who is nominally second on the road here. They've got 8.5 minutes to go plus a lap. So, and there's a wave there from Jamie Shearman Chase. So it could well be Bram van der Ende's wave there is back to Jamie Shearman Chase saying, run with me. Bram van der Ende still obviously considers he has the speed to do something about the leaders. Neither of them come in, Alex, but Jamie Shearman Chase, you have to wonder, is he finding Bram van der Ende slightly in his way as a distraction, or is he actually using Bram van der Ende for pace?
Well, he's definitely chased him down, that's for certain. So I think if I was his team, I would probably telling him to pit out of his to avoid and maybe jump him in the pit stops, because they are going to fall behind the top lot and they don't want to battle and end up getting also beaten by dupe.
Yeah, because Joop van Lijnhorst has been in the pits, as we know, and if we look at the relative times, he's some 7 seconds behind Dennis Holler, which is effectively the back of what's going to be the lead group we predict when the pit stop cycle through. With about 7.5 minutes plus a lap, we've only got 4 people yet to stop, and that's Bram van der Ende, Jamie Shearman Chase on the screen now, and also the Brad Philpott, Neil Durant Masters battle behind, who are currently running third and fourth. So Brad Philpott, those of you who've been viewing, and again a signal from Bram van der Ende, run with me, run with me. He's trying to prevent an attack from Jamie Shearman Chase, knowing that particularly yesterday we saw that when people are battling, they've been losing so much time, and so Bram van der Ende is keen to avoid that situation. He's trying to maintain the trust of Jamie Shearman Chase that they will be faster and better positioned at the end of the race if Shearman Chase works with him rather than racing against him too tightly at this point. So Bram van der Ende continues in the lead. We can see on the backstretch there, they're coming down now, this long backstretch. We see a lot of action into the corner here. So Bram van der Ende is not going defensive, therefore slower into that corner at the end. And that allows the lap time to be a little bit quicker. It literally allows it to be faster because the time will be lost if he's up against the inside wall. So Philpott and Durant are still... They round out the top 4 that have not pitted yet. Brad Philpott just coming into view, so it's not that he's not that far away in third place.
We're about to see some fun because the leading pack is catching up to Neil Durant. Neil Durant has not pitted. Neil Durant does not need to get out of the way. So if Dennis Holler wants to try and make a move to go from third to maybe first, it's going to come soon, and he needs to get right on the back of Mr. Wiltshire because he's dropped back about half a kart length.
So just to clarify for those watching at home, you are actually watching the 2 leaders on the road now, which is Bram van der Ende, and the guys that Alex is referring to is what's going to be the lead group once these pit stops will be made. And the key thing is Neil Durant will be almost a lap down when these stops, when he pits himself, and it could play a part because Ruben Boutons is going to get there first. He's almost there now. I'm going to look out the window, see how close that actually is. There's Philpott. I can see out the screen. Yeah, Ruben Boutons is now some 3 or 4 karts behind Neil Durant, who's not going slowly himself. And Neil Durant is going to be making a pit stop at some point, which releases Ruben Boutons, who has been in the pits past him. You can't quite see that on your screen at home as we watch the 2 leaders. But Neil Durant could be a factor in this. He's got a pit stop to make. Ruben Boutons hasn't. Now, this could play into the hands of the 2 leaders that we're looking at there. And that is why Bram van der Ende has been waving to say, listen, keep going, don't attack me, just keep going, we'll be quicker. Because if Ruben Boutons does lose time, that will be the advantage of the 2 that we're looking at on screen now, Bram van der Ende.
And Neil pits out of the way. So where it's good for him, it's bad for our fun, because it could have been really fun if he tried to hold those boys up and we could have had some action. But he's ruined our fun, James.
Yeah, indeed. And bad for Bram van der Ende and also Jamie Sherman-Chase as well, because I think they were probably hoping that Neil Durant would be somewhat in the way. Now, the next person that Ruben Boutons would actually arrive at would be Brad Philpott. And in the pits, Jamie Sherman-Chase, second place.
Chase is in and he's on his marks a little bit early, but it's fine. It's a good first stop. Again, a little bit early on the second one, but that means he's safe and he rolls out the pits. Oh, and Brad is next to me all of a sudden as well. So another good stop from Brad. Let's have a look at Jamie's. That's a good lap time, a good pit stop time of 44.4, and it was a 45.4 for Brad. So not a great one for Brad.
So Jamie Sherman-Chase and Brad Philpott both in the pits pretty much at the same time. There's Ruben Boutons on screen now. This is the Boutons, Thorne and Dennis Holler battle as they come down the backstretch, and we're waiting for Bram van der Ende to come in.
And he's in. On his marks. On his marks. Shoves the kart forward as he goes out. And let's see where Bram comes out. Bram's going to come out just ahead of Jamie Sherman-Chase, which is going to upset Jamie Sherman-Chase. And that lap time was a 44.4, so a very good pit stop from Bram van der Ende there.
Yeah, and Bram van der Ende needed to make that a good one because he's lost first to Ruben Boutons, he's lost second to Max Thorne, he's lost third to Dennis Holler, but crucially from his point of view in his private little race with Jamie Sherman-Chase, he managed to come out that little bit further ahead than he was when he went in, effectively, before either of them stopped. So Bram van der Ende, as you were saying, Alex, made a very, very fast pit stop, and that's showing up in the gap, which actually has been closed in by Jamie Sherman-Chase as I speak. So on screen, we're looking at race leader and 6 times BRKC champion Ruben Boutons in the Netherlands. He's been chased down by the Welshman, which in the form of Max Thorne, and the German Dennis Holler is staying with those leading 2 as well. So there's Ruben Boutons on screen. Then a little bit of a gap. Our former race leader,
another person coming into the pits, number 20, James, who smashed the barrier on the way in. David Harvey, as he goes past his marks a little bit. Not the cleanest stop from David. He's going to come out right in front of the leaders.
Yes, he is. So David Harvey's made his pit stop. He's had to exit right in front of the leaders. Harvey is a sportsman, though, and he will be aware of the situation behind him. And he's got to be somewhere. So it does seem like he's right in front of them now. He's probably going to move aside as they enter the backstretch. He's looking over his shoulder to see what's going on as race leader and 6 times champion Ruben Boutons tails him down. He's waving him through on the inside. He's going to have to let all 3 through. Look at that. Great sportsmanship from David Harvey. He runs round the outside, avoids the lead battle, which continues on. He's then going to have Bram van der Ende and Jamie Sherman-Chase behind him, closing in a similar manner as we look at double world champion, 6 times British champion Ruben Boutons of the Netherlands. Welshman Max Thorne behind, and German Dennis Holler behind that. Then that little gap, and you can see David Harvey. Then it's the van der Ende battle with Jamie Sherman-Chase right on his tail. So Jamie Sherman-Chase potentially looking at a 4th place finish. Even get through. Dennis Holler looking to the inside of Max Thorne. Dennis Holler starting to think about a move now with just 1.5 minutes plus 1 lap going to go as Ruben Boutons. And you can see that defensive action by Max Thorne has already opened a gap to the leader. Such is the time lost by very simple things. This is how tough it is to race at big competitions like the British Rental Kart Championship. Just a simple thing like defending the inside into a hairpin has opened up that gap visually on our screen. So there's Max Thorne, far from battling for the lead now. He's fighting a rearguard action against Dennis Holler. Holler looks to the inside, nothing going there. there. But look at this, they're down on the inside. That's going to open up the gap to Ruben Bartens even more. Now, Max Thorn has to do that, otherwise Holler will be up the inside. However, he doesn't really want to have to be doing that because of Ruben Bartens. Now, when we've been looking before, the signals between the drivers, such as Bram van der Ende, like work with me, run with me, this is exactly what they're talking about avoiding. As you can see, the damage it's doing to Max Thorn's hope of winning this race against Ruben Bartens. He's now locked into, with half a minute to go, a rearguard second place action. The best result he can get now, second there. Already blocking the inside there from Holler. Down the right hand side of our screen there goes Max Thorn, desperately trying to hang on against the German behind him. Max Thorn fighting off Dennis Holler. They're going to have about 2 laps to go now because that counter goes down to 0, and then we'll be getting the last lap ball when they come through again. Holler side by side with Thorn. Thorn's got the inside. Holler's going to have another go through the tight revised section, but it's Max Thorn who's held him off so far. Max Thorn absorbing massive pressure from the German champ behind him, as Thorn's going to be on the inside all the way. We're going to see him very much to the right of our screen down the backstretch. Holler goes to the normal racing line. Max comes across to the middle of the road to try and get a better entry to the corner, as well as defend against Dennis Holler. There's a lap and a bit to go. They're about to complete that. Ruben Bartens has now started the last lap. Max Thorn's now started the last lap. So is Dennis Holler. It's all action for second place as Thorn desperately hangs on. Can he make it? He's held it to the hairpin here. Holler can't make a way through. Holler's piling on the pressure there. Dennis Holler, the German, as Thorn comes out of the revised section. And at this hairpin now, he's onto the more familiar area. More importantly, it's that long back stretch. Holler's shaking his head, but he's going to have a look at either side. Holler's on the normal line. Max Thorn now moves back to the middle to guarantee a good turn in. And can he do it? Ruben Bartens definitely going to win the race. Ruben Bartens takes yet another BRKC heat race win. What about Max Thorn? Can Max Thorn hang on? Bram van der Ende is what we're looking at. Thorn has hung on. And van der Ende takes fourth from Jamie Shearman Chase. But there's no doubt in the winner. An emphatic win there by the Dutchman. Double world champion Ruben Bartens, 6 times BRKC winner. Adds to his points tally, and he's trying to work away towards the final there. Ruben Bartens, for so long the benchmark of karting. So Ruben Bartens wins from Max Thorn, Dennis Holler, Bram van der Ende, Jamie Shearman Chase. Brad Philpott came in fourth, crucially from his point of view, ahead of Neil Durant for the Masters standings. Joop van Lijnhorst has actually lost positions there. He's down in 8th now, Dan Truman 9th, and David Harvey in 10th. That was quite a race, Alex.
That was great fun, and I'm going to go and have a chat with Jupe and see if he regrets being out till 4 a.m. in the morning. So that's going to be an interesting one, but it is interesting to see a masterclass. Jupe, we're used to seeing you go really far forward, and it didn't happen in this race. Are you regretting being out till 4 a.m. in the morning?
No. I enjoyed the drinks last night.
Excellent. How did you enjoy the race, though?
It was very boring. I got overtaken once, and then it was just driving on my own. So it was very boring.
Unfortunate for you, mate, but listen, done really great this weekend. Good luck for the rest of it. Right, let's go find the leaders, and let's make sure the cameraman doesn't trip over again. Right, let's go find Dennis Holler. Dennis the Machine Holler. I'm going to jump in here. Dennis, that was a phenomenal race from you. You had showed some amazing. You had that early pit stop, showed some phenomenal pace. How was it from your point of view?
Yeah, I mean, I think I was a bit unlucky with the position where I started the quali, you know, because I think it's a disadvantage when you start in the morning in the front. And I felt immediately, okay, the guys behind me, they will do the quali better. So I was qualified on P4, and even at the start, I felt like I didn't find the grip, you know. So I thought, okay, the only chance I have is to try to undercut them, and it slightly worked out, but yeah, I think I could have done at least P2, so it's a bit disappointing for the moment, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, Max defended really well, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely, and if he's defending like this, you don't have any chance to overtake, so.
It'll be good for your YouTube video.
Yeah, thank you, yeah, hopefully.
Dennis has got a really good YouTube channel. I think it's called Holler Kart, but yeah, to put Dennis Holler into YouTube and go find him. Right, Mr. Thorn, who I called Wiltshire because you all look the same, so forgive me for that. You had a lot of pressure in that race, young man, didn't you?
I mean, to be putting on pole against 2, maybe 3 greats in our race, greatest of all time. I mean, I didn't expect to be there. I tried towing off Ruben, and it must have worked. And to be pushing them around, to fighting off Dennis. Okay, maybe I was too cautious in the pit stop, but it is what it is. I mean, I've had two seconds at Superpole, first at Superpole, and I've bad luck and fought every single race apart from this one.
Done a mega job, mate. Well done.
Alex, if you can just tell him that
he's gone. I want to grab Ruben before the qualifying starts.
Okay, no worries.
Ruben, I'm going to grab you really quickly. Just a few words. That was a masterclass from you, figuring out what to do, knowing what was going on around you. How was it from your point of view?
Yeah, it feels good after the race of yesterday. I needed this. I think a good race, good strategy, no mistakes, so how it should be.
Excellent, good man. Well done. See you the first of the weekend. Right, now we can go watch qualifying.
Yeah, so we've got a very interesting race coming up here. It's going to be a very tough one. The entry here is Aaron Mitchell-Begley, Kobe Koslett, Benjamin Hamilton, Ben Luff, Seb Miller, Tomek Bernadowski, Melodip Kohukes, Ashley Mason-King, Anthony Vippick and Elliot Tuesley. Now, of course, Seb Miller here, the great British hope, their qualifying times are all in now. Let's see how it's worked out. Predictably, Tomek Bernadowski's on pole, and we increasingly say that. 34.9, the first one to qualify in that 34-second. Seb Miller, the great British hope, is in second place. Kobe Koslett is in third. Benjamin Hamilton, who we saw qualifying pole yesterday, it came apart a bit in the race, but certainly another strong qualifying showing by him. Ben Luff is into fifth place. Anthony Whippick is in sixth. Melodip Kohukes is in seventh. Ashley Mason-King eighth. Aaron Mitchell-Begley will feel he's a little bit down there in ninth, and Elliot Tuesley is in 10th place. So we'll see what happens here, but Tomek Bernadowski is another one who's actually had 2 wins so far in the competition. He's looking to make it 3. Each of the drivers has 4 heat races, 1 in each of the rounds, and so this is Tomek Bernadowski's 3rd round. He's 2 races, 2 wins so far. They're scoring points to make their to stake their claim into the semi-final, and Tomek Bernadowski could well be the first one to make it 3 out of 3. A couple of them have made 2 out of 2, but no one yet has made 3 out of 3, and Tomek Bernadowski could be the one to do it, but he's going to have to answer to Seb Miller and Kobe Koslett behind him, and Ben Hamilton, who's not really somebody we've spoken much about before, but he's certainly been a front runner in junior karting and now moving to the seniors, so we'll see what he can do. Meantime, it's one of the big future hopes at world level, Tomek Bernadowski now, who's going to lead the way. He's pulled the pin, he's going to take the start, and yeah, it's a good one. So Tomek Bernadowski racing for the Crack Blue Star team, the Belgian team there. He's Polish, but he's racing for a Belgian team, and he's got Seb Miller keeping him honest, and Kobe Koslett behind that. As we look on screen, there's Bernadowski, green helmet and the blue overalls, and then it's Seb Miller, one of the Bradley Shepherd racing drivers, of which there are many, as Bernadowski leads down. He's taking Seb Miller with him. A signal there from Seb Miller to Bernadowski. Yep, just keep going. Seb Miller ideally would already like to be pulling away from Kobe Koslett and make it a 2-way fight between him and the Polish driver Bernadowski ahead. First lap completed now. Bernadowski in the lead as he comes around. This is the revised section. This is the last time they're going to be racing through. This is the last race they're going to be racing through this area here. It'll revert back to the standard layout here at Formula Fast after this round of races. Bernadowski has the lead from British hope Seb Miller. Seb Miller was second last year. Could he be the champion this year? He's been out in Europe, done a lot of the European events similar to this, and really gained in experience. Of course, a lot of those events he's been taking on people like Bernadowski, so these two drivers will be well known to each other. Bernadowski will know that Seb Miller can run with him. Seb Miller in turn will know that Bernadowski's quite capable of pulling away, worst case scenario, but equally if he can stay with him, Bernadowski will be the sort of driver who can pull Seb Miller clear of the likes of Kobe Koslett. But if anything, the gap's opening up behind Koslett and maybe even in front of Seb Miller, because look at that, this is the biggest lead that Bernadowski's had so far this race. He's gradually inching away. He's the fastest on the track, and Alex, he's pulled a 34.7 on that last lap as Bernadowski, which is 34.6 now, which is 3/10 faster than Seb Miller behind.
Yeah, the pace is really starting to quicken here, but the thing that's interesting is there are lots of gaps. So I'm sat here thinking who I'm going to be noting next when they come into the pits. I thought it was going to be Hupkes, but Hupkes has dropped back a little bit from that pack, whether that's on purpose or whether that's pace, so I don't know. He's going to be coming in. However, it might be Tuesley, because Tuesley is currently stuck behind Ashley Mason-King, and I think Tuesley might have a little bit of pace over him, but I don't think as they have contact into the final corner and Tuesley goes past, so there won't be a pit stop for that from Tuesley, because he's managed to find his way past.
Well, for those watching at home, one of the main reasons why you'd make a pit stop early in the race is to leapfrog the drivers in front. So if you feel that you were being held up, therefore close behind the driver ahead, you might want to come into the pits, and on your own you're faster, and when the other driver comes in the pits, you'll have gone ahead at that point. Now, that would suggest that really would be what would suggest such a move was going to happen, would be karts running close together on the track, and there aren't really anyone running on the bumper of the kart in front, so no one's got any real reason to pit yet.
However, Anthony Whippich is right up behind Ben Luff, so that is the one to watch if somebody's going to make an early pit stop. But
and if I can add one, Kobe Koslet on Seb Miller at this point, but I don't think Koslet would want to come in this early.
No, I don't think this is I don't think that this is a leaders pit early kind of race like we had in the last race. We're going to see lots of late pit stops, and we're going to have people coming in late, I think, for this one.
So viewers at home there, you saw a signal from Kobe Koslet to Seb Miller. That shaking of the hand there was keep going, keep going. Kobe Koslet trying to signal to Miller that he's not really planning to attack him if Miller can up the pace and close in on leader Bernardowski, because it's big picture thinking here. Kobe Koslet's not just thinking about where Miller is, he's also thinking about Bernardowski. He doesn't want Bernardowski to race away in the lead and be untouchable as the race progresses. Seb Miller, of course, going defensive. We saw in that last race with Max Thorne versus Ruben Boutens and Dennis Holler. As soon as Thorne got defensive, it opened up Bouten's lead, and that's not what Koslet wants to see here. So Kobe Koslet allowing Seb Miller free rein to set fast lap times relatively unchallenged. I mean, of course, if Miller was to make some mistakes and fall off the pace, Koslet's going to be all over him. But initially, Koslet's actual main plan is to not allow Bernardowski to pull away in the lead. So there is Seb Miller in second. There's Kobe Koslet in third, and behind them, of course, is Ben Hamilton, who we saw do really well yesterday, actually leading for a large part of one of the heat races. Still nobody in the pits at all, Alex, and it's going to be, well, there's 15 and a half minutes, so no real reason as yet. But, of course, the longer this goes on...
And as you say it, we have someone into the pits. Bang on their mark, kart number 20, James. Who's kart number 20?
Aaron Mitchell Begley.
It's Miller. So he's in...
It's Mitchell Begley.
Mitchell Begley, Alex.
It says Miller on the back of his suit, though.
Yeah, he's just probably borrowing a suit, but it is actually Aaron Mitchell Begley.
Why is everyone borrowing suits? Somebody Levi was in a Rubens Boutens suit yesterday.
Yeah, it's, well, we're getting it right up here, Alex.
I'm looking at numbers and that's it.
There we go. It is pretty difficult, and it's you got to call what you see, and if they're wearing a suit to confuse you, Alex, there's, you know, maybe there's a reason for that. They're trying to...
maybe they're all swapping suits just to try and throw me off now.
Well, maybe someone will turn up with an Alex Van Gien suit. That'll really throw you, won't it?
Alex,
there is only one of those, and I've had it since 2011.
Alex is our personal chat GPT. We ask him a question and he gives us something which is plausible but not necessarily correct.
No, it's worse than chat GPT. It's that Renault thing in your car, Brad.
Well, we're going to be, maybe we'll have to throw the fact checker on Alex when he's reporting in the pit. But meantime, it's still Seb Miller. No fact checker needed here because Seb Miller is definitely in second place. Koslet is maintaining that gap. He doesn't want to get too close to Miller because he don't want to run into him in the revised area, because if he does, that will sort of send a signal to Miller. He's got to get defensive. That'll slow the whole thing down. We've got Brad Philpott back in the commentary booth. Brad, you were racing earlier. You managed to get it, stay ahead of Neil Durant in your Masters battle, but it's pretty cagey out there. How slippery is the track this morning?
Well, the times are slightly slower than they were at the end of yesterday.
Yeah.
We're about half a second off the ultimate pace that we saw Matisse doing yesterday evening, but it doesn't feel that bad. It's kind of standard. It's
pretty grippy compared to yesterday, or a standard Sunday morning here
I
at
think
Formula
a standard
Fast?
Sunday morning.
Standard Sunday morning. That's why the times are down a little bit, although they're getting closer. The fastest lap of the race has gone to Tomek Bernardowski on that lap, and he's on a 34.4, and we were seeing leaders generally running about the 34.2 yesterday, so the track was fully heated.
What was our ultimate time? We got into a 33.9.
There was a 33.9 and done twice, and that was by Mateusz Mateusz.
I think this is just what we always see, a track like this with a shiny concrete floor in a cold warehouse. You just get faster and faster and faster through the day.
Indeed. Yesterday, what we were looking at as a general leader's time was a 34.2, 34.1.
Yep.
And so 34.4 is the current fastest lap of this race, set by the flying Polish driver, Tomek Bernardowski. Second place in the race, the one we're looking at on screen, Seb Miller, chased down by Kobe Koslet. Now, in terms of lap times, they're Kobe Koslet is on the same lap time on that last lap as Tomek Bernardowski, but Miller's crucially that 10th behind. So this second place battle is gradually losing ground to Tomek Bernardowski, who has the lead. And as they come into the revised section, this is the last race that they're going to be doing in this revised section. The track will revert to the standard snail layout, which is the normal layout here at Formula Fast. If you come here randomly during the week, or even take part in the championship races here during the season, that is the famous snail section is what you'll be driving. So they'll be reverting back to that for the next round of heat races. Meantime, it's still Bernardowski in the lead. 12 minutes to go, really, and still only one person has been in the pits, and that is, of course, Aaron Mitchell-Begley. So Seb Miller there, he's continuing to hold that position above. You can just about see in the camera angle there the blue-suited Tomek Bernardowski, who is trying to check out. In an ideal world, Tomek Bernardowski would pull away in the lead so he can open up a gap big enough to come into the pits and out unchallenged. Even if he doesn't quite make that, then he wants to make it comfortable. He doesn't want any risks in the pit stop. We saw earlier on one of the British drivers, Sam Slater, take an emphatic victory doing exactly that. Pulled away like Tomek Bernardowski is now as he increased his lead, so it was a comfortable pit stop. It was actually a relatively slow pit stop, but it was certainly more than enough to keep a comfortable gap in front of those chasing, which was Ed White and Karel Niemczek. Now, the gap, interestingly, has opened up a little bit more there. Seb Miller has... is it because Miller's found some speed? Bernardowski is still fastest, but Miller has dipped into the 34.5, whereas Kobe Koslet dropped back a tenth to 34.6, and we can see that in the distance between the two cars. Tenth of a second isn't a lot. It's hard one to stop on a stopwatch, but, you know, if you try it at home. But it does show up on the racetrack in the form of this increasing gap there between the Bradley Shepherd Racing driver Seb Miller and Kobe Koslet chasing him down from behind. So we can see the fastest lap and now has been lowered, still 34.4, but Tomek Bernardowski is faster than ever, and crucially, he's set the best sector time, the sector 1 time, which is the revised section. As they cross the line again, he set the revised section fastest in that area, and so Tomek Bernardowski definitely showing good form.
So there's no pit stops going on at the moment, but
it's only one been on.
I'm absolutely not surprised at that, because this is the most spaced out race that I think I've seen this whole weekend.
Yeah, there's literally no reason, is there?
We've had one person stop, so it's going to be literally the 3-minute bell, and all of a sudden everyone's going to come in.
Absolutely, Alex. Now that does throw up a lot of dramas, because people will be tripping over each other in pits and coming out of the pits. As you rightly point out, it's spaced out, so no one's got any reason to come in. But going over to Brad Philpott now, how late would you leave it? Seb Miller's just had a signal about something.
Yeah, he's just acknowledged something. It could be keep going, it could be pit now. What I was going to say further to what you guys were saying about the gaps, the problem is with this spacing out, it means anywhere you pit, you're going to come out behind someone. There's traffic all across the track, so it's difficult. You'll have a gap for a couple of laps and then immediately start being held up if you've pitted from in front of someone. But let's see whether Seb goes for it now. He definitely put his hand up about something.
Yeah, he was acknowledging something. Quite what that was. Will he be in the pits this time? This is the corner to do it. No, it's not in the pits. It's obviously about something else.
If he was to pit, he'd come out kind of directly behind Vipic, so it's probably not a good idea.
Yeah, that would not be a good idea, because Vipic is not slow, and he's not going to give way.
It's going to be pit stops for necessity more than strategy, isn't it? They're going to get to the point where they're just going to have to make their stop, and they'll come out where they come out.
Yeah, because you've got to bear in mind, obviously, yes, you want to pit when you want to pit, but if you're pitting at the same time as everyone else, you're going to be tripping over people just the same as if you come out in a less than perfect position.
There's around about 17 laps to go anyway, so they've got plenty of margin at the moment.
Yeah, but there's 9 people to pit, so as the laps wear down, that's going to become increasingly relevant, as we're looking there at the 18, which is Melle Dicker Hupkes with Elliot Tuesley chasing behind. So Dicker Hupkes there holding off Elliot Tuesley. That's for 7th and 8th place. Again, neither of these two have been in the pit, so maybe Tuesley would be the one who would be the opener in any sort of pit stop dice rolling. Tuesley obviously will run into his own strategy. He's in the KRT team, and he's the only one of that team in this race, so he's got a full crew working on what he might come out to in his battle with Melle Dicker Hupkes. Meantime, 7.5 minutes to go, and still no people in that back in the pits. So that'd be about 15 or so laps to go now, Brad, and no pit stoppers. Less laps, more karts. It's just getting tighter.
Yeah, although it can work out absolutely cleanly, depending on who pits when. It might be that everyone just slots in like a neat little jigsaw.
Yeah, if you're sort of oppo pits, then that opens it up to you, doesn't it?
But as Alex said, nobody kind of needs to pit at the moment. No one's being held up. Generally, you pit if there's a reason to. It's only really the 11 here who's that.
Well, the need to pit surely is changing, because the need to pit is because you feel you're running fast in the kart immediately in front. That's the traditional need to pit. But as we run out of time to make the pits, the need to pit becomes needing to not be part of a big jumble in the pit.
Or be disqualified as well if you leave it too late.
Well, yeah, if you literally can't get in, you're going to be held up, or you can't get in and you miss the last lap to pit signal. And we have seen that. We've seen people lose the win of a race because they didn't actually pit at all. They ran out of time.
Yep. So I think, we do have a pitter, and it's number 11.
Tuesday, as predicted.
As we thought, he was coming in because he was actually really having good pace against the kart that he was following, and he blips the throttle. He's got the blippy throttle technique that I quite like, and he comes out as predictably in clean air.
Yeah, Elliot Tuesley trying to keep those revs up. He's trying to keep the revs up just to the point where the clutch is going to engage without actually driving him forward. So he makes the most aggressive getaway without tripping the lights too early.
So now we have to have eyes on Hupkis, who's coming around the hairpin right now, because obviously
will he cover that?
To cover the stop from,
yes,
and he is.
He's
straight into the pits. Right thing to do. As he covers it, stops just a little bit long of his marks, but it's okay. He's doing blippy, blippy, blippy as well. Blippy, blippy, there we go. And he's off, and he's out, and he's going to come out ahead of what will be a very frustrated Tuesley.
Yeah, indeed. So there's Aaron Mitchell-Begley. I think he's chasing down, is it Anthony? No, it's the 21, Ashley Mason King. So...
we have a pit up.
Yep, another one.
It's Anthony Whippich, I think, number 13, as he stops on his marks. He's been very good. He's been very smooth on his pit stops all weekend.
And we've had sorry to cut in, Alex, we've had a change of position there, because Aaron Mitchell-Begley has moved ahead of Ashley Mason-King. So obviously it was a bit of an end of straight, robust one. So maybe it'll get investigated, maybe not. But
Begley is pitted and Ashley hasn't.
Right, so that would have been, of course, Mitchell-Begley was the first one in, but I think it was a genuine pass for position as well, as they come through. Yes, it was a genuine pass for position, as well as the pit stop factor. So we're looking on screen there at Kobe Coslet, and Kobe Coslet has definitely dropped away from Seb Miller and into the hands of Benjamin Hamilton on screen. So it's Hamilton in the dark blue suit chasing Coslet there in front as they race down the back straight. That gap has really opened up to Miller.
That's Bernadowski, and leader's in.
Yeah, the leader.
He's decided he's got plenty of room, so he's decided he's going to make his stop now, not get caught up in the melee a little bit later, which is definitely going to happen as he comes out in nice clean air as, Hamilton. Is that Hamilton that's coming in?
Yes, it is.
Number 19.
Yep.
Benjamin Hamilton on his way through, and through goes Hamilton.
Yeah, so Benjamin Hamilton exits the pit lane. He's now on his own. He was chasing down Kobe Coslet, who stayed out in second place. Seb Miller now assumes the lead. Now, will Seb Miller come in anytime soon? He wasn't really in contact with the leader, so it won't really be a covering pit stop by any means. Seb Miller is not coming into the pits. I can see out the window there as we look at Kobe Coslet on screen. Coslet comes in there. Kobe Coslet. This is a covering pit stop.
A little bit long on the mark. He's and we got another one in behind number 15. Again, long on his marks, lifts himself off of the seat. And yeah, this is a nice one for Ben Luff, as he exits the pits.
And the crucial pit stop was Kobe Coslet ahead. Kobe Coslet just about came out ahead of Ben Hamilton, who is all over his case. Ben Hamilton up the inside, he's done it. Ben Hamilton has made an incredible move. He's side by side, they're still side by side, look at that. But Kobe Coslet turns in first. Ben Hamilton shoved to the outside. An amazing move there by Ben Hamilton, but it was almost the wrong part of the racetrack. He had to go for it, but Coslet was easily able to cover it. They're still fighting hard here. Coslet maintains that position in front that he went into the pits with. He had to cover Hamilton's pit stop, but it's Coslet who came out the net gain there. He lost the position, fought back for it, but Hamilton's not done yet. He's all over the back of Coslet, but the longer Coslet can stay in front, the more likely to stay there he is. Seb Miller still has the lead. He's not been in, but is he in this time?
Here yes. Nails his marks. He's doing the whole looking over his shoulder, looking at the right mark to hit. Nice and smooth. No aggression on that. That was really, really nice stop from Miller. What's the time? It's a 44.4. That's a really good stop.
So we're looking at the Kobe Koslet battle, which has been joined by Ben Luff. It's now a three-way fight over third place. So Bernadowski's comfortably out in the lead. Seb Miller's comfortably out in second place. But this is where the action is on screen.
Ashley's in the pits.
So Mason King.
Yeah, Asher Mason King in the pits there. He's have you got him, Alex?
Yeah, we got him. He took it very carefully. Obviously, he doesn't want a penalty. He's going to come out just alongside the leader, but he backs out, sees him coming, and off on his way. But yeah, that's a 46.7, so probably about 2 seconds slower than it needs to be.
And crucially, from Tomek Bernadowski, the race leader's point of view, he's able to just leapfrog over Mason King, who's running a lap down relative to him. But back to the third place battle. An amazing battle there with Kobe Koslet, Benjamin Hamilton, and Ben Luff now has joined in the action. So there's Koslet in the blue suit in the middle with the white helmet. It's Hamilton, and then Luff behind. Now Luff is one of those British drivers who's really moving out into Europe a bit as well, so he's well used to this style of racing. Dropped a bit off the back there, but look at that. Kobe Koslet right to the inside, defending against Hamilton into the final corner. A popular overtaking spot here at the BRKC over the years, as Hamilton really working on the back of Koslet. This is not safe by any means for Kobe Koslet. Hamilton means business. He already made a move, actually took the position which Koslet had to take back. So and Luff is there ready to pick up the pieces of any dramas. Now this could be interesting, because if there's a bad pass involved and Luff moves ahead between these two, it could destroy the races as they're trying to give the place back. Now Hamilton signals back to Luff as in run with me. I'm challenging Koslet, you can come with me if you like. But Luff may well be the one to run out of patience first. There's only well, but what is it, 3/4 of a minute and almost half a minute, then the last lap board.
It always makes me laugh when people are saying, come with me, when there's 3 laps left. It's like, I don't care. I want to make up one position, not try and go for the position ahead. The person behind isn't going to get 2 places, unlikely. So they're just going to go for it. So I always find it funny when people do that.
Yeah, the later the laps, the less the strategy is basically it, isn't it? And Kobe Koslet, his strategy is simply to stay in front at this point. Look at him. He's looking over his shoulder as much as he's looking forward there. And down the inside comes Hamilton. A big thump there. And this is what was predicted. Now Kobe Koslet has to be let back ahead. And through goes Luff. This is exactly what I was talking about before. But Hamilton back on Luff. And will that be deemed bad? Well, and Luff's got the inside. And Luff has taken Hamilton. And Hamilton been passed by Whippich as well. It's gone to pieces. This is exactly what I was talking about before. If there was a move that didn't come off and it was a bad pass and it had to be given back, somebody else like Luff could take advantage. That's exactly what's happened. But worse for Hamilton, not only Luff has taken advantage, but Whippich has taken advantage as well. So if you look on your timing screen at home, Whippich is shown in 6th place. He's actually 5th now. That'll reset when the timer resets as they cross the line. So on the last lap, it's going to be Bernadowski who's going to take the win. Bernadowski has started the last lap. These guys are now starting the last lap themselves as we're looking at Ben Luff on screen, but it's Bernadowski from Miller. Koslet's comfortable in 3rd now, but it's Luff in 4th, Whippich in 5th. Hamilton's been thrown down to 6th, and now has he lost another place to Aaron Mitchell-Begley? I think he has. It's gone to pieces. Bernadowski takes the win. Tomek Bernadowski, the flying young Polish driver, wins another race. He's the first one to 3 races victory this weekend, so first one to win 3. Seb Miller's going to be 2nd. Kobe Koslet's going to be 3rd, but further back, we'll see how this Ben Hamilton has lost another place there. He's behind Aaron Mitchell-Begley. That's going to reset when they cross the line, surely. So as we look at Tomek Bernadowski coming in, an incredible, well, poor old Ben Hamilton, just inexperienced really. He made the move there, and that bungled move cost him dearly.
We're going to look at that on the Brad pad in a moment once it comes through. But I was watching it live and then I watched it back on the stream replay.
You want to do that now, Brad, before the...
Yeah, I don't have the footage. I don't have the footage yet, but I can talk you through exactly what happened. Hamilton went for a move, as he's allowed on that final stage of the race. It was a bad pass, but inexperience showed when he decided to immediately allow the other driver back through in a place which made him lose more places. He then tried to keep it down the inside into the final corner when he was far, far too back to make that stick, and ended up being in the wrong part of the track for the rest of the track, and then hemorrhaged even more places.
Yeah, so the message there really is Hamilton gave it back too quick.
Yes, if
he
you
could have got away with a few corners and let it back more convenient.
Yes, chosen.
Benjamin Hamilton with me right now. Ben, talk me through through that last stage of the race? It all took a while to get going, and then you really made it kick off.
Yeah, I mean, I found about halfway through the race, I just found so much more pace, and then I quickly caught up to Kobe there. And I've really got nothing to lose, so I went for the move. It definitely wasn't on, so I let him back past, lost a few places, but if I were to do this race again, would I have gone for that move? Yes, probably. As I said, nothing to lose.
Alex, ask him why he didn't choose to let him back through in a place like the back straight.
Excellent. What Brad's asked me is he thinks, did you just think to let pass straight away, or did you have a thought about letting pass somewhere else to not maybe lose the places, or was it just instinctive?
I think it was sort of instinctive, as I thought I might have just enough space, but I wasn't quite enough there, so I just thought the best thing to do, just to let him back through as soon as possible. It's probably the smartest and most intelligent thing to do. So yeah.
Awesome, well done, great attitude. Thank you, Ben. Right, let's go find I'm going to go find our winner first. Brennan Dowstigi, Thomas. I'm going to have to steal you. Got an interview. Is that another victory for you? I've lost track of how many podiums and wins you've had.
Yeah, 3 out of 3.
2 out of 3. See, this man is very much on for a final place at the moment. How was that race for you? It seemed very controlled. Is that what you felt on board?
Yeah, first of all, good quali, then starting from pole, and yeah, then I tried to pull away, and yeah, it worked.
Awesome, good man. Well, good luck for the rest of your weekend. Hope to see you in the final. Seb, ooh, I'm going to fall over. Hang on. Seb, come here. I'm going to stand up here for Seb, because you're too tall. Come here. Right. All these tall drivers, all these youngsters are fast. You come down, I'm going up here. Right, so how was that race for you? It looked like an exciting one.
Yeah, it was really tough. I mean, my qualifying lap was pretty good, but Tomek was able to pit me by about a tenth and a half, so no real surprise there. But it took me until right at the end to get into 34.3, so it was tough, but I just drove what I had, and it's quite fun. Not really much going on. Quite a boring race.
Awesome. Well, representing BSR incredibly well, and yeah, that's a whole bunch of podiums for you, isn't it?
Yeah, thank you. A couple of seconds, so hopefully the win's coming. We'll see.
Awesome. Look forward to it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Where are we? Kobe. How was that?
My arms are killing.
It seems like a really challenging layout for physicality because it's quite slow corners.
Yeah, and then when you're in a battle as well, it makes the corners just 2 times slower. So you're just throwing it left, and I'm lost for words. A couple rough moves on me at the end, but took third place in the end, and I'm happy with the result.
Yeah, it was Ben Hamilton who was giving you a bit of a bash around, but he did the sportsman thing and let you pass straight away. Probably cost himself.
Yeah, he let me through twice actually, and he did give me some respect at the end of the race, so all fair to him.
As all goes well. Excellent. Well, listen, well done. Oh, no, that way. There we go. And good luck for the rest of the weekend. All the best. Back to you guys for the next race.
We're going over to Brad Philpott with the Brad pad on that late race move.
Yeah, so just further to what we were saying there, I think I'm going to reassess my assessment of what Hamilton did there and letting drivers back through, because we now don't think he had much of a choice. So here's the bad pass, so no question there, and he did the right thing to let Koslet back through. But he was then on the outside for the penultimate corner here, and unless he had a big lift right now, that may have been the mistake. He didn't really have a choice but to be on the outside around the penultimate corner. So ultimately, that's the slowest line, and maybe the karts behind just all slipped through as a consequence of that. It wasn't so much that he decided to let Koslet through there. He had to. He's waving his arm to let him through, but he didn't really have a choice.
Yeah. In my view, the only thing he really could have done if he'd thought about it in time would be to try and stay on this. I know he's saying earlier on about the difference in grip offline this morning, but if he could have made it to maybe the final hairpin, you'd have then been on the inside, not with the point of view of actually trying to jump Koslet, but just to not be able to allow Luff to turn him behind, because Luff gained the move there because Benjamin Hamilton was stuck on the outside.
Yeah. If he also lifted, then it's on him. And if he kept his foot in, then that's all he could have done.
If he kept his foot in, of course, he'd have shoved Kobe in the wall, and then Kobe would have had to be pushed out the wall, by which point nearly every kart in the race would have come through, and so it would have been a right mess. So fundamentally, you're right, Brad. He was literally no choice except to lose all those places, and it went bad to worse, didn't it?
And fair play for going for the move.
Yeah.
Right, we're halfway through a qualifying.
Yes, we are, and we've got Matt Barsh currently fastest from Patrick Neroda, Gabriel Kinter, Lee Hackett. The qualifying is complete, so Barsh is on pole from Neroda, Kinter, Hackett is up to 4th, Josh Ostick is in 5th, Arthur Langley-Bourne is in 6th, that's the highest we've seen him qualify, Nathan Turner 7th, Ben Payne's 8th, Maurice Hack 9th, and Peyton Fricker is in 10th. So looking up at the front there, Matt Barsh, this is probably a good chance for Matt Barsh to take a win, but Patrick Neroda will definitely have something to say about that. And Gabriel Kinter, we've seen come on leaps and bounds every year, but this is even another step for Kinter. Possible win for Kinter if he can overcome Neroda and Barsh.
Yeah, the pace of the top 4 is all pretty tight, isn't it? 1/10 of a second separating them, so that could mean anything. That doesn't tell you their ultimate pace, that just tells you who did the lap.
Yeah.
So that's a good indication that we're going to have a good fight there. Then there's a bit of a gap, so it's a further 2/10 down to 5th with Ostick, and then there's that whole bunch that are kind of pretty close together, although Peyton Fricker off the back is going to be looking for some faster times.
Absolutely, and talking of times, we've got 2 of them qualifying on 34 seconds. That's the top 2, Matt Barsh and Patrick Neroda. So as we cycle through the races, we'll probably find it naturally there's more 34-second qualifying.
Yes.
So it's going to be Matt Barsh. Now, Matt Barsh, vastly experienced. You know, we've seen him here so many times in the BRKC. He's a regular here. He actually is Polish, lives in Poland, etc. He's even more of a regular in the Polish Championship, and he knows exactly what to do here. He's been on the international scene for so long now, Matt Barsh. Almost one of the well, he is one of the veterans, but one of the most experienced veterans. So he's going to take the start. He's still got the lead. They go through the first turn. There's Matt Barsh. We saw him with 3 bad passes in the same race yesterday. So
well, how's he going to do it in this one? When he's out on the front, it's,
it's been done before, Brad. But so he's done the opposite this time. He's given it. It's going to be speed is his job now rather than passing. So Matt Barsh already trying to extend a lead out. That's from Patrick Neroda, which is saying something. Gabriel Kinter, the first of the BSR drivers, and I'm actually wondering if anyone knows an interesting stat. There's obviously various teams competing, but Bradley Shepherd Racing does get more and more involved in the BRKC, it seems, every year, even to the extent where I'm not sure if we've got a heat race which does not have a BSR driver in it.
That's a good point. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked, but
so, maybe Bradley Shepherd himself can give us the answer on that.
Definitely in most of them.
He's in charge, but he's got so many drivers. He must sometimes genuinely lose count of how many people he's got actually at an event.
I think they've got 20 of them. They've got one of the rooms up on the mezzanine.
Yeah,
and there's 20 of them in there.
So Bradley has taken his own suite by the sounds of things. So the Shepherd suite, I suppose we ought to be calling that one. But anyway, it's still Matt Barsh, who's clearly he's probably less welcome in the Shepherd suite right now because he's leading the race ahead of one of their drivers. That would be Kinter in third.
Well, he is one of their drivers. Matt Barsh is a BSR driver too.
So. Okay, so good grief. You know what? This is like the mafia, isn't it? Just when you think someone's not a member, they are a member. So the BSR mafia has a driver in the lead now in the form of Poland's Matt Barsh. So Matt Barsh, it's interesting actually that Matt Barsh should be part of BSR because although he's one of the more regular international drivers in any of the European events, he tends to be the one least affiliated to a team. He often seems to be running as independent or with a smaller team or something like that. You never see him as part of Talent Factory, Blue Star, or this lot. So Barsh, I suppose, would be a natural to be scooped up by the likes of...
He's a hired hand, isn't he? He gets absorbed into BSR.
Absolutely, and a hired hand who's going to get the job done. Particularly
more like a hired assassin. I'm disappointed in being on pole because I said to him before the race, I said, I'm expecting more carnage from you, but you can't do that while he's out front and pulling away.
I think Matt Barsh's response to that was whatever Polish for hold my beer is, because with the yesterday in particular, I don't know if you know, when he got the 3 bad passes, they were against the same Razio drag driver.
Oof, I'd be
so
a bit miffed if I was
all the 3 bad passes were against the same driver. So yeah, it was quite a robust afternoon for Matt Barsh. But robust is turning into speed because Barsh turning into the hairpin at the end of the straight there, comfortably in the lead. He's got Patrick Neroda, which is a very good benchmark actually, because Neroda we know has speed. He's another Polish driver. He's in his mid-20s now, Neroda, and he's another one who just seems to have been there forever. I mean, how many times have we mentioned the Neroda name in the BRKC? It seems like he's been here from the start, which he quite possibly has, because a lot of these Europeans do get stuck into the big competitions at a very early age.
He's under a bit of threat as well now from another BSR driver, Kinter, and that's really one of the main battles. So there's a couple of places on track. That's certainly the one furthest forward that's of interest, but a little bit further back as well. The number 11, Nathan Turner.
You've just missed some battling at the hairpin. Just seen 3 people go into one corner. I don't know what the result was, but it means that number 10 is pitting and doesn't want any more of that fight as he stops on his mark, rolls it forward, goes a little bit longer the mark on the second stop, but still gets a green, and he has a perfectly clear way. It is Peyton Fricker, I think.
Yeah, that would be...
and a 46.6, and not a great stop.
Well, that would be Peyton Fricker. Such is the level at the BRKC every year that Peyton Fricker is actually the 2025 Castle Coombe karting champion.
He's won his entry here, then.
Yeah, he's won his entry here, so he's almost if you like, a scholarship driver. You know, he's certainly got incredible form, but and he's the first one in and out of the pits, and the only one at the moment. So we are looking at Patrick Naroda, who's coming under increasing pressure from Gabriel Kinter. Now, we saw yesterday, he's in his 3rd heat race now, Gabriel Kinter, of this year's championship. Yesterday, he managed to bag a 2nd place, and that was actually in front of you, Brad. So, clearly Kinter could do it again, the way he's pressuring Naroda.
Absolutely. It was a long way in front of me, actually, James. So, yeah, and in terms of track time.
Right.
So, yeah, if anyone can do it, he can. And I think he's just biding his time. If there's not a clear opportunity, what you don't want to do is lose a bunch of time. It seems like the race for the win is out of the window at the moment because Matt Barsh has just checked out.
Yeah.
But there's no rush. He's got 15 plus minutes to go. Plenty of time for the driver in front to make a mistake, although I know that's unlikely with Naroda, or for the strategy to just play out the way that BSR want it. Also, and slight defence there by the looks of it.
And talking to BSR and strategy, there was definitely a nod of the head passing the back side of the pits there by Gabriel Kinter, so clearly getting some information. So maybe Bradley Shepherd has come out of the BSR suite and himself at the pit exit, but they actually have someone else normally doing the strategy, don't they?
Yeah, you know it's serious if Brad Shepherd's the one with the headset on. There is no radio communication, by the way, but I mean the kind of virtual headset. If it's like Toto Wolff getting on the pit wall and shouting his own orders, if that's happening, you know it's serious.
Yeah, so it'll be serious one way or the other. You're either doing a very good job or a very bad job for BSR if Bradley himself is getting involved.
You mentioned headsets, Brad. Actually, I don't think that's been mentioned, the fact that actually having radio communication to the karts is actually not allowed in BRKC. You get that in a lot of endurance events. We used to do it when we used to do the British 24-hour radio. Were imperative on that, but you're not allowed to have radio to kart communication in the BRKC.
Yes, you are allowed pit wall to driver, but that's all done visually with hand signals.
Yeah, you're allowed to communicate, but not with a radio, so none of the karts are actually able to talk to the pit wall. However, such is the communication that it's almost like talking. Now, what would be an interesting one, Alex, especially with some of the bigger teams, such as BSR, whether there would be almost some sort of central control where somebody could be on the pit wall with a headset to, in this case, the BSR suite, shall we say, base control.
I'm not going to try and answer that question because we've got a kart in the pit.
It's a yellow
number
light.
11 and it's a yellow light. You can see the dejectedness
and
of
it's
him.
2 yellows.
2 yellow lights. I mean, not that it matters because
he
he's
might
still
as well
going to have to redo it. He's not going to have to do 2 pit
Well,
stops
no,
now.
he will. 2 yellow lights means two additional stops because effectively that's to stop you from just driving flat out through the second pit stop if you get a bad first one. Nathan, in that instance, if it wasn't a penalty for doing a second yellow, he could have just gone, well, you know what, screw it, I'm going to go full throttle through the pits, which would be dangerous. So you have to still attempt to stop at each one.
Somebody else in the pits is kart number 14, one of the KRT karts. Is Langley. He hits his marks and he gets greens. So, but kart 11, 2 invalid stops, it says on the board. So that is a absolute disaster.
So Nathan Turner's, it's really gone to pieces there because we were talking yesterday that the organisers fundamentally, they just want to see you make a clean pit stop.
Yeah.
You're stopping twice in each pit stop. You stop at the beginning and the end. But actually, the reality is he may have to do it twice and both be clean.
Yes.
That's the worst bit of it because, if he could potentially be doing 4 or 5 pit stops at this rate if anything goes wrong.
That does sound like it kind of contradicts our whole, you have to just make one clean pit stop. But there's also an enforced pit lane speed limit by you making a clean stop. So if you miss both of them, effectively you've sped in the pits. And then that is effectively a penalty. You're doing an additional stop over and above the one mandatory stop.
Yeah, because you're clearly taking the mickey, aren't you? If you blundered the first one and then just race through after that, then it's having a laugh.
And it's really to protect someone like Alex Van Gien standing down there in the pits, because he's expecting a certain speed, and if you were to blow the first stop and go full throttle through the second one,
I'm a big target. So
I was going to say,
I'll do more damage to the kart, to be honest.
Alex Van Gien's one of those big, rough and tough guys, so you probably do more damage to the kart than you will to Alex, wouldn't you, if you hit him?
More rough than tough these days.
Let's see whether Nathan actually knows that rule. I mean, it should be being shown on the boards that he needs to come in again, but he is going to have to come to
race control will get that message to him. I think there'll be no doubt that they'll race. To be fair, at Formula Fast, race control not only good at enforcing stuff, but making sure you don't fall foul of it as well. They will ensure that he has the best opportunity to come in and to know that he can't just leave it to the end and suddenly I've got to come in twice.
And now Nathan's not the first driver to have ever done that. He is the first in this year's competition though, so it's not an accolade he'll want, but it's something.
When we were talking very early in the morning before the first race today, that was something that we did the point we did come to. There's actually been very little pit infringement this year relative to other years. I mean, basically, there was one point about 3 years ago where practically every race would have some sort of failed pit stop somewhere, wouldn't it?
I think people are taking the practice more seriously, aren't they? They're kind of practicing that whole technique.
Well, being in Friday and just talking to drivers, the number of people who I spoke to who said they take.
He's back in for his first of his penalty stops. That is a green light. And he's stopping again, and there's another green light. I'm going to go. Yeah, the team are telling him he needs to do it again.
Yeah, so he's got his team telling him, he's got race control. There's no way he doesn't know that. So Nathan Turner probably in next lap. But yeah, with the drivers.
Sorry, just before we talk about the pit stop, no one has done the Sean Briley manoeuvre, which is pitting on the very first lap before you're actually allowed to pit.
Yeah,
there's been none of that, and I've been very disappointed.
Because clearly that would be a stupid thing to do, wouldn't it?
Sean.
Or the very last lap.
Sean's probably watching, so he's now probably going to get.
That's the reason I said it.
Yeah, he'll be typing on the live stream, no doubt.
Has anything been happening in the race since we've been talking about pit stops?
Not really, because we've still got Matt Barsh increased lead. Now, what we're just on that note, we've just gone under 10 minutes, and Barsh still continues to lead. Neroda is still second, but Kinter here is in this battle with Neroda. Now, what's interesting is, remember he nodded earlier on, quite some time ago, maybe 10 laps ago. There was clearly a signal given to him from BSR. He nodded in acknowledgement to that. It must have been a stay out. It must have been you're staying out for a long time, mate, and do not come anywhere near the pits.
But also, if you notice, I know he did it a little while ago, but Matt's fastest lap is a 34.2.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on now. Nathan's back in for his second stop. Let's just make sure he gets 2 greens on that. I assume he'll take it incredibly carefully. They're telling him to wait, and he's off. So that is his 2 penalty stop. That is his official stop and his penalty stop done. But yeah, so what I was saying about Matt is we are now back down in the kind of lap times we were seeing at the end of yesterday. So that is 3.5 races to get back, or 2.5 races to get the karts back up to full racing temperature. So I will stress again, don't do a Chris Knight and for some reason take a kart for no reason.
Yeah, it would. I think everyone saw that, and even if they hadn't figured it before, they'll have learned from that one. One point of interest relative to the last pit stop there, Nathan Turner. He's now completed his bits. He won't be coming back in again, hopefully. And but he did come out in front of, albeit a lap down to, former double BRKC champion Lee Hackett, who's now running in 4th. Point of interest there is he still fits in his Red Bull kart fight suit from into taking the position there is looks like a good move there by Gabriel Kinter. Gabriel Kinter, far from using the pits to overtake Neroda, has done it on the track. The timing board now readjusts as they cross the line, and there is Gabriel Kinter. So a great move there by Gabriel Kinter at the end of the long back stretch to pass Patrick Neroda.
I'm watching it back right now. Let's have a look. Neroda shook his head. There was some contact in the middle of the corner, so there was a kind of hip shove at the apex. So let's see how the stewards.
Neroda's going to do that, though, isn't he?
Yes.
Neroda's going to. It's almost like you're watching football. Someone gets fouled. The player goes down. He's going to go down, isn't it? Even if he could have stayed up, he's going to go down.
We've said this many times. You could make the exact same move on 2 different drivers. If one of them keeps turning in, it makes it look like you've made some significant contact. We don't have all the angles up here. We've only got quite a deceptive angle, actually, at the 3/4 view into the hairpin.
And it's under investigation.
Here we go. So it is the kind of move we've seen penalised or ordered as a swap, a bad pass.
Yeah.
And the stewards have, basically, as long as they need to look into it. So so they can.
Well, they've got about 7 minutes, arguably.
Yeah, well, there we go.
Yeah.
So they can give the board when they want. Now, the only problem for Kinter is if he now makes a pit stop, he's no longer got the option to let Neroda back through.
Yeah, mercifully from his point of view, BSR will be onto that. They won't let him come in, I'm sure, with it being under investigation. Now, those viewers at home, you saw the incident on screen there. Race Control won't be reviewing that footage. Race Control have their own camera system that's separate to our live stream, so our television view, if you like. They have more like a CCTV job, which is looks down on the track from directly above in key areas such as this hairpin. And what they'll be looking at is things like when Kinter made the move, was it ever on in terms of he drifted out into the middle of the road? So clearly he was never going to make the apex anyway. There'd be a lot more to be said for it being a clean pass if Kinter was on the apex and got pointed into that by Neroda, whereas if Kinter actually ended up more towards the middle outside the track, they would then be more looking in less in favour of Gabriel Kinter.
So I wonder now, I saw Neroda acknowledging the pit wall. I wonder whether he's going to deliberately pit out of the way. So if Kinter gets given the bad pass flag, there won't be any option for him to let him back through and could potentially pick up a penalty.
Destroy Kinter's race, not just lose one place. He could tumble right down the order with that.
Speaking of what you were just saying,
He's in. He's in.
They are doing that.
So they're banking on it being a penalty and absolutely ruining Kinter's race. But it looks like a fairly decent stop from Neroda. He's going to come out alongside or just behind Payne.
He's come out behind, but just want to go back to the Kinter situation. Alex, sorry, cutting in on you there. But do we think BSR need to pick Kinter right now
so
from
he's
the
still got the
penalty
option.
point of view?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So he's still on the same bit of track.
So will we see Kinter in immediately? Will BSR have called him in? We're looking now. Yep. Yes, Kinter comes straight into bits.
Here he comes. Stops bang on his marks. And these BSR guys are really good at pit stops.
He's going to want to come out in front because you can't let someone through if they're already in front of you.
Absolutely.
Now he's coming out ahead, and Paynes is coming in as well.
And that's helpful.
And if Race Control are listening, it'd be great to just get some example footage of above the track, if you can send it over to us, just so we can show the viewers the different kind of angles you've got.
Yeah. And so Kinter has assumed the position ahead of Patrick Neroda as we look at former double BRKC champion Lee Hackett, and another one in the pits behind Hackett. Alex, there's
a rare moment of silence from Alex.
So Josh Ostick has come into the pits and he comes out, and Ostick's lost the position there. He's lost the position to possibly Morris Hack. So it could well be Hack has jumped Ostick in the pits there. We'll see what happens.
I was trying to get you your footage, Bradley.
Yeah, so I've got some footage from the TV camera angles.
Start 19. Oh, Matt Barch is in.
Barch, the race leader in the pits.
Hits a green mark. He hasn't got to do anything too crazy. Slowly rolls forward. Oh, that was risky. There's a bad pass. Bad pass for Kart 15.
Right, here we go.
Kart 15 is Kinter that we were talking about before. So Kinter will have to give the place back.
And it's already happened.
He has.
It's already happened.
Kinter's relinquished the position, and they are situation normal. Now, obviously that required some quick thinking from BSR and Gabriel Kinter, because if Kinter had stayed out, this would have been a very difficult situation. How does he let him through? And luckily as well, it didn't involve other karts in that area.
So since there's a slight gap and there's no immediate move looking like it's going to happen between these guys, why don't we take a look at the replay once again so the viewers at home can just see what we're talking about here. So yeah, we'll do a live Brad pad if we can. I'll just wait for our director to cut across to it. I've got it queued up.
So we'll get the Brad pad to you folks at home just to re-examine that.
Number 21 is in the pits. He's had a stop. And he's short a little bit, but that's all right. It's Hack.
Yeah, it's Morris Hack.
It's Morris Hack who's coming to the pit. And he's side by side as he comes out of the pit. And Morris Hack's pit stop time was a 44.7, so it's an okay-ish pit stop. Yeah. And Lee Hackett is now in. Lee Hackett rounds the final corner, always very under control. Nice getting away. Let's see how he does on his second stop. Bang on the marks. Lee Hackett was part of our 24-hour team when we used to do T-side, and he was always absolute precision. There was never a trouble when he was in our team. And a 44.6, so again, an okay pit stop.
Right, so I've given our director a little tap on the shoulder to go to this move, just so I can show everyone.
We're going over to the Brad pad to review the Kinter in.
So this is the move in question. So he went for a move down the inside, and there, as you can see, I mean, there is a gap at the moment he goes for it. We don't have his onboard, but we're assuming it's there. But there's a little bit of contact. I'm going to just slow it right down to the point of contact. Look maybe at Neroda's head just here. when the contact happens. It's right there. You see this moment here where Kinter's steering bounces and he's got that opposite lock. It's a very, very tight one, but you can see how deep Kinter ends up going in the corner. That's normally a signal that, I mean, look at the way Naroda's been run wide there. That's normally a signal that you've
and
kind
in
of
fact,
made
Naroda taps
gap.
him with the front wheel of the kart, doesn't he?
Yeah, they've both ended up so wide. That is, I mean, that's not the best angle to show the contact and the gap, but
it's a good angle. It shows what we need to see.
Yeah.
And of course, Kinter not being able to get the kart rotated in the second part of the corner there, effectively understeering that bit wide and involving Naroda in that, arguably for a second touch. So back to the race though, and we're looking at move position there. Almost Maurice Hack losing. I think that's Peyton Fricker, isn't it? Is it Peyton? Yes, it is. It's Fricker who's following. Peyton Fricker, who's the Castle Coombe champion, is working really hard there on Maurice Hack from the Netherlands, who's actually been a World Championship driver before. So when the World Championship was held in Brazil that year, so Peyton Fricker from the Castle Coombe Championship, the winner last year, the champion. He's really having to do a lot here. Now Matt Barsh continues to lead, but it's a massive 7 seconds from Patrick Naroda and Gabriel Kinter, helped no end by the shenanigans going on there. And so Matt Barsh looks as though he's a bit of a shoe in here with half a minute to go, and then the 1 lap to go board. We continue to watch Maurice Hack versus Peyton Fricker down in 8th and 9th as they're on screen for the viewers at home, but Matt Barsh continues on his way. There's also a close run behind with former champ Lee Hackett in 4th, fending off Josh Ostick, it looks like, and then Arthur Langley-Bourne as well. Langley-Bourne we've seen more generally further down. He's right in the middle of the race there, and there it is actually on screen. So there's Lee Hackett in the dark blue Red Bull kart fight suit, and he's holding off Josh Ostick behind. There they are turning through, but coming up to them is Arthur Langley-Bourne. So Lee Hackett and Ostick. So Lee Hackett right down the middle of the track there. That will be because he'll have been receiving several little gentle taps on the back from Ostick. Not malicious, just karting sort of tap in the revised section there. So he'll have felt the need to block things off. They're on the last lap now. So Matt Barsh is on his last lap. So will the rest of them. These guys have probably got a bit more to go, but certainly Matt Barsh will be bringing it round to take a win. He's on the final corner now. There he is. There's Matt Barsh. So Matt Barsh wins for the first time this year. He's won before, of course, but first win for the year for Matt Barsh, the Polish driver. And then it's going to be Patrick Naroda. And then, yes, crossing the line, Naroda does defeat Kinter. And then it's going to be Lee Hackett. Lee Hackett holds on for 4th. His best result so far this year, I believe. No, he's had a 3rd, I think, possibly. But certainly Lee Hackett doing very well indeed there in 4th. Former double champion from way back. And Josh Ostick then and Arthur Langley-Bourne up into 6th place. Hack, Fricker and Turner round him out. And, well, Matt Barsh, we hardly mentioned him because the action was all behind. It was Naroda and Kinter providing most of the action, also with Lee Hackett and Josh Ostick. But arguably predictable result, boys.
I think that was pretty predictable. I think Naroda or Barsh would have been my calls at the beginning.
Yeah. As soon as Barsh started to pull ahead, I was thinking he's got this, and it's a lot to give away. Alex, down in the pits.
So while I wait for the leaders to go and get themselves weighed, Mr. Hackett, how was that race for you? It looked like you had to spend the most of your time looking behind you.
Yeah, basically 100% of the race looking behind. I really wanted these guys to start fighting in front, but they were pulling away, and so I just had to think about sort of getting the 4, hoping they made a mistake in front, but it didn't happen.
Awesome. Good luck. Well done, mate. Right, let's try and grab Mr. Barch and Naroda and Quinter. I need them to come over here, Mr. Barch. Apparently we need to get photos in front of the lovely BRKC banner. So I need you guys to come over here for me while he slowly takes his helmet off. But yeah, so we've got Naroda over there and Quinter, who I also want to catch. I need these guys to come over here. But we're going to talk to Matt Barch first, and I'm going to say how disappointed I am in you, Matt, because you promised me carnage, and instead you gave us perfection.
Yeah, so good morning, everyone. I improved the qualification done yesterday. I'm thinking about the layout this one before yesterday. I got make a good quali, and I concentrate to a good placement and understand this layout. Kart very, very well working with me. So I'm happy, and I hope so to give you a gift show.
Excellent. Brilliant race. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Best regards for all family and friends, and of course for Kasia. Thank you.
Awesome. Wonderful.
We've got some...
one of our BRKC absolute legends.
Alex, can we actually cut away from the pits on this one? Because we've got, from race control, we've been given some cracking footage of the what they see when they're reviewing incidents. So over to Brad with the Brad pad.
Look at the difference that this angle shows in the move we were just watching on the TV. So this is Naroda and Kinta, and as you can see, at the point they begin to make contact, there isn't room for a Kinta go-kart to fit in that gap. But the real key to watch is the barrier. So if I just draw a little line here, watch this section of barrier as they make contact with it. Here we go. Look at the deformation. Look at how it moves. Here we go. Bam. It moved it about half a foot. And actually, from another angle I've got, I mean, look at this. Look at the amount of barrier movement there. That shows you there physically wasn't enough space for the kart to go through. So I think quite a good decision there from race control, but it would have been extremely difficult to call that accurately from the TV view.
Yeah. Can I grab a quick...
Alex, down to you in the pit lane.
So we have Patrick Naroda with us, who was victim of the move from Quinta. How do you feel about the move? How do you feel about your race as a whole?
I was a bit stressful because that was a fast move, and I have to think every single lap about what to do. I don't got the best card, I think. It was okay, but not the best. So I have to think, overthinking about it.
It's not only physically stressful, it's mentally stressful.
Probably a bit all of them. I don't know. The kart, I think, wasn't the fastest on the straight, so I have to think on that corner a lot.
Excellent. Well done for a P2, and we'll catch you in the next one. And we'll grab a very quick word with Quinta. How do you feel about that move, Quinta? Obviously, you were deemed to be illegal on that move. I think it's because you came in a little bit too early and you hit a lot of barriers. Did you expect that?
I didn't expect for it to be a bad pass. Having spoken with Patrick after the race, we were both in agreement that the move was okay. So I'm a little bit disappointed with the decision, but you know, if the stewards deem it that way, that's how it is.
Alex, tell him he's going to need to watch the replay.
Pass, it was just the best result I could get, so I think I optimised it.
Bradley's telling me you should probably go watch the replay.
Because we've got the race control footage on there.
There is some footage of it, because I think there's a lot of barrier pushed in. But listen, it's still P3, it's still another podium. I'm speaking to you again. It seems like I speak to you after every race you do, which must be a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 2 podiums in a row is never a bad thing, so you can't complain too much.
Excellent. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take care. Now back to you guys for qualifying.
Yeah, so that's a shining example of what the racer thinks versus what race control thinks and what the reality is maybe. It's always a different perspective. We have definitely all been there. It's a shining example how the racer sees it versus what's actually gone on. Now, if we can move forward to the next race, this is a bit of a stacked one because guess what? We've got the return of Vika Schlets. Vika Schlets, the reigning BRKC and double BRKC champion. He's out in this one with Zimowit Vera, who we've seen first and second so far. Harley Smith is in this. Carl Stevens, who's won before, is in this. Anton Schupler, the American, possibly the top American at the moment. Thomas Fox, Edgar Azevedo, Ivan Shana, the Hungarian multi-champion. Lewis Manley, the most prolific track champion here at Formula Fast. And then Chris Ball, one of the Brits who's really taken to the international scene, and he competes in a lot of these events across the year. So the qualifying is now complete, and it's Zimowit Vera who's taken the pole position from Ivan Jana, Anton Schupler, and incredibly, Vika Schlets, the reigning champion, is down in 4th. He'll be really keen to make some moves on this one. Thomas Fox is in 5th. Chris Ball is in 6th. Edgar Azevedo 7th. Lewis Manley is down in 8th. Remember, he had the injured rib yesterday. He'll have been feeling that one last night. As Harley Smith is in 9th. And Carl Stevens, well, there was a time when he was first starting in this tournament that Carl Stevens would be down at the bottom there, but we've not seen him that far down the grid for a long time. So maybe Stevens will be looking at potentially being one of the early pit stoppers. He will feel as if he's out of position there, I'm sure. So this is going to be quite an interesting one, particularly with maybe Schlets, possibly Stevens looking for that early pit stop. Lewis Manley, what can he do with that 8th? Is he in pain? And can Zimowit Vera turn this one into a victory? He's got Shana and Schopler between him and the reigning champion, Vika Schlets.
This is tasty, James. There's a lot of big names at the front here, and they'll all want to be further forward, especially Vika Schlets.
A lot of big names who need some points. That's the key thing. As Vika Schlets is in 4th, and Vera makes a start. It's a good start there by Vera. He's got Shana coming with him, and if there's one thing Ivan Shana can really do, and that is run with a leader. He's very good at being the one who can hang on. The Hungarian champion of any type of karting in Hungary, Ivan Šárna is actually a champion of it. He sort of really worked his way up in the Hungarian karting one step at a time by winning championships. That was a long time ago now, and he's been a regular international driver for pretty much the last decade. As Zimovit Vera makes his way down the bottom end, he's got it's really clean behind him. There's a lot of top names in this who know exactly what to do in this sort of situation. As they cross the line to complete the first lap, it's Vera leading the way. Zimovit Vera, one of the young guard coming out of Poland. I was saying yesterday, actually, Brad, that you know, if yes, showing of age, but when we used to consider the top drivers when the international scene first sort of became that scene. You know, the drivers we would look at, I'm seeing a lot of similarity between, say Vera and Bernardowski with those old guys, and they made it work. Both different driving styles, but both champions. So anyway, let's have a look at this. Vera continues to lead, and it's Šárna behind with Schoppler. The American hope is in third place.
We have a pitter towards the back. It's one of the KRT carts. It's Harley Smith. And he gets a very nice pit stop, and he is off and away.
Wasn't expecting Harley Smith in this early, I have to say. It was, if anything, I was thinking it would be the one who would be directly behind him, Carl Stevens. But in this case, it is Harley Smith. So Stevens moves up a place and Harley moves down one.
I think Harley would have thought he should have been further up and wanted to be out of traffic so he can run on his own.
Yeah, although being further up in a stacked grid like this is saying something, isn't it? I think this is probably the toughest grid that Harley's been up against this.
Sled's moving, coming. I'm sorry, James.
Yeah, go for it. Cut in, go for it.
When you get that kind of vibe about something's boiling, something's bubbling up, look at how tight Vika Šlec is to the back of Anton Schoppler. I can just feel a move is coming. Just keep an eye on it. So
watching at home, this is Vika Šlec, who's in the blue suit, the fourth place there, working on the back of Anton Schoppler. He's the reigning BRKC champion. In fact, he's won it twice. He gets turned in there. There's Vika Šlec on screen now in the middle of it. That's Vika Šlec in the blue suit. Schoppler's Vika Šlec in.
He's in.
He couldn't make the move.
Corner, just a little bit short of the mark, has a roll forward as he comes up to the second bay. Bang on the marks for this time and jolts the kart to go forward as he gets out of the pits. Let's see what that pit time was. It is a 44.8 at this stage of the race where everything's still a bit cold. That's an okay pit stop.
It is, but will this be the one that really sets off those front runners? Because Vika Šlec is going to be very fast on his own. He's one of the best people running on his own at speed. So, Brad, what do we think?
So basically, I'll tell you exactly what happened there. Vika got really close to Anton for about a lap and a half, and he realised he couldn't stay close enough by the end of the main straight, the key overtaking opportunity. So he took the other option, which was to come into the pits. So predictably, Vika is now going to be running very, very fast and see if he can jump Anton with strategy.
Are we going to see what happened in the race that Ruben Butins won, where everyone decided they were going to undercut Dennis Holler and scupper all that, and we're going to have the top ones running at the back for the majority of the race?
It could well be, Alex, because those of you who've been watching at home throughout the morning, there was the earlier race, and Dennis Holler was the one who set it off. He actually pitted. He was at the back of the lead group, but the other contenders in that lead group just couldn't afford to ignore Dennis Holler. Especially, he went fastest, and he was the one setting the fastest lap. So that triggered everyone to come in, and then they were covering each other when actually in the first place everyone was trying to cover Dennis Holler. So we'll see if that happens here. So for that, what we'll do is we'll keep an eye on the lap times of Vika Šlec, who's now listed in 9th place. It's going to be the lap times of Šlec that the others will be paying attention to. At the moment, it's Zimovit Vera who's fastest on the last lap and overall. So of this race, it's the race leader, Zimovit Vera, putting in another lap. He holds the fastest lap for this race, with Šárna actually increasingly dropping away. So Šárna's going to be paying attention to what's happening with Vera, so is Schoppler behind. But equally, both of those guys will have a bit of a corner of their eye on Vika Šlec, because Vika Šlec is, as the reigning champion, clearly going to be some kind of benchmark.
And he is now lapping quicker than the second, third and fourth drivers. So Vika's found some pace. He's the second quickest on track.
Okay, so he's second quickest on that lap, but he doesn't hold the fastest lap yet. In fact, if you look at the times, the last lap for Vera is faster than the Šlec's. But let's see what happens here. So Vera puts in a 34.5. What's Šlec going to be? We're going to have to wait pretty much to the end of the lap to see it, because Šlec is down in 9th.
I think Šárna and Schoppler are going to have to pit, because if they don't want to get jumped,
by Schlitz, it's gonna be a nightmare. They need to do it now.
Schlitz, a new fastest lap for the race. You're absolutely right, Alex. Schlitz is the one setting the lap times. This is why he came in, and this is what Shana and Shopler will be watching for. Expect any one of them in soon, unless they want to be leapfrogged. If they don't come in pretty much now, which they haven't, so they're really at risk from Vika Schlitz. Brad, looking at the numbers, what can we tell about Shana, Shopler and Schlitz?
So, I mean, right now, I think Vika's potentially already in front of Shopler, depending on how quick Shopler's stop is. Not quite far enough in front to get Shana, but it's only going to be a couple of laps before he is, although about just under a tenth quicker on that lap.
So the faster Schlitz goes, the more pressured Shopler's pit stop's going to be. What happens when people blow a pit stop? They get penalty. They have to come in and do it again, potentially even with a penalty if they double blow it. As it's still very leading.
Shopler is in the pit, and he stops bang on his mark. Very aggressive. It's the two Americans who are incredibly aggressive on their pit stops. And that is nicely done, off and out, and he is alongside. Oh, there's contact in turn one, James.
Oh! So
but it's Shopler who's kept the position. Shopler keeps the position, so we'll see what happens with that. But Schlitz is following Shopler, we can see. He's not on screen, but I can definitely tell you at home, Schlitz has managed to tuck in behind Shopler. Shopler has the position. He literally could not have left it any laps longer. He was losing time, and that's why he came in. Now, what will Jana do? Will Jana counter that, seeing what's gone on?
Okay, so for the viewers at home, I don't think it was on screen that. It was quite a controversial and pivotal moment in the race. So Schlitz is right up behind Shopler at the moment, but as he came out of the pit, Shopler went deep into the hairpin, and there was significant contact between the two. Now, I don't have a replay of it because it wasn't live. Race Control obviously will have all the footage, but we have seen moves like that penalised on this kind of alternate layout before, where a driver coming out of the pits who is significantly behind on the way into that first hairpin tries to kind of stick it in there on the tight line and makes contact with the driver on the outside, and he also ran him into the wall.
And to give you an idea of how much time that cost, Schlitz's last lap was a 36.
Yeah, it's anything happening, it takes a lot of time. However, obviously, Shopler, he probably felt forced to run deep, not only for speed, but if you remember yesterday with Ramon Pinheiro, ended up clattering the barrier quite firmly to the inside, you know, with that kind of thing going on. So, obviously, Shopler had to kind of roll the dice a bit on potentially deemed bad passes, things like this. But Vika Schlitz is running with him. Vika Schlitz, of course, will naturally feel that he's been disadvantaged by Shopler, backed up by the lap time that Alex was talking about as we look at Shopler on screen.
And of course, the whole reason Schlitz pitted was to try and jump Shopler. He already felt he was being held up by Shopler. He wanted to get out of the way, and he started to do that, and now he's back behind him.
And we haven't even seen that it is under investigation.
No, so clearly deemed completely acceptable. That's fair. So just to recap on that situation, we are looking at on screen with the viewers on the live stream. So Vika Schlitz came into the pits to hopefully leapfrog Shopler. Shopler saw that the times were coming down and Vika Schlitz was really going to leapfrog him, so he came in to cover it. One was going to come out on top, and it happened to be Shopler. I think if he'd left it one lap later, he would not have had the position that he has now. He would be behind Schlitz. The positions would be reversed because Shopler was losing those fractions to Vika Schlitz as they went on. Now, meantime, looking on screen there, that's the 19. That's Thomas Fox. Now, Thomas Fox has been elevated up to third place. He's got Chris Ball behind him and Edgar Azevedo behind that. So Fox is, this is a sterling job. We haven't seen him run tight. He's coming in the pits, Alex, third place.
Off into the pits, and as he hits his mark, bang on the marks, and does the little jiggle, getting it forward. Oh, but it's a yellow.
Oh, Tom
Unfortunately,
Fox.
It's a yellow.
Vika into the final corner. A bad pass, I'm sure, on Shopler into the final corner. Vika stuffed it down the inside. Massive barrier contact that time. And Vika obviously ran out of patience with being stuck behind Shopler. But
and it's automatically a bad pass up on the screen. So we've had a bad pass and we've had a messed up pit stop.
And crucially for Vika Schlitz, though, the kart immediately behind him is Anton Shopler. Now, we're looking at that on screen. So there's Fox. Fox has, importantly, come out ahead of Vika Schlitz. That's incredible. And not only that, but he's going to lose, Schlitz can lose more time because if the race control deem he's going to give the place back, he's got
coming straight back into the pit to serve his pit stop.
So Fox has pitched out of position there, but Schlitz has...
Green the first time, you can see his shoulders have dropped, the dejection is all there because he knows that he's blown a really good possibility. Oh, and there is a bad pass for car 18 as well.
Yeah, that's Vika Schlitz. That's the one.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're looking at Chris Ball now, who's up into third place with Fox coming in the pits. There's Chris Ball, but just keeping you ahead of another one in the pits. Yeah.
And he stops on his marks. Nice green stop on there, and he stops on his marks again. And he's out, and he's clear, and he's got some nice space ahead of the battling Schottler and...
Yeah, well, Alex, just to cut in, Schottler has been given the place back by Vika Schlitz, but the net result of the shenanigans and the place back has brought Harley Smith right into this mix here, because Harley Smith is right on the back of Vika Schlitz, who in turn is on the back of Anton Schottler. And if you consider this three-way fight now, is fourth position, and there in front of him is Chris Ball, so this is definitely going to liven up. Chris Ball's very fast, but Anton Schottler has what it takes to get on the back of the Englishman ahead, and he's going to bring Vika Schlitz and Harley Smith with him. And so it's going to get very intense.
Edgar Azevedo's also jumped this little group, so with all of this mess, you know, the contact,
everything going on.
It's this whole kind of battle that Vika was trying to get out of by pitting early has just descended into chaos, and they've been jumped by multiple people, Chris Ball being one of them, and I'm pretty sure Edgar Azevedo, after his pit stop, will come out in front of them as well.
Indeed. Lewis Manley, of course, is running in fourth place, and, well, if anybody could take advantage of this, ordinarily we'd say Lewis Manley's one of them.
He might be just behind on my calculations, but he's also in the conversation if these guys fight.
When you say just behind, Brad, is that just behind Schottler or just behind the group?
Lewis is 9.5 seconds behind the lead, and the Schottler himself is 17 seconds. So Lewis is still going to come out behind probably Schlitz and Smith actually in that train.
So he'd be the back of he'd be behind the group rather than just the lead of the group.
Assuming nothing else happens though, because they've already shown us that they're going to go battle, and Vika's right tucked up behind Schottler right now.
Vika's giving all this sort of kind of impression of someone's a bit het up by this.
There is chaos down here in the from the BSR team shouting at somebody to pit. I just heard no, and then they're violently waving at him.
It's got to be Azevedo. He's in third place. Surely it's Azevedo they're wanting to bring in. He's of the BSR Papaya team, because they have like 4 teams. And it's been a collision. Vika Schlitz made a move on Schottler. It didn't come off, but Schlitz has lost to Harley Smith. Now, it would have been a bad pass if Vika Schlitz had gone in front. Schlitz is coming back. Schlitz is coming back down the green.
They're all telling him to be very, very calm. He's got another green, and he's going to come out alongside Bull.
Yeah, he has ahead. He has, Alex, but while that was going on, we've had real drama on the racetrack. Schlitz made a move on Schottler. Schottler managed to maintain the position ahead, but Harley Smith got involved. Harley Smith briefly got ahead of Schlitz. Schlitz got it back, and they were side by side down the backstretch. It looked like it was going to kick off in the hairpin at the end of the straight, but there we are seeing Vika Schlitz has managed to hold off Harley Smith.
But he's lost to Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley can now pit and come out in front of both of these guys. So Schlitz's constant moves, which seem to be not paying off, his bad pass moves or messy moves, moving him down the grid. Every time he goes for a move, he's actually losing a position to someone else.
So we think when Lewis Manley comes in the pits, he'll be in the gap between Schottler in the purple and Schlitz in the blue. And I'm talking about Schottler, the purple in front. So he'll be in that gap in front of the blue-suited driver there.
He could be in front of Schottler because the move that Vika made on Schottler has slowed them both down in the middle W section. So Manley might have jumped them all.
P2 is in the pits as we hit these
That's Ivan Shana.
And hits his marks again, and it's a very nice clean stop. I think that was quite a quick stop. I might be wrong. Let's have a look. Ivan Shana is a 44.5, good stop.
Christopher Ball in 5th place now has the fastest lap of the race as Edgar Azevedo is slotting behind him, effectively in the same team but a different department of the same team. Same outfit, different team, I suppose you could say. But we're waiting for the pit stop of Lewis Manley. You can see him on screen in the distance. If he can pit now, he could well benefit. Now, Lewis Manley is, with the best will in the world, he's normally the one talking about the bad luck. But if ever there was a time when he's had good luck, it's now.
He should be pitting right now. Whoever's on his pit wall should
Lewis Manley has not come into the pits. He's just crossed the line, in fact, Brad, so he's started another lap. Yep. So there's Schottler, there's Schlitz, and Schlitz is closing in on Schottler all the time, and this is all the more. There's Manley just going out of view on the camera, but there's Anton Schoppler. Now, I'm really not sure if Manley's done enough to come out ahead.
Yeah,
it just looks on screen, it looks a bit iffy.
Lewis is exactly 10 seconds behind the leader. Schoppler is 20.5 seconds, and Schlitz is 21. If
in that
Manley
case,
pitches
easily
right
made
now, but every lap he's losing this, so he might be losing his opportunity. When he watches this back, he's going to be kicking himself if he now loses the potential to be right at the front, because it seems like he doesn't realise he's lapping a good 2 or 3 tenths, sometimes half a second slower than the Schlitz battle. So if he does it now, he's got a chance. If he waits any more laps, he's going to come out behind them.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. And Schlitz is now all over the back of Anton Schoppler. Is Anton Schoppler going to receive another punt from Schlitz, or is Schlitz going to pick it more cleanly this time? Because Schlitz is all over the back of the American, and he needs to make a good run down here. A good run's going to be imperative. He's taking the wide Lewis Manley line as they run down the backstretch. Schoppler's gone defensive to the middle, but allowing himself a decent turn in.
We have what I think is Carl Stevens into the pit.
Yes, it is.
On his marks. Nice stop. And yeah, really good stop from Carl Stevens. Nice and controlled and simple. Comes out in clean air with somebody right behind him, though.
So the battle rages with Anton Schoppler there in sixth place overall. There's only 2 karts yet to make a stop. Zimmervit Vera, the leader, we've hardly spoken about him because he's been so clear and away. But crucially, Lewis Manley, who continues round. We do want to see Lewis Manley coming in the pits. He's driving with an injured rib, and if he can come in the pits sometime soon, we're pretty sure he's going to be well up in this race. As we look at Anton Schoppler.
Yeah, Lewis's hope now is that Schoppler begins defending against Schlitz, because Schlitz is on a contact warning, so despite the bad pass, he's now also received an official warning, so he's on thin ice effectively with the race director, so he can't afford another dodgy move, and he's really battling for the lower points positions at the moment. It's unheard of with Vika Schlitz.
Yeah. Vika Schlitz has won his earlier 2 heat races, so he was looking good for a place in the semi-finals easy, and possibly even the final itself at this early stage. But it's once again we see the third round bugs come in because people are losing points.
And Manley's now faster than them because they are now defending. So Manley has swung back towards Lewis, staying out longer. He's just done 34.4. That's his fastest of the race, and the guys in the battle are doing 34.8. So now Lewis could jump them again.
And of course that has happened because Schlitz has caught Anton Schoppler, which we see on screen. Now that Schoppler's having to be defensive, such as in the middle of the road down this next back stretch that we'll see, when we see him coming head on, he'll be in the middle. No, he's actually on the outside. Well, they're moving to the middle. This sort of thing is exactly what gives away that fraction of time that's playing to Lewis Manley's hands as we speak, who's out on his own, not having to defend against anything. Obviously, Vika Schlitz is getting increasingly aggressive with Anton Schoppler. He knows he needs to make a move. Nothing he's doing is malicious. It's just he knows he's got to get past. So they've got just under 3 minutes plus a lap. So the longer this goes on, the less time Vika Schlitz has got to now make what's going to have to be the cleanest of clean passes, because he's already under
Lewis hand in the air, Lewis into the pits.
Lewis Manley in.
Really good stop, bang on his marks. This is the one thing that Lewis is very good at. He's always generally incredibly consistent.
He's done it, and easily in the end.
Brilliant.
Comfortably.
Well done, Lewis.
Because racing with an injured rib, the one thing he didn't want to do was get embroiled in a battle with the likes of Anton Schoppler and Vika Schlitz and Harley Smith. So there is Lewis Manley in the red suit.
And there is leaders in the pits. And bang on his marks, he can be nice and calm, nice and cool. He even took an extra beat just to make sure he was clear. He's taken absolutely zero risk with that pit stop, and he is out and well ahead. And that was a 45.1. So yeah, it was a slow pit stop, but he had no need to rush it.
So everyone's been in the pits, and the race we're looking at here, the race within the race, is Anton Schoppler in sixth place, holding off Vika Schlitz and Harley Smith. Now, if you bear in mind, Schoppler and Vika Schlitz were at the front of this race to begin with. They were running third and fourth, I believe, earlier on, and they've now, through the various incidents and battling with each other, losing time, have now ended up in sixth and seventh place. Both of them losing a lot of points. Neither of them will be particularly happy with this. Again, in the middle of the road there, Schoppler. That's a defensive move to block the inside for Schlitz. Schlitz's hope now is to try and get something of a run through this final corner, although the hairpin at the end, in the traditional snail section, he would have something to do there, but he's now going to have to follow Schoppler. We have seen some moves in the revised section here, but it's going to be difficult for Schlitz to do anything clean, and he has to, because he's already been well looked at by the organisers for a couple of bad passes earlier on. Schoppler, Schlitz, and then Smith.
I think I'm going to have to get brave and shove my microphone in Vika's helmet, aren't I?
It's going to be a good interview. Any one of these is going to be a good interview, I think, Alex. Certainly, I don't think, even if, no matter which order it is, neither of Schoppler or Vika Schlett's going to be happy with the actual resultant position, because they're 6th and 7th, and both of them were trying to book place in the final right from the off of this race, even though they've got the semi-final to do. And
he might not be happy with the result, but I think Harley will be happy that he's managed to hang with them.
Well, Harley's
that's an amazing job to hang with 2 drivers of that caliber.
Yeah, Harley Smith's doing it. I mean, he was a semi-finalist here last year, Harley Smith, so he's got pace of his own. We know he can do it, but to be running like with the reigning champion Vika Schletz like this is something that really he's going to be happy with. He's although you could say, yep, he came of age as a BRKC racer in the semi-final last year, he's now raised that a little bit by being in a position to challenge last year's champion. So Harley Smith, a sterling job in what is actually 8th place down there, but challenging Vika Schletz.
And Harley was racing with me and Brad in GX UK this season and last season, and we've seen him progress and get even better, and he's a formidable force now.
Yeah, and that formidable force and 2 other formidable forces in front of him, so this is a particularly unpleasant place to be in this 6th place with Schoppler. But they're on the last lap now, so Jimmie Vera is going to bring it around and win the race. He's done everything right. He extended the lead, a comfortable pit stop, and we're on the last lap for this 6th place battle. It's kind of strange to be thinking Schoppler, Schletz and Smith battling for 6th, but there's Vera. He's just got 1 corner to go. He's across the line now to take the win. So Jimmie Vera wins again. That's his 2nd win of the tournament. Down the backstretch, here comes the battle in 6th place. Shana comes through in 2nd. So Ivan Shana saying Chris Ball takes 3rd. Edgar Azevedo, he'll be pleased with that, into 4th. And then it's Lewis Manley, who played the percentages and took 5th place from Schoppler, Schletz, Smith, and then it'll be Fox and Stevens at the back.
And at the beginning of that race, would we have believed that Vika Schletz could turn a 4th place into a 7th place?
Absolutely, and he literally turned a 4th into 7th. And Schoppler down in 6th.
Before we get to Alex, I've got a replay of one of the many controversial moves between Vika and Anton. So maybe I can just show you
over
that.
to the Brad pad.
This is maybe one of the clearer ones, and I believe this is the one he would have got the warning for. So this is in the middle section of the lap. It's kind of the biggest T-bone, the most typical T-bone you can imagine, and both of them almost came to a standstill because of that. You can see, I know this is in slow motion, but they're really, really going slowly there. So that's one move, and you can tell the desperation from Vika because he knew he was down the order.
And I have Vika next to me. Vika, that was not what you wanted for a race this weekend, but this is what happens in these situations. You went for the early stop, and it all seemed to unravel. How did it feel from your end?
Yeah, he was trying to counter me, and he defended always like an idiot. But he was doing it for the English guys, so for me it's not fair, pointly.
Okay, I mean, I'm not quite certain that was the case, but listen, it's one of those things, it's the tough thing with the way the racing works.
The only thing that I saw, and for the other guys I would never say that, but he was like doing like this to the English people, and for me then it's not fair, sorry.
Okay,
Anton,
he is racing with the English team this year.
Interesting point of view.
Unfortunately, I would never say it, but only I can see it.
Understandable. Wow, a very passionate Vika Schletz there. I have no opinion on how that works and how the teams do things, but that was
Alex Vika. Schoppler is racing for the Welsh boys this year.
So he's American racing for the Welsh, so it might not be an English bias just there.
Excellent. So let's grab Shana and Mr. Bull and Jimmie Vera. Jimmie Vera. Another race of perfection. That looked fantastic from your point of view. Was it as easy as it looked?
No, it was not. I had a very good qualifying, and this pretty much, as I said yesterday, the quali is very important, even more important than everything, I think. I had also a race of my own. I had a good start. I managed to open a gap at some first laps, and then just kept the pace. It wasn't the fastest as it was in the last couple of races, but I managed to do 0.5s, 0.4s every time on every lap, and that was the key to the win.
Excellent. Well, it's been a perfect weekend for you so far. Hopefully we see you in the final.
Yeah, thank you very much.
No problem. Shana! Oh, shouldn't shout down the mic. You managed to not get suckered in to the early pit stops and ran your own race, and that seemed to absolutely nail it for you.
I think I might have been the reason for that, because I'm still struggling a lot with these cars and on this new layout. So I was driving a bit all over the place for the first few laps, and then I think all the people behind me just jumped into the pits hoping that they could pass me. And then, I was lapping alone, and it's the most satisfying feeling as a driver when you look to the other way of the circuit where your chasers are, and they are like battling, like it's like the light depends on it. That's the most satisfying feeling. So even though I was driving quite terribly again, my qualifying saved me, and then I could just stay out of trouble. It was a good result for sure.
Excellent. Great P2 for you. Well done. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Take care. And I think that's it. I think we're going for a break now. I'm going to head back to James to hand over.
Alex, that's exactly right. So those watching on the live stream at home, we're going to be back at around about 11 o'clock. Obviously check in at sort of 5-2 or whatever. And we'll now be reverting to the traditional layout here at Formula Fast with the snail section. And sorry, no, we won't, because yes, we will, because we're on round 4 now. So yeah, that was correct. We're going to be reverting to the traditional layout with the snail, and we're entering round 4. Now this will be the fourth and final heat race for all of the drivers, and we've seen some real action there, particularly involving Vika Schlitz and Anton Schoppler. Absolute shoo-ins for the semi-final. Potentially the champion fighting to stay in the event. So we'll see where that pans out. Brad, you're driving this next race. It's going to be a bit of a heavy one, but should be a good run for everyone.
Yeah, I'm also fighting to stay in the event, although with a more difficult task ahead of me than Vika. And there's a few big hitters in this next one. So come back at 11 for this, or just before, because we do tend to run ahead. We've got Vera, we've got Ruben Boutons, Levi Blocks, there's Navarro. There's a lot of big drivers in this one. So
yeah, big race next one. So check back with us at 11 o'clock, and we'll see you then.
The UK's premier rental karting series is back for 2026 and is bigger than ever. The 8th season of the SRK Championship is visiting some of the country's finest circuits, including Buckmore Park, Kart Silverstone and Gleneagles. Take your pick from Sprint, Challenge, Endurance, Junior or Cadet Championships, with fantastic trophies on offer and great social experiences, including full weekend events. Get ready to experience fast, fair and fun racing against the best rental karters in the UK. Visit srkchampionship.com to sign up today.
If you want your helmet to look insanely good without spending a fortune, you need to grab yourself a custom visor sticker from Lidmods. It's one of the quickest, easiest upgrades you can make, and it can completely transform the look of your helmet. And what's better to celebrate the 200 visor stickers we provided for this weekend's racing, you can get an exclusive 10% discount on your visor stickers when you use code BRKC2026 at checkout. Head to lidmods.co.uk or scan the QR code on screen and use code BRKC2026 for 10% off before the end of this weekend.
How do we keep our whole fleet of karts within 0.2 seconds from the fastest to the slowest kart? Keep watching to find out. So we have 2 kart testers here at Formula Fast who have been testing our BRKC fleet for the last 12 years. We've got Kyle Morby, who you might have seen on the live stream before. He's won BUKC, the championship, twice. So we've also got Michael here, who has raced in the Mazda MX-5 championship and came 3rd, and has also been testing our fleet for the last 12 years and been our mechanic and our fleet manager as well. So, Michael, would you be able to talk us through the whole process of testing the fleet of karts from start to finish?
Yeah, sure. So we always test first thing in the morning. It's the one time we can guarantee that the karts are the same temperature. We then warm them up. Once they're warm, we'll do an out lap and 2 flying laps in each kart. Once we've done that, we'll drive the first 3 karts again to collect any data on track evolution. And once we have all that data, we'll then look to make any adjustments.
Perfect. And how long do you warm them up for? Was it?
So we warm them up for an hour.
Hour. Perfect.
With any potential track evolution, we're looking for the karts to match their original lap times ideally. If they are still jumping in lap time, then we have to consider that the next however many karts might also jump in lap time. Generally, if that will happen, we'll just continue driving till we match previous lap times.
Okay, is that quite common? Does it usually that the top 3 will be completely different the second time you drive them?
So normally the first one is, but normally by the 3rd kart, you're about there.
Okay. And what variables is it? And is it temperature, humidity, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so track condition, temperature mainly with the floor here, can make it a little bit slippy, but then especially with BRKC, it tends to grip up and you see these issues less and less.
So once you've tested the karts, how do you then make them closer together? Like, how do you actually change them?
Yeah, so once we're happy that it's solely times that we're adjusting on, we have a restrictor system, and that restricts the airflow from the carb to the engine.
Okay.
We go up in 0.1 of a mil increments, and each 0.1 normally equates to 1/10 of a second on track. So all the karts will have restrictors on, and then we'll just adjust based on what needs to move into the pack from either side.
Yeah, what size they need. Okay, cool. So how do you use the restrictors in line with the test result once you've done it?
So once we have a test result, we'll look for the closest group of karts within 0.2 of a second, and then we'll adjust into the pack either up or down depending on what's needed for each test, and we'll choose the increments based on the lap times.
Okay. So when you're driving the karts, do you also look out for anything wrong with them, or is it purely just driving them to see what the times will come out at?
So when we're driving them, we don't really worry about the times until after. So what we're looking for is any handling or potential grip issues that could affect the times, and then
like oversteer and understeer.
Yeah,
that sort of
oversteer and understeer. And once we're happy that none of that comes into play, then we'll look to adjust based on the lap times.
Okay. So you basically just want the environment to stay as consistent as possible.
We want, when we have the fans on, we want to keep the exact same number of fans on, so that the environment stays exactly the same, because any other extra fans can cause subtle differences, can be 1/2 of a second.
Well, let's go have a look at the times and see what we're looking at when we're looking at the timings once the fleet test is done. We've got a couple examples from BRKC tests that we did last year. So this is the first one. We've got all the results here. So how did you go through these and go about changing them?
Yeah, so we look for the group of karts that are within 0.2 of a second. So in this first test, it's the top 10 karts, and then anything outside, we'll look to adjust into the pack. So that's karts 11, 8 and 15. Looking for about 0.2 and 0.3 on these two. And then if we go to the next test, you'll see that those adjustments have put 11, 8 and 15 towards the front of the test, but the whole gap now is 0.2.
Yes, you can see that's from the fastest kart, that gap there, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So what was it about the first 10 karts that makes you choose that in this case?
So yeah, we choose the closest 10 karts to start the day. On this occasion, it would have been the top 10 because we had a gap of 0.084 to start the day.
Right, and that was the Saturday morning of BRKC 2025?
This is the Saturday from last year's BRKC.
Okay, and you do, is it 2 tests every morning of BRKC? Or?
Yeah, so we do 2 tests from Wednesday all the way through to Sunday in the week of BRKC.
Wow. Okay. Okay. So you just said you did 2 flying laps for each kart. Do you literally just take the best time of the kart? You don't take both laps into account?
No, yeah. So just the best lap time from each kart, which is normally the second of the 2.
Okay. Okay. So how can they change once you've done the test throughout the day, or can they change?
Yeah. So we have a good starting point with this at the start of the day, but as the track conditions change and more rubber and more driving time for certain karts, it is possible that they'll stretch their legs a little bit or slightly fall off. So we'll track each driver throughout the whole of the event and make any slight adjustments as we feel we need to.
Okay, so you do make adjustments like throughout the weekend in BRKC?
Yeah, so we won't necessarily do it instantly, so we'll make sure we've got the correct data and it's not just one driver potentially being quicker or slower. We'll look at a couple heats worth, make sure that that's happening across a couple of heats, and then basically
It's not just a one-off.
Yeah.
Okay. And what sort of things can cause those changes? Is it the same things that change during the test, same variables?
Yeah, so just as the karts get warmer, bearings loosen up, things like that. Track conditions, just air temperature.
Different driving styles?
Different driving styles, different drivers. Some drivers will get more out of a kart than others.
The test that you do, you said you do 2 in the morning. Is that you and Kyle both doing 1 test each, or do you mix it up?
So I'll test Wednesday to Friday, and then we'll swap to Kyle for Saturday, Sunday. Just a second opinion on karts is always good. We've done a lot of driving together, so we know our crossover is good, and he's also closer to weight.
The UK's premier rental karting series is back for 2026 and is bigger than ever. The 8th season of the SRK Championship is visiting some of the country's finest circuits, including Buckmore Park, Kart Silverstone and Gleneagles. Take your pick from Sprint, Challenge, Endurance, Junior or Cadet Championships, with fantastic trophies on offer and great social experiences, including full weekend events. Get ready to experience fast, fair and fun racing against the best rental karters in the UK. Visit srkchampionship.com to sign up today.
If you want your helmet to look insanely good without spending a fortune, you need to grab yourself a custom visor sticker from Lidmods. It's one of the quickest, easiest upgrades you can make, and it can completely transform the look of your helmet. And what's better, to celebrate the 200 visor stickers we provided for this weekend's racing, you can get an exclusive 10% discount on your visor stickers when you use code BRKC2026 at checkout. Head to lidmods.co.uk or scan the QR code on screen and use code BRKC2026 for 10% off before the end of this weekend.
How do we keep our whole fleet of karts within 0.2 seconds from the fastest to the slowest kart? Keep watching to find out. So we have 2 kart testers here at Formula Fast who have been testing our BRKC fleet for the last 12 years. We've got Kyle Morby, who you might have seen on the live stream before. He's won BUKC, the championship, twice. So we've also got Michael here, who has raced in the Mazda MX-5 championship and came 3rd, and has also been testing our fleet for the last 12 years and been our mechanic and our fleet manager as well. So, Michael, would you be able to talk us through the whole process of testing the fleet of karts from start to finish?
Yeah, sure. So we always test first thing in the morning. It's the one time we can guarantee that the karts are the same temperature. We then warm them up. Once they're warm, we'll do an out lap and 2 flying laps in each kart. Once we've done that, we'll drive the first 3 karts again to collect any data on track evolution. And then once we have all that data, we'll then look to make any adjustments.
Perfect. And how long do you warm them up for? Was it
So we warm them up for an hour.
hour? Perfect.
With any potential track evolution, we're looking for the karts to match their original lap times ideally. If they are still jumping in lap time, then we have to consider that the next however many karts might also jump in lap time. Generally, if that will happen, we'll just continue driving till we match previous lap times.
Okay, is that quite common? Does it usually that the top 3 will be completely different the second time you drive them?
So normally the first one is, but normally by the 3rd kart, you're about there.
Okay. And what variables is it in? Is it temperature, humidity, that sort of thing?
So
you're looking for?
track condition, temperature mainly with the floor here, can make it a little bit slippy, but then especially with BRKC, it tends to grip up and you see these issues less and less.
So once you've tested the karts, how do you then make them closer together? Like, how do you actually change them?
Yeah, so once we're happy that it's solely times that we're adjusting on, we have a restrictor system, and that restricts the airflow from the carb to the engine.
Okay.
We go up in 0.1 of a mil increments, and each 0.1 normally equates to 1/10 of a second on track. So all the karts will have restrictors on, and then we'll just adjust based on what needs to move into the pack from either side.
Yeah, what size they need. Okay, cool. So how do you use the restrictors in line with the test result once you've done it?
So once we have a test result, we'll look for the closest group of karts within 0.2 of a second, and then we'll adjust into the pack either up or down depending on what's needed for each test, and we'll choose the increments based on the lap times.
Okay. So when you're driving the karts, do you also look out for anything wrong with them, or is it purely just driving them to see what the times will come out at?
So when we're driving them, we don't really worry about the times until after. So what we're looking for is any handling or potential grip issues that could affect the times, and then
like oversteer and understeer.
Yeah,
that sort of,
oversteer and understeer. And once we're happy that none of that comes into play, then we'll look to adjust based on the lap times.
Okay. So you basically just want the environment to stay as consistent as possible.
We want, when we have the fans on, we want to keep the exact same number of fans on, so that the environment stays exactly the same, because any other extra fans can cause subtle differences, can be 1/2 of a second.
Well, let's go have a look at the times and see what we're looking at when we're looking at the timings once the fleet test is done. We've got a couple examples from BRKC tests that we did last year. So this is the first one. We've got all the results here. So how did you go through these and go about changing them?
Yeah, so we look for the group of karts that are within 0.2 of a second. So in this first test, it's the top 10 karts, and then anything outside, we'll look to adjust into the pack. So that's karts 11, 8, and 15. Looking for about 0.2 and 0.3 on these 2. And then if we go to the next test, you'll see that those adjustments have put 11, 8, and 15 towards the front of the test, but the whole gap now is 0.2.
Yes, you can see that's from the fastest kart, that gap there, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So what was it about the first 10 karts that makes you choose that in this case?
We choose the closest 10 karts to start the day. On this occasion, it would have been the top 10 because we had a gap of 0.084 to start the day.
Right, and that was the Saturday morning of BRKC 2025?
This is the Saturday from last year's BRKC.
Okay, and you do, is it 2 tests every morning of BRKC? Or?
Yeah, so we do 2 tests from Wednesday all the way through to Sunday in the week of BRKC.
Wow. Okay. So you just said you did 2 flying laps for each kart. Do you literally just take the best time of the kart? You don't take both laps into account?
No, yeah. So just the best lap time from each kart, which is normally the second of the 2.
Okay. Okay. So how can they change once you've done the test throughout the day, or can they change?
Yeah. So we have a good starting point with this at the start of the day, but as the track conditions change and more rubber and more driving time for certain karts, it is possible that they'll stretch their legs a little bit or slightly fall off. So we'll track each driver throughout the whole of the event and make any slight adjustments as we feel we need to.
Okay, so you do make adjustments like throughout the weekend in BRKC?
Yeah, so we won't necessarily do it instantly, so we'll make sure we've got the correct data and it's not just one driver potentially being quicker or slower. We'll look at a couple of heats worth, make sure that that's happening across a couple of heats, and then basically
It's not just a one-off.
Yeah.
Okay. And what sort of things can cause those changes? Is it the same things that change during the test, same variables?
Yeah, so just as the karts get warmer, bearings loosen up, things like that. Track conditions, just air temperature.
Different driving styles?
Different driving styles, different drivers. Some drivers will get more out of a kart than others.
The test that you do, you said you do 2 in the morning. Is that you and Kyle both doing one test each, or do you mix it up?
So I'll test Wednesday to Friday, and then we'll swap to Kyle for Saturday, Sunday. Just a second opinion on karts is always good. We've done a lot of driving together, so we know our crossover is good, and he's also closer to weight.
The UK's premier rental karting series is back for 2026 and is bigger than ever. The 8th season of the SRK Championship is visiting some of the country's finest circuits, including Buckmore Park, Kart Silverstone and Glanigors. Take your pick from Sprint, Challenge, Endurance, Junior or Cadet Championships, with fantastic trophies on offer and great social experiences, including full weekend events. Get ready to experience fast, fair and fun racing against the best rental karters in the UK. Visit srkchampionship.com to sign up today.
If you want your helmet to look insanely good without spending a fortune, you need to grab yourself a custom visor sticker from LidMods. It's one of the quickest, easiest upgrades you can make, and it can completely transform the look of your helmet. And what's better to celebrate the 200 visor stickers we provided for this weekend's racing, you can get an exclusive 10% discount on your visor stickers when you use code BRKC2026 at checkout. Head to lidmods.co.uk or scan the QR code on screen and use code BRKC2026 for 10% off before the end of this weekend.
How do we keep our whole fleet of karts within 0.2 seconds from the fastest to the slowest kart? Keep watching to find out. So we have 2 kart testers here at Formula Fast who have been testing our BRKC fleet for the last 12 years. We've got Kyle Morby, who you might have seen on the live stream before. He's won BUKC, the championship, twice. So we've also got Michael here, who has raced in the Mazda MX-5 championship and came 3rd, and has also been testing our fleet for the last 12 years and been our mechanic and our fleet manager as well. So, Michael, would you be able to talk us through the whole process of testing the fleet of karts from start to finish?
Yeah, sure. So we always test first thing in the morning. It's the one time we can guarantee that the karts are the same temperature. We then warm them up. Once they're warm, we'll do an out lap and 2 flying laps in each kart. Once we've done that, we'll drive the first 3 karts again to collect any data on track evolution. And once we have all that data, we'll then look to make any adjustments.
Perfect. And how long do you warm them up for? Was it
So we warm them up for an hour.
hour? Perfect.
With any potential track evolution, we're looking for the karts to match their original lap times ideally. If they are still jumping in lap time, then we have to consider that the next however many karts might also jump in lap time. Generally, if that will happen, we'll just continue driving till we match previous lap times.
Okay, is that quite common? Does it usually that the top 3 will be completely different the second time you drive them?
So normally the first one is, but normally by the 3rd kart, you're about there.
Okay. And what variables is it? And is it temperature, humidity, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so track condition, temperature mainly with the floor here, can make it a little bit slippy. But then, especially with BRKC, it tends to grip up and you see these issues less and less.
So once you've tested the karts, how do you then make them closer together? Like, how do you actually change them?
Yeah, so once we're happy that it's solely times that we're adjusting on, we have a restrictor system, and that restricts the airflow from the carb to the engine.
Okay.
We go up in 0.1 of a mil increments, and each 0.1 normally equates to 1/10 of a second on track. So all the karts will have restrictors on, and then we'll just adjust based on what needs to move into the pack from either side.
Yeah, what size they need. Okay, cool. So how do you use the restrictors in line with the test result once you've done it?
So once we have a test result, we'll look for the closest group of karts within 0.2 of a second, and then we'll adjust into the pack either up or down depending on what's needed for each test, and we'll choose the increments based on the lap times.
Okay. So when you're driving the karts, do you also look out for anything wrong with them, or is it purely just driving them to see what the times will come out at?
So when we're driving them, we don't really worry about the times until after. So what we're looking for is any handling or potential grip issues that could affect the times, and then
like oversteer and understeer.
Yeah,
that sort of
oversteer and understeer. And once we're happy that none of that comes into play, then we'll look to adjust based on the lap times.
Okay. So you basically just want the environment to stay as consistent as possible.
We want, when we have the fans on, we want to keep the exact same number of fans on, so that the environment stays exactly the same, because any other extra fans can cause subtle differences, can be 1/2 of a second.
Well, let's go have a look at the times and see what we're looking at when we're looking at the timings once the fleet test is done. We've got a couple examples from BRKC tests that we did last year. So this is the first one. We've got all the results here. So how did you go through these and go about changing them?
Yeah, so we look for the group of karts that are within 0.2 of a second. So in this first test, it's the top 10 karts, and then anything outside, we'll look to adjust into the pack. So that's karts 11, 8, and 15. Looking for about 0.2 and 0.3 on these two. And then if we go to the next test, you'll see that those adjustments have put 11, 8, and 15 towards the front of the test, but the whole gap now is 0.2.
Yes, you can see that's from the fastest kart, that gap there, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So what was it about the first 10 karts that makes you choose that in this case?
So yeah, we choose the closest 10 karts to start the day. On this occasion, it would have been the top 10 because we had a gap of 0.084 to start the day.
Right, and that was the Saturday morning of BRKC 2025?
This is the Saturday from last year's BRKC.
Okay, and you do, is it 2 tests every morning of BRKC? Or?
Yeah, so we do 2 tests from Wednesday all the way through to Sunday in the week of BRKC.
Wow. Okay. Okay. So you just said you did 2 flying laps for each kart. Do you literally just take the best time of the kart? You don't take both laps into account?
No. Yeah. So just the best lap time from each kart, which is normally the second of the 2.
Okay. Okay. So how can they change once you've done the tests throughout the day, or can they change?
Yeah. So we have a good starting point with this at the start of the day, but as the track conditions change and more rubber and more driving time for certain karts, it is possible that they'll stretch their legs a little bit or slightly fall off. So we'll track each driver throughout the whole of the event and make any slight adjustments as we feel we need to.
Okay, so you do make adjustments like throughout the weekend in BRKC?
Yeah, so we won't necessarily do it instantly, so we'll make sure we've got the correct data and it's not just one driver potentially being quicker or slower. We'll look at a couple heats worth, make sure that that's happening across a couple of heats, and then basically
it's not just a one-off.
Yeah.
Okay. And what sort of things can cause those changes? Is it the same things that change during the tests, same variables?
Yeah, so just as the karts get warmer, bearings loosen up, things like that. Track conditions, just air temperature.
Different driving styles?
Different driving styles, different drivers. Some drivers will get more out of a kart than others.
The test that you do, you said you do 2 in the morning. Is that you and Kyle both doing 1 test each, or do you mix it up?
So I'll test Wednesday to Friday, and then we'll swap to Kyle for Saturday, Sunday. Just a second opinion on karts is always good. We've done a lot of driving together, so we know our crossover is good, and he's also closer to weight.
And welcome back, everybody. We're at Formula Fast in Milton Keynes for the British Rental Kart Championship 2026. Each driver has to drive in 4 heat races, and then there's the 3 semi-finals and the final itself. Now, we've got all 3 of the rounds of heat races have been completed. So now we're starting the 4th and final round of the heat races. Now, in this case, the drivers are, in many cases, actually trying to stay in the championship. So there's a lot at stake in this. There's been some rather interesting results, shall we say, in the heat races this morning, ending the 3rd round, and that has put 1 or 2 in jeopardy, looking for a lot of points in this race. There's a lot at stake for a number of drivers, and the stream we can see these great pictures we're getting on the live stream these days. Also, there's a lot of still pictures being taken by the epic Lee Marshall through his Photo Reverie concern, and he's got several thousand pictures up on in his gallery, and that's accessed through the BRKC Facebook page. So looking for photos from this event. It's not just the karts, there's everyone else involved in the paddock too, as we continue out with the qualifying for this first heat race of round 4. And in this list we've got Zimovit Vera, we've got Kobe Koslet, we've got Ruben Boutons, we've got Nathan Turner, Levi Blocks, Brad Philpott, Ben Frankham, Frederick Navarro, Aaron Bell and Richie Clark. So they're completing the qualifying now, and it's Nathan Turner fastest at the moment from Zimovit Vera, but he's been beaten by Ruben Boutons. Ruben Boutons has gone fastest from Nathan Turner, Zimovit Vera, Ben Frankham, Aaron Bell, Levi Blocks, Frederick Navarro, former race winner this weekend, is down in 7th. Kobe Koslet, who we saw running right at the front in his previous race, is down in 8th. Richie Clark and Brad Philpott is probably the worst qualifying he's ever done in any British Rental Kart Championship race, down in 10th place. My goodness, he'll not be happy with that one. So we're going back to the front there. There's Ruben Boutons. We can see on screen just behind the caption there. There he is pulling to a stop. He's going to be first. Then it's Nathan Turner. An incredible performance there by Nathan Turner. Not really one considered in this race, but he is the lap record holder around here at Formula Fast. So if anyone's going to be able to put in a decent single lap qualifying, then you'd have to look at someone like Nathan Turner. And there he is in second, ahead of double race winner this weekend, Zimovit Vera, one of the young hopefuls out of Poland. Looking to make a name in karting generally, and already a good name in the junior levels, and moving into the in the senior levels now is Zimovit Vera, and he's already had 2 wins this weekend. Ben Frankham follows, and then Aaron Bell, Levi Blocks, who won earlier on, Freddie Navarro, who won earlier on. They're in 6th and 7th. Kobe Koslet in 8th. Richie Clark, and probably a very disappointed Brad Philpott, is in 9th. So they're heading out now, and it is double world champion Ruben Boutons leading the way. There he is in the blue suit. He's actually racing as part of the Talent Factory team, I believe, this weekend, and he's actually won this event, the British Rental Kart Championship, no less than 6 times, the most prolific winner over the years. And they're on the regular Snell section now, so this circuit has been revised back from the alternate layout, and a move down the inside by Vera. Vera immediately makes a move on Nathan Turner and makes it stick. So Zimovit Vera taking the fight to Ruben Boutons immediately by passing Nathan Turner, and the caption says he's 3rd, but that will recorrect once they cross the line again. Vera's signalling back to Turner. Look, we're going to go for Ruben Boutons. Don't fight me, because as we've seen, a lot of time can be lost by cars fighting. There's side by side. Somebody to be held out to try. It's Turner, and then there's a collision on the final corner involving Turner, but he's managed to tuck in behind Frankham. Nathan Turner has lost a whole load of places on that, and he's down in 4th. And some more action. It looks like Levi Block's been held out to dry. Yeah, Levi Block's losing places in that blue suit there, as Frederick Navarro is trying to take what looks like Koslet. It's getting very busy there. Now Block's on the inside, so he can get some positions back. But it is Navarro who's come out in the lead of that little group there, followed by what looks like Levi Blocks in the blue suit. So, and Levi Blocks down the inside on Navarro. He makes it work. We've seen some bad passes given down through there, and Brad Philpott's up a place as well. So, Ruben Boutons continues in the lead from Zimovit Vera.
We have a stopper already. I'm not surprised at all. I think that's Richie Clark in that kart, and he stops on the line, and it's a nice stop. I knew somebody was going to stop, and it would have been the person that was in last place at that particular point, which was Richie Clark, as he got done by Brad down to the hairpin.
Yeah, Richie Clark is definitely racing to stay in this event. He may already be out of it on points, but I was talking to him in the break actually, and he was alluding to how tough it is. Now we know Richie can do the job. It's an invite-only event, so Richie has earned his place in this particular championship. But such is the standard that it's very very easy to be down at the bottom there. Now, obviously, Richie wanting to get his pit stop out of the way there and try and put in what he will see as his fastest laps in clean air. Anytime you're battling, you are losing time at this level. So that signal there you could see on your screen at home was Zimmervit Vera signalling to the driver behind, Ben Frankham, listen, run with me, don't fight me and cause us both to lose time, because we'll just suffer at the expense of double world champion Ruben Boutons. Zimmervit Vera has his eyes firmly fixed on catching Boutons, clearly believes he can do it, and he needs Ben Frankham coming with him, not trying to fight him to get there. If they start battling and passing and things like this, they will definitely lose time. They'll lose time just driving defensively. So, you know, old head on young shoulders there by Vera, and again signalling once more to Frankham. Frankham's got that memo. He's running close behind Vera, but he's not trying to pressure the Polish driver ahead. He's trying to run with him in the hope that they can both catch the flying double world champion Ruben Boutons.
Levi's into the pits as he stops nicely on his mark as he rolls over to the next one, still wearing a Ruben Boutons suit. Oh, it's a Blue Star suit now. Oh no, it still says Ruben Boutons on it, but it's a good stop. Let's have a look, see how actually good it was. According to the lap time, it was a 41.7. Oh, so we'll take that as a benchmark for now, because obviously we're back on the old layout. So we don't know what it is. So 41.7 is the benchmark.
41.7 is a worthy benchmark, of course, because Levi Bloks has won already this weekend. In fact, he's won twice. So a very high point scorer, Levi Bloks, but qualified a little bit down this race. So he's rolled the dice on the pit stop, clearly feels he's faster than those immediately in front of him. So by pitting, he can hopefully leapfrog, in his mind, the drivers ahead of him in the race earlier when they actually come into the pits themselves. So again, another signal from Zimmervit Vera. So Vera clearly wanting to keep Frankham on point with that idea of catching Ruben Boutons. Now, Ruben Boutons has set the fastest Sector 1, which is the changed back to the snail bit, which is the one they're in now. This is the traditional Formula Fast circuit. So if you come here and do a ride and drive or compete in the championship races here during the main season, this is the circuit you will drive. It's the same one as you'd be racing in the British Rental Kart Championship, and one very well known to a lot of these drivers now. Zimmervit Vera is, I believe this is his second visit here to the BRKC. Does a lot of the European major championships. I've commented on him a number of times in the Polish Championship. Obviously, that's his home event. He's got Ben Frankham chasing him down, and Ben Frankham is, you know, he was the junior champion himself of the Castle Coombe Championship. There's the senior champion is also from last year, is competing in this event too this time around. But Ben Frankham, he's also another one driving for the Bradley Shepherd racing team. They are actually a very large outfit. Anyone in British karting knows Bradley Shepherd. Grandad originally set up the team, and Brad was the main driver, and since then Brad's more taken over the helm. He's still raced himself, but he's got so many drivers, bringing on a lot of young drivers as well. Bradley Shepherd makes it possible for a lot of people to compete, including the likes of Ben Frankham. And it's not just about maybe any coaching or kit, it's also the strategic element, because the BRKC does involve the pit stop, and using it correctly is important. There's no contact kart to pit in terms of radio, but there is a lot of waving from the pit wall, which is out of my view. It's on the back part of race control, and we can't really see it on the live stream either, but you will see the drivers acknowledge or even signal back themselves. And so the BSR team, with that vast experience, it really does help a lot of the young drivers, including here Ben Frankham, because obviously you know, the strategy element they can take care of, and if you're a driver with a brain, you can run to what they will see, and they will. They are already have proven themselves to be among the best in the world at getting the strategy right, and that is what Ben Frankham will be relying on here. He's got Zimmervit Vera as a bit of a benchmark on pace as how fast he's going to have to run, but looking at the timing, they are still losing time to the flying Ruben Boutons. Now, Ruben Boutons is also heavily involved with Blue Star Racing and Talent Factory, which basically what I've explained about BSR just now, Bradley Shepherd Racing, you can also count as the Belgian equivalent would be Blue Star and Talent Factory. So Ruben Boutons is actually, he's been around forever now, and he's been the benchmark in international karting so long. Every time at the World Championship, he's the expected winner. Even though he's won that championship twice, he's not won more times than he has won, but he's still regarded as the one to watch. So he's leading the way in And into the pits, Alex?
No one's in the pits yet, but with regards to that top 4, the fastest driver has been Nathan Turner. He set 2 purple laps and then set a very good lap on his previous lap. Oh, we do have somebody into the pits though now. Oh no, he's retiring.
Retiring?
Richie Clark is retiring from the race. We don't know why. He's gesticulating to his hands.
Alex, can you get a word? Can you get a word?
I'm not entirely certain what's going on. I'm going to let him talk to the marshals. Hang on.
Okay, so Richie,
what's happened?
Okay, well, we'll wait to see what's happening there, Alex.
Richie, what happened?
My wrists are hurting quite a lot, so I don't know why.
No, unfortunately, I'm sorry to hear about that. Go get yourself looked at. So yeah, that is a medical retirement. He's got a sore wrist and he can't turn the kart. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing that a lot of people seem to be finding it was very physical on the revised layout. That is the other half of the track, the one where the snail is now, where we're seeing Jean-Mavit Vera exiting. This is revised for 2 rounds of heats every year at the BRKC, and that was particularly strenuous for a lot of the drivers. Obviously, Richie Clark, he's taken the decision to retire. He was running at the tail, and this was probably going to be his last race of the event, with the semi-finals coming up from his perspective. And so Richie Clark out for 2026, and obviously we'll probably see him in 27. So Richie Clark, keep an eye on him if you're following him. He often drives in the Belgian Championship and the French Championship as well. So this is just the beginning of the year for Richie Clark and his campaign for 26. So meantime, Alex,
the pace at the front is insane. They are the top 4 are all running in the 31s.
Yeah,
31 ones.
Yeah, absolutely. But 31.0, just setting the fastest lap as you spoke, Alex, is Levi Blocks. So Levi Blocks, he pitted early. He wanted to leapfrog the ones in front by being quicker on his own. That's exactly how it's working out. So Levi Blocks, and if we look at him, he's 17 seconds behind Ruben Boutens, which would put him in the area of the sort of 4th place, 5th place area.
Yeah, it doesn't really gain him anything if he ends up back there. It's kind of, we might have gained him 1 position by the end of it, which I guess a net gain is a net gain, but maybe you want a little bit more. But I don't think you could have banked on the guys at the front being so quick.
But if you remember, Alex, he wasn't actually a front runner. He qualified down the order. We've seen him win 2 races, and his qualifying was quite way down by his standards in this race. So a net loss in terms of his overall consistent result, his average result this weekend, but probably a bit of a gain potentially in this particular race. Meantime, it's still Ruben Boutens who has not stopped. They've got just over 10 and 3/4 minutes, 10 2/3 minutes, as we look at Jean-Mavit Vera, who's 2nd place. Ruben Boutens is trying to check out. They've sort of covered the gap.
I think Nathan Turner's into the pits. We have him on his thighs. He's doing the little throttle jiggle that we like. Hits his marks. And unlike last time where he had to do 2 pit stops, he actually nails this one. And that lap time for that stop was a 42.5.
42.5.
Quite a bit slower than Levi's one.
A safe stop due to what happened in the previous race, basically, Alex, do you think?
Yeah, I can imagine there's a few nightmares running through his head in that one.
Yeah, 1 or 2 concerns there. Yeah, basically what happened in the previous race, Nathan Turner had to come in twice because when you come into the pits, you stop, you wait for the green light and you go, and then you stop again, wait for the green light and go. Needless to say, everyone has to cut a really tight green light. And Nathan actually jumped it twice on the same pit stops, had to come in twice to redo it. So 3 pit stops instead of 1 in the same race, threw him right to the back. However, he is the lap record holder here at Formula Fast, so hopefully he can get himself back into this. He's now in 8th place behind Brad Philpott. Meantime, there is Jean-Mavit Vera. There is behind him Ben Frankham. Now the gap has opened up a fraction to Frankham. Frankham really seems to be content there, sitting in that 3rd place, using Jean-Mavit Vera as his speed measure. It'd be very easy in this situation to frankly go to sleep. And Jean-Mavit Vera, of course, did win the Swedish Championship last year. So Vera has a very strong form at international level. He had a 2nd place in the Danish Championship, and he was 3rd here in this event last year, young Jean-Mavit Vera. And he's been chased down by Frankham, who himself is a former junior champion too. So Ruben Bountons continues. That lead has opened up ever so slightly by 0.2 of a second in the last couple of laps to between Bountons and Vera. Bountons, of course, being a 6 times champion of the British Rental Kart Championship. There are just over 8.5 minutes to go, and there's only been 3 people in the pit so far, one of which, of course, has retired, which is Richie Clark. So that does leave 7 people in the pits. Now, Alex, down in the pit lane, obviously things can get pretty busy when karts come in. How close have we had to a situation where people are stacking in the pits to the point this year where someone's actually got to wait to get onto the grid, to the pit stop stall?
In the first initial round, we did have it. I can't remember who it was, but we definitely did have it where it was very late in the day. People came in and somebody had to stop behind somebody else, and it almost doubles your pit stop time. It's an absolute disaster. But the thing I've been noticing is Levi Blocks is still the fastest driver. Oh, as we have Bell coming into the pits in kart 15, and he hits a green on his first one. He is part of the KBR team. And he is through with a nice one. Let's see what his pit stop time is. We get an idea of the benchmark for these things. That was a 41.5. That's the quickest, so that's the new benchmark, 41.5.
Yeah, Aaron Bell there pitted out of 5th place. He was running ahead of Kobe Coslett and Brad Philpott. So theoretically, Coslett and Philpott would come in behind him as the pit stop cycle through. So Aaron Bell there has won a number of championships, and he's moved up into Formula 1000, which is the old Formula Jedi, I believe. And so Aaron Bell is in the sort of step beyond a supercart, if you like, in terms of circuit racing. So a bit of a trip back to an indoor kart for him, and he'll be back in a racing car on the main circuit. So a completely different type of motorsport. Levi Blocks continues having just set a new fastest lap for this race. So Levi Blocks is the one doing the times at the moment. He's actually running behind the lap record holder, Nathan Turner. So we'll definitely continue to keep an eye on Levi Blocks. And
with those two, James, they are, if they can work together, they can both jump Frederick Navarro in 4th place.
Yeah,
that's what they're gunning for at the moment, which will be a nice saviour. But it's a case of whether they decide to fight or work together. If I was Nathan and Levi went for a move, I'd probably let him go because he's got more to lose.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing on screen now, Alex, because there's Nathan Turner on screen in the 14, and behind him in the blue overalls is Levi Blocks. Now, Levi Blocks was 7th in the World Championship last year, so Levi Blocks is definitely somebody who's got speed in indoor kart, and he's won 2 races so far this weekend. As I say, he was 7th in the world last year, so Nathan Turner, even though he is the Formula Fast lap record holder, definitely has a lot of work to do, and is being kept very, very honest indeed by the Belgian Levi Blocks behind him as they complete another lap at the end. That's where that corner there is where we've seen a lot of action. It's the most obvious overtaking spot here at Formula Fast. It's also the one where we've seen the most bad passes. So obviously if Levi Blocks is going to be making a move on Nathan Turner, they've both pitted, but Blocks of course will have that racing brain of, if Nathan Turner, the current lap record holder at Formula Fast, is able to keep the speed, that can pull Blocks forward. It may not be a massive disadvantage following him.
Yeah, they're both doing 31.0s, so it's not like there's any...
Down the inside. Sorry, Alex, I'm going to cut in. There's been a move for position there. Levi Blocks has gone through. Obviously, as there was some contact, race control will be looking at it immediately. We'll see what they come up with, whether the position has to be given back or not. If it doesn't, that will help their move forward. If it does, then the time lost in switching back, even though it just seems a simple case of Blocks will run wide in the corner and Nathan Turner comes back through, it will cost them both time. So we'll see what race control end up deeming that.
I will keep an eye on the board to see if it is under if it is under investigation. But we have less than 5 minutes left and 6 people still to pit.
Yeah, and
so it's going to get busy.
And that could play into the hands of Levi Blocks and Nathan Turner, because if people are starting to trip over each other or having to do some clever thinking, then of course if these can keep motoring on at the pace they are, because Levi Blocks is still the fastest. His fastest lap is in 30.9. His last lap was a 31.0, so he's pretty consistent on those times when you consider that 31.0 involved in overtaking moves. So there's back up to Vera in the second place with Ben Frankham. Now Frankham, although he's a couple of cars lengths behind, he's still able to use Vera as a visual guide as to speed. Vera is fast. He's on 31.0. They're chasing Ruben Boutons, who's 30.9 on the timer. He's not quite as quick as Levi Blocks, but he is leading the race, and another 30.9 by Ruben Boutons. So he's putting down some hard times for the likes of Vera, who we're looking at on screen, and Frankham to actually try to match, let alone beat. 31.0 for both Vera and Frankham shows that they are, I mean, it's 995 to Boutons and 002 to Vera, so it's near as damn it.
And just so the audience know, we still have not had an under investigation marker for that move, so it is deemed clean, and they are free to race.
Well, that's great news for Levi Blocks and Nathan Turner, because
we have a pit on kart 19, James. Kart 19 hits a green on the first one. Oh, it's Frankham, and he hits a green on the second. Hopefully, yes. Right, let's see his time. So it's a 41.5 is the benchmark, and he has done a 41.0. Wow. That is a hot pit stop.
Well, that's very good. He's of course, very fast round here, Frankham, and that's the sort of pit stop lap time he needs, because
this
is the important one.
And he stops on his marks. I've been loved watching his pit stops. He is so under control and just absolutely nails that white line every single time. And let's see as he comes out just behind Koslet, and his lap time is a 40.9, so another 10th quicker than the one set just before.
So Jemovic Vera there, he had to match. He was under pressure there to match an incredible fast pit stop by Ben.
Rubin's in, hand up. Rubin's into the pit lane, nice and smooth. He hasn't got to take too many risks. I don't think this will be a blistering pit stop, because it doesn't need to be. He has the time and the ability to be comfortable as he comes out behind Navarro, and Rubins does a 41.2. As we've got somebody else in kart 20, I think that's Koslet, is it?
Yes, that'll be Koslet.
So he stopped a little bit long in the box. He gets out, he's going to come out ahead of Bell, and his time was a 41.3. That's an okay pit stop.
Great. So we saw Frankham in the pits, very fast stop. Jemovic Vera covered it immediately. He was under pressure to do a fast stop himself, and that's what he did. Now let's see where Levi Blocks is. Levi Blocks is actually in 6th place, so not quite the gains. This is what we'll be looking at when the others pit.
The last chance to pit board is out, and there are 2 people who haven't pitted.
Absolutely, that will be the leader, Frederick Navarro, and Brad Philpott, who's in 5th. Now I saw Brad Philpott nod his head as he came past the pit, so he's got the memo that he's coming in this time, but so is Frederick Navarro.
He's coming through the hairpin as we speak, so I expect to see his hand go up and him to come into the pits, or he'll just dive in and not put his hand up, which is absolutely fine. You haven't got to put your hand up. There is no need to do so. And he hits the green, and he's going to hit another green, being coached by Sam Slater.
And Philpott in behind him.
And Brad's in as well. He hits a green as well. And we got a green on the second one. I'm just trying to look at the pit stop. So he's going to come out right behind Koslet and Bell.
Yeah,
and Brad's lost out there.
Kobe Koslet and Aaron Bell are down the order, really, from what we've seen from them so far in this tournament. Everyone has made their pit stop. There's, 2/3 of a minute and plus a lap to go as we look there at Kobe Koslet, and he's fending off Aaron Bell. And Brad Philpott's some way back there, just coming into picture now. Kobe Koslet has been, he was almost passed there by Aaron Bell. He went very defensive to the inside, blocking out the inside line for Bell.
So what we've missed in all of those pit stops is Levi Blocks did jump into 4th place.
He has, good.
But Nathan Turner was not able to jump for Frederick Navarro. So Frederick Navarro has managed to slip in between the 2 of them, and Levi is the gainer out of those.
And we are looking at exactly that on screen now. So the shiny silvery helmet in front in the orange is Frederick Navarro, and behind him is Nathan Turner. So Levi Blocks has actually managed to pull away from Turner. If you remember, Turner and Blocks are running together. Blocks has managed to, there he is in the blue suit, just going out of view there. So that gives you an idea of how much gain Levi Blocks has made. So decent run on his own, because remember he was setting the fastest lap. The fastest lap has now gone to Nathan Turner, who is the quickest around the track.
to start his final lap.
He certainly is. He's on his last lap now. But meantime, the battle's intensifying between Navarro and Nathan Turner. This is over 5th place, and this is very important for Navarro because he needs to try and book his place into the semi-final. He's already had a couple of wins this morning, and last night. So Navarro is under a bit of pressure here to keep his championship intact. He can't really afford to finish much lower than what he is if he wants to stay in the tournament, despite winning races. As it go round, Ruben Bartens is going to take the win. As Ruben Bartens comes through, gets the win he needed. That's his 2nd win of the tournament. There he is, the 6 times BRKC champion, runs from the Netherlands, competes in so many of these national championships. And there is Kozlet. There's Kozlet from Bell, and Brad Philpott's in this mix now. So as they come round to finish, all the other cars have finished, just these 3 now. As there's Ruben Bartens, and it is in fact Kozlet who hangs on across the line as we watch the winner, Ruben Bartens. So just to recap over the result there, Ruben Bartens has won from Jimavit Vera, Ben Frankham, Levi Blocks came through to 4th, Frederick Navarro hung on from Nathan Turner to 5th, and Kobe Kozlet 7th, Aaron Bell 8th, Brad Philpott 9th, and Richie Clark unfortunately retired, so that's why he's listed as 29 laps down. So over to you in the pits, Alex. That's been quite a strong race in a number of areas.
Yeah, I mean, the field for this race was absolutely phenomenal. Oh, Nathan is telling me he wants to talk to me, so he's obviously got something to say. So Nathan, I'm not going to ask you a question, you can just talk.
I mean, overall, I think it's been a horrible weekend for me, but to stick at P2, yes, lose a couple of positions, but to finish P6 as the highest I've done the weekend, I think it deserves something in it. So
you've been brilliant. Your pace has been phenomenal. It's just you seem to be up against some of the best drivers in the world, and you've done yourself proud.
Yeah, I think obviously Levi's move, I feel like that might have had to have a look at, because I put it in the middle and he's kind of gone for a gap that shouldn't have been. Like he's gone for a gap that isn't there, but is racing it. So
you haven't had a chance to look at the replay, but it wasn't investigated. So maybe it was a little bit rough, but maybe it was deemed okay. But listen, well done and good luck for the rest of your weekend. But unfortunately, seems like it might be over. And let's grab our winner. So your 2nd win of the weekend had a little bit of a rough start, but it seems to have picked up for you.
Yeah, it was a nice race, good quali. I was a bit lucky that I had to start the quali last. I think that's a big advantage after the break. But my lap was also very good, and during the race I could pull away straight from the start. So nice race.
Good, which means we should hopefully see you in the semis at least. Excellent. Thanks, Ruben. Let's grab Jimavit. Was Jimavit on the podium, wasn't he? Yes.
Yeah, he was 2nd place. Yep.
Jimavit.
Fighting against Ben Frankham.
I seem to do nothing but talk to you. You're always on the podium. Is that 4 podiums out of 4 races for you?
Yeah.
Was that 2 wins in 2 seconds?
Yeah.
That's excellent. What an absolutely phenomenal performance. How do you see the rest of your weekend going? What's your plans now? How do you? Is there a way to focus for you to improve and do better?
Well, this was the first race of the last group, so yeah, there's still more to come. We don't know what the final standings before the semi-final will be. Semi-final is the most important race before the final, so yeah, a lot of points can be gained and lost. Yeah, we will see.
Excellent, well done. Absolutely stunning performance so far this weekend. And I think Ben Frankham has disappeared, so we'll go back to you, James.
Superb, thank you, Alex. Well, again, interesting interviews there. Nathan Turner, it's literally a case of welcome to the BRKC, welcome to the international level of racing. I mean, he's done some before. This isn't his first rodeo, but it gives an idea that someone who is the lap record holder here at Formula Fast would feel that things are that tough, and it's as he says, it's literally the standard. It's everyone's very good. So another fantastic victory there for the 6 times BRKC champion Ruben Bartens, double world champion as well, of course, and potentially heir to that throne, or wanting to be one of the heirs to that throne, Jimavit Vera, one of the drivers very much up and coming through to 2nd place. So by my guess, we've had Vera win twice and come 2nd twice, which does suggest he'll find himself straight into the semi-finals, potentially knocking on the door of the final already, because the semi-finals, the way the knockout works at this international level is it's not like okay, well, one bad race and you're out. It's the continuation of the scoring. So when you make the semi-final, you add points to what you've already got in the heat races. So that's why things are looking good. It makes doing well in the heat races, like Šimavit Vera, guarantees a place on the into the semi-final. However, his mind will already be on that final itself, and continuing to score in the semi-final, the pressure's off a little bit. Maybe he doesn't need to win or top 2 in the semi-final to still make it in the final. And as the carts head out, looks like somebody stopped in the Snell section, and we'll see what all that was about. Maybe trying to make a gap of some form. But I was talking earlier on to Dennis Huller and Vika Schlets in the break, and both of them were saying how actually going out to qualify first, such is the intensity of competition, the equality of the carts, and the skill of the drivers, is that even just being qualifying, if you're at the back of the lineup going out to qualify, the actual track temperature, the fractional difference is making a difference to qualifying, which sounds incredible, but these are champions in their own right, and they know what they're talking about. So the qualifying is complete, and the times are coming in. It's Sam Slater, who's currently fastest from Nemchek. No, he's been beaten by Sam Shaw. So Slater from Shaw, and they've all been beaten by Seb Miller. Seb Miller has gone fastest from Sam Slater, Sam Shaw, Karel Nemchek. The qualifying is now complete, and it's Mateusz Matus who's gone to 4th, and Thomas Fox is in 7th. So, and Peyton Fricker down in 10th there. So it's Seb Miller is on the pole from Sam Slater, Mateusz Matus, Sam Shaw, Tibor Gabor, Karel Nemchek, Thomas Fox, Ross Sandwell, Melodika Hupkes, and Peyton Fricker there. So Seb Miller, the great British hope. There he is, the number 14. Always strange to see such a tall driver doing so well. Alex, down in the pit lane there.
Do you think Sam's going to call seniority and tell Seb to get out, tell Seb to get out of the way?
Yes, will it affect Seb's entry next year? That's always the question, isn't it? So there's Seb Miller up at the front as we look. There's Sam Slater behind. Mateusz Matus. Now Mateusz Matus is worth watching. He was the one who really got the revised section nailed yesterday. He had 2 very strong wins. How we saw Ruben Boutens win a race just now. Mateusz Matus put 2 wins together on the revised layout last night and this morning in a manner even more dominant than that. So Mateusz Matus, can he flick that over to the regular Snell section? Because that's the bit that was changed. That's the area which they're reverting to now. So Seb Miller on the pole, Sam Slater, Mateusz Matus, and then Sam Shaw. And then it's Tibor Gabon. Now, all of those 5 drivers we've seen either winning or knocking on the door of a win so far this weekend, so it's going to be a very tough one. Karel Nemchek is actually down in 6th place, and that's a surprise. He's definitely a driver who could move to the front, but against this opposition is where the question mark lies. Thomas Fox, Ross Sandwell, Dicka Hupkes and Peyton Fricker are the final 4 in that order as we wait for them to give the okay for Seb Miller to start drawing them around. He's going to dictate the pace. He's going to get around this hairpin just under the commentary box here, and then it's a flick to the left and across the line to start the race proper. Seb Miller's the one who has to just make sure there's a fairly even speed. The carts, they don't want them banging into each other and stopping and starting. Equally, Seb Miller cannot get away with jumping the start and have some sort of gigantic lead coming out of the first turn.
I'll tell you what, James, I'm really looking forward to this one.
So am I.
As a neutral with absolutely no skin in the game, this is going to be a barnstormer. There is some absolutely phenomenal fast names, and not only fast names, people who like to stick their nose in, who like to have a bit of a fight. So this, I think, is going to have fireworks.
Well, this is what happens, Alex, when you're a racer and then turning commentary. As you've just recently swapped the steering wheel for the mic for the first time this weekend. It's suddenly you can enjoy it. If you were in the middle of this, you'd be thinking, oh no, there's this guy, and now we're going, yeah, there's this guy. So Seb Miller brings them round, and he's going to take the start. Now we're looking on screen there. There's Sam Slater and Mateusz Matus, Sam Shaw. When's Miller going to pull the pin on the start? Yeah, he's gone now. He's on the throttle, and Slater's gone with him. So is Matus, and it's a very good, clean start there. As Seb Miller, he's waving to Sam Slater.
No, they've got the green.
Oh, they've got to come around again.
Full start flag.
Yeah,
flag.
Looking back, I think nearer the tail, there was a bit of a gap, I think, behind Nemchek. So maybe something had happened that created a gap that the officials weren't happy with. They do want to see an even set of gaps right the way down the field, and if it becomes what they deem too large, they will call it send them round again. So Seb Miller's going to have to bring them to a stop. They're going to gather everyone up. If there was any issue with one particular driver, that's when that driver would be spoken to. But obviously not, just a little bit too big a gap. I think it was about 3 or 4 back from the back. Having a little word with Seb Miller, it's probably going to be a slightly later getaway because he was on the throttle pretty early there, and that might have been what introduced the gap.
It's always funny seeing this flag in owner karting, because in owner karting you have to put your hand in the air and spin it around like you're doing a lasso. So it's always really funny watching 20 karts do this.
Yeah, I've been there. Yeah. It is very much the case, isn't it? In amidst all the two-stroke smoke. But Seb Miller's bringing them round, and it's probably going to be a little bit later on the throttle. Yes, it's a very smooth run there, and he's he definitely got him a lot more bunched up there. Surely this is going to be a clean start, because that looks good. Seb Miller into the Snell session. This gets tighter as you turn right, and then as you turn left, the corners get more open, and that leads onto the back stretch. It's very fast and flowing, this Snail area. They're on the fast bit of the track now. Through this corner here, they're still on full power, having exited the Snail, and full power down the back stretch is Seb Miller, the great British hope, turning in at the end with Sam Slater, who's another British hope, and then Mateusz Matus, who's a Polish hope, as we've seen him win 2 races already, and maybe enough points to be thinking about the final. Mateusz Matus, if he can do well in this race and do well in the semi, he's guaranteed to be in that final with 2 wins so far. Whether he'll win this one, well, I'm sure Seb Miller will try and deny him that. It's Seb Miller who's leading the way now with Sam Slater between them. The 2 front runners, both BSR drivers, and in fact, in this case, they're both part of the BSR Orange team. Bradley Shepherd Racing, as I've been saying so many times this weekend, a very large karting organisation these days, originated by Bradley Shepherd's granddad, with Bradley Shepherd doing the driving, and now it has expanded, and since Bradley Shepherd has now taken over the overall charge, and he has an enormous number of drivers on his roster. They're also among the best strategically, and they've got the strategic situation now of having 2 of their drivers first and second, and not just 2 of their drivers, but because they have so many drivers, there's a BSR black team, BSR white team, BSR orange team, BSR papaya team, and but this time it's the 2 BSR orange team drivers, so they are literally in the same team. So there's multiple teams within the same organisation, but these 2 are absolutely in the same team, and they're pulling away from Mateusz Matus, who's fighting a rearguard action against Sam Shaw, who's one of the Bradley Shepherd Racing drivers, but he's racing for BSR white in this event. So
it's crazy to see Matus being pulled away for in this, considering we've just watched the last 2 races where he's absolutely decimated the field. So it just shows how a particular layout can suit a particular driver in a particular way.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head there, because Mateusz Matus has really been the one most to take to the revised layout, and effectively with the reversal back to the normal layout here at Formula Fast, then Mateusz Matus has had that particular rug pulled from him, and he's forced to try and tackle everyone on the regular layout, which clearly he was the master of the revised, and now he's 3rd place on the regular. To move on the inside there, that move was by Tibor Gabor on Sam Shaw. So Tibor Gabor, the Hungarian champ, has moved ahead of Sam Shaw as they come through the start area here. He's the one now picking up the cudgels to take the attack to Mateusz Matus.
And that was a really lovely, clean move, no contact, just absolutely lovely, sent it, but also telegraphed by Sam. And I think that's part of the thing about being overtaken is being a good person to be overtaken, so that you don't lose time in the overtake, because sometimes you just have to go, actually the person's got me, so if they're going to get me, I'm going to make sure I don't lose even more time by trying to defend something I've already lost.
Those who watch other sports as well, so if you think in terms of football, it's almost a case of, does a player go down and actually take the foul and the free kick, or does he stay up and try and play some sort of advantage? You know, it's a little bit like that. So we see Sam Shaw there, who's continuing around behind Tibor Gabor. Now, in the move itself cost them time, which is why that gap has opened up to Mateusz Matus, and he must be breathing a sigh of relief, because, to be fair, Alex, Mateusz Matus was nowhere near as convincing on this layout, and he was under massive pressure from Shaw behind, and in turn Tibor Gabor behind him.
Yeah, it just gives him a little bit of breathing room to compose himself. He hasn't got to look behind him, and he can just crack on. However, I do notice something very interesting about Mateusz Matus is when he comes around this final corner, he stares at the barrier on his right hand side and just stares at it until he drives past it. I find that very peculiar.
Yeah, it does make you wonder there. It's you know, some kind of barrier fetish or something, but he's looking at what he's trying to avoid. So he's done it again on that lap, has he?
He does it every single lap. I've been watching it all weekend. I find it fascinating. I want to talk to him about it.
Yeah, well, maybe that's his key to speed. So looking at the barrier on the exit of the last corner. So meantime, looking at nobody in front is Seb Miller, who we've got on screen. Now, Seb Miller has definitely got Sam Slater running with him. Sam Slater was one of those drivers who really took on the idea of going abroad and doing the international races. A lot of times, particularly being an island, we do tend to stay in the UK in terms of British drivers. But Sam Slater went abroad, did all these various national championships, which run to exactly the same format as here at the BRKC. And Seb Miller is one who sort of generation down, generation beyond Sam Slater now, one of the more younger racers. He's the one who's picked up that particular baton as well. Last year he did so many of the various foreign indoor kart championships, and that is partly why his form is so strong now. But Slater is definitely keeping him honest. It seems though Slater's closed in. Slater's just set the fastest lap of the race. So with under 15 minutes to go now, Slater is definitely closing in on Seb Miller, the leader. They are on the same team, and not only the same team in terms of Bradley Shepherd Racing, they're both racing for once with the BSR Orange team within the team. So BSR will be particularly keen that this doesn't turn into anything stupid at all. If anything does happen that loses them time and potentially lose them the race, then they've got Bradley Shepherd himself to answer to, and that might involve a closed door in a silent room. So Mateusz Matus there, we're seeing continuing in third place, but he's been caught. He's been caught by Tibor Gabor. So Tibor Gabor's move on Sam Shaw actually opened that gap up a little bit, but since it's come down, so Tibor Gabor, the Hungarian, is closing down on Mateusz Matus with Sam Shaw going with him by the looks of it. Matus is looking over the wrong side. He's looking over his shoulder, but he's looking the wrong way. He needed to look to the other side, and he would have seen Mateusz Matus right there. He must know he's there, but he's, again, you can see he's looking at the barrier. Alex, Mateusz Matus, is there something there particular? Is there some crewman beyond that, or is there something, any reason? Is he looking at the barrier or behind the barrier, or is he just being weird?
I honestly don't know. I'm fascinated by it, and now that I've pointed it out to you and anyone else watching, you're going to see it every single time. But I tell you what, Gabor has come up to Matus almost out of nowhere, because there was a big gap after there was that battle when Gabor got past Shaw, and now all of a sudden they're all the way back to him again. This is a very again
Matus looking at, we can see on the pictures, those watching at home, Mateusz Matus with the white helmet here is looking at the barrier. Alex, down in the pit lane, just to make you aware, you've got to now ask Mateusz Matus about this. What is he looking at? And we want you to do it so much it's been decided that you will be taken outside if you can't get that interview. So more than your job is on the line with this right now. But talking of things on the line, these two leaders here, Seb Miller and Sam Slater, continue to set the pace, and Slater is really pushing teammate Miller. Alex. Sorry, I thought you were about to say something.
No, it's all good. It's all kicking off now. And we've got to remember, we've got 12 minutes left, not a single pit stop. And yeah, I don't know who wants to come first. The pace is so hot that I don't think anybody wants to pit, because no one's really being massively held up. And even for some people that may be being held up,
Sam Slater, maybe? Sam Slater, do you think? Because, I mean, they're in the same team. Slater looks visibly faster than Miller.
There's not a gap to drop into, though. I don't think there is a gap for him to drop into where he can take any advantage of it and not get caught in traffic.
Yeah, because those watching on the live stream, obviously we're focusing on the race lead there. Slater, the second one, does look as though he might have some pace. He's the faster of the two. He has the fastest lap of this race. But Slater, if he pits now, the consideration is not about necessarily getting past Seb Miller up front. It's where Slater would come back out. We can't see on screen what Slater would arrive at, but you can bet your life the BSR team are fully on board with where Slater would be. So they're far from actually calling him in. They might be demanding he stays out.
By the looks of it, Slater will come out somewhere behind Ross Samwell, and again, not far enough behind Ross that he could actually run into, you keep using that pace.
Yeah.
Because Ross is running some 0.8 of a second slower.
And when we say he's running 0.8 of a second slower...
Sorry, no, he's not. That's my bad. Sorry.
I was going to say...
He's running very similar pace, but...
Yeah, because he last year he won the Kart Race of Champions. He was the champion of champions last year, and such is the standard here at the BRKC, that translates to 8th place in a heat race. So, it's...
But do you think that... Oh, hang on, we've got someone in the pits. The kart number 20 is into the pits, which is Peyton Ficker. Gets a green, and
gets another green. I think obviously he was at the back anyway. I think he was just wanting to get that pit stop out of the way. The other thing I was thinking about is because both Sebastian and Sam are on BSR orange, maybe the team are trying to put them in a position where they don't hamper either of them and give them both a fair stop. So you will probably see both of them run to the end and one stop before the other, as we have another one coming in, kart 19 of Hookkiss with the very nice helmet, and he was also one of the guys who was up till 4 o'clock in the morning drinking last night. So
with Van Lionhorst, or as well as Van Lionhorst?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, so in the meantime, though, certainly not up late last night was Mateusz Mateusz, and even more so Thibaut Gabor, because he's all over the back of Mateusz. Mateusz Mateusz having to get really defensive now. He's still got that pit stop in hand if he needs it. So does Thibaut Gabor. So will Gabor be the first one to pull out of what you consider our front runners here, because he is all over the back of Mateusz Mateusz. If ever there was a time to use a pit stop, it would be now, because Sam Shaw could well jump Thibaut Gabor. We saw that actually involving Thibaut Gabor in the previous race. Gabor, of course, is the one in the middle of this group that we're watching. There's Mateusz Mateusz continually looking over the wrong shoulder because Thibaut Gabor stays well to the other side of him as they continue around another lap. And will there be pit stops? No, there aren't, as they continue on the way. Mateusz Mateusz absorbing enormous pressure from Thibaut Gabor. As we go back to the race leaders, that will be Seb Miller, the great British Hope, and Sam Slater, another great British Hope, both with the BSR Orange team. Not sure actually if there's any priority within BSR, favouring any of the teams within the big team, but certainly these two are right up at the front and going to be scoring maximum points in this heat race as they try to head and book a place in the final itself. So Thibaut Gabor surely is going to be the one in the pits.
Oh, and that is Thibaut Gabor in the pits as he nails the first start of the pit stop, gets a very quick exit. Let's see what that lap time is going to be. So where is he on the board? There he is. He did a 41.2, so that's good.
And Thibaut Gabor there is going to set some quick times now. Now the pressure's on Mateusz Mateusz. He's almost got to come in this time to cover that move by Thibaut Gabor, because if Gabor is faster, he will actually get leapfrogged, and he doesn't come in. This could be a very risky move by Mateusz Mateusz. He does not look fast enough to stay in front and not be leapfrogged in the pit by Thibaut Gabor. We'll keep an eye on lap times, because this could be crucial. We may see Mateusz Mateusz in very soon, or we may even see him lose the place.
Yeah, so Mateusz Mateusz did a 30.9 on that last lap, and we are just waiting for Gabor to go past. I can't see him in front of me, so you'll have to point that out to me when he does go past.
Yeah.
Still got the leaders, really nose to tail. There's Mateusz goes past the line now, and where is Gabor? Gabor's just going past the final hairpin.
Yeah, he's on the other part. Here he comes out. It's the next kart past you, Alex, as you see it, as we look at Miller on screen leading the race. And the times, Gabor 30.8.
They're matching each other.
They are. So Mateusz Mateusz must have upped the pace. Maybe actually being freed by Thibaut Gabor has allowed Mateusz Mateusz to really settle into something more perfect, because it's a question of perfection really at this level, as Sam Shaw does seem to be closing the gap. There's not really a Thibaut Gabor space between the two visually as I look out the window. We're watching the race leaders here as Seb Miller continues to lead Sam Slater. Sam Slater keeping Seb Miller very honest indeed. Now, as you can see there was no question of Seb Miller getting defensive there, because he knows that Slater behind is going to maintain position. They're driving for the same team. And then Mateusz Mateusz now has Sam Shaw immediately on his tail. And this maybe could start to lose Mateusz Mateusz time, and to the benefit of Thibaut Gabor. So Mateusz Mateusz, very likely, I would say, ought to be coming in this time. Already defensive in the hairpin there at the Snell section. So Mateusz Mateusz on screen now. Will he be in this lap? Will he stay out?
0.4 of a second in that lap.
Yeah, so straight away, just that defensive bit into the Snell cost him so much. So surely Mateusz, if he wants to avoid being leapfrogged by Gabor, has to come in. He's coming up to the pit entrance.
Shaw's just put his hand up. Shaw's coming in.
Shaw in, and Mateusz not.
Mateusz could potentially get done by both of these guys if he doesn't respond straight away. He should have probably responded 3 or 4 laps earlier, and it's a good stop from Shaw as he goes across the line. He comes out ahead of Gabor.
He definitely comes out ahead of Gabor. Gabor's going to the outside. It's Gabor to the outside, out of view of the camera, but Gabor, I can tell you, is definitely behind Sam Shaw.
Mateusz looked across the track and he saw that little battle, so Mateusz knows these guys are going to start defending.
And he's got to come in now. Surely Mateusz in now. He is in. Mateusz into
the
pits.
But if they're going to fight, maybe he should have stayed out now. But yeah, so he's got 6 minutes left now. as he comes round. The other two have just come round the hairpin as he starts to move his way out. Oh, he's going to do it. I think he's going to do it.
He may not, because Shaw's got momentum. You are right, Alex, he's done it. He may be able to block him off. Into the snail section, we can see that it is Matus. He's done enough, only just, but just enough. Mateus Matus has managed to hang on to that position ahead. Obviously listing now as around 6th place, but when the pit stops cycle through, that's going to be a lot higher. So Mateus Matus looking at, wow, he's got him either side of him there, coming down the backstretch. Mateus Matus continually looks to the left, his left, going down the straight, and very often it's Gabor on the right, as was the case there. This time it's Sam Shaw to the left, effectively the inside. Alex?
And it just means that Gabor is going to have to find his way past Sam Shaw again, like he did earlier in the race.
Yeah, and he did do it earlier in the race. He's got 5 minutes plus a lap to do so, which we think is going to be around about at least 11 laps. So there's actually plenty of time track-wise to do something. He's on the back of Shaw, but Shaw fighting a rearguard action is only helping Matus move away. So Matus seems to lose that time when he was under pressure from these two. If he can be allowed to run free, we saw he upped the pace. And that's the only reason why he's in front of them now, because when they came in the pits, Matus upped the pace. And the more Shaw defends, the more Matus is able to pull away slightly, and the more he will up the pace. So that's the problem these two are facing. This is when drivers start working together. We've been seeing all weekend how drivers are signalling to each other, saying, run with me, don't pass me, don't fight me, and we'll close in on the one ahead. And this is exactly what that kind of thing is about. So there's Matus, there's Shaw, and there is Tibor Gabor. They're crossing the line now to start another lap. They're entering the snail section. Mateus Matus has that crucial...
Sam's just done Seb into the hairpin. Really nice, clean move, and Sam has just gone through. So I expect Seb to maybe pit soon.
Change for the lead out of our view, and they've crossed the line together. So it is Sam Slater in the lead from Seb Miller. So good spot there, Alex. We were watching on screen the battle between Matus and the rest, but now we've gone over to Sam Slater. There's Sam Slater in the lead. They're in the same team, the BSR Orange team within the team, as they've switched positions now. Sam Slater, a quick check to see exactly where Seb Miller is. Will we see one of them in soon? We've got about 3.5 minutes plus a lap, so there is time if they don't want to. Which is exactly what's happened. They don't want to, so they continue on round, and it's Sam Slater continuing to hold the lead. Now, will he actually pull away from Seb Miller a little bit?
Well, we got five people left to do stops, and just coming up to 3 minutes left.
Yeah,
I think and that's actually 2 minutes to go, because the last chance to pit board flashes at 1 minute to go.
Right, and that will leave then 3 laps theoretically to the finish, because it's clock finishes and then 1 lap. Sometimes the clock finishes 2 or 3 seconds after the leaders cross the line, then it's going to be effectively 2 laps to go. So Sam Slater and Seb Miller does seem to have narrowed
and we
that
have a
gap down.
kart in the pit lane, James. Sorry to cut over you. It is kart number 10. I think, I'm not certain who that is.
Thomas Fox.
Thomas Fox. So he's stopped on his marks. Nice, simple, steady stop. Let's have a look at Thomas Fox's lap time. It's a 41.0. That's a really good stop. Really, really good stop.
Sam Slater has the fastest lap of the race again as we go back to the...
Seb Miller's in. Seb's into the pits. Beautiful stop. Bang on his marks. Rolls up to the next one. Again, stops really nicely onto his marks. These guys are so hot on these pit stops as he comes out behind the yellow helmeted driver who I can't see.
I was talking to Sam Slater on Friday afternoon, and he was telling me that a couple of sessions he did of practice, there was a lot of practice on Friday, he literally was in the pits every lap. That such is the importance given to these pit stops.
So Sam is now on his way in.
He's on his way
Seb did a 40.4. Oh, very aggressive stop for Sam as he comes up to the next one. Again, very aggressive over the line. So 40.4 was the last one for Seb. They're going to come out side by side, but he's managed to nail it. And they are out off into the snail section. As we've got somebody else in the pits, kart 21, who's in and out.
Yeah, 21 is Ross Sandwell, and Ross Sandwell, we haven't mentioned him much in this race, but he is the reigning Kart Race of Champions champion. So he's in and out of the pits. Sandwell and is now in 7th place.
Kart 21 with an invalid stop, apparently.
That'll be Ross Sandwell, so he's going to have to...
Oh, because he hasn't done it.
Hasn't done it. I thought.
Oh no, he has. Sorry, no, he has done it. You're right. I must have missed the first one while I was still watching Sam. My apologies.
Okay, so he's. Do you think he's due back in? Does he have to come back in?
He must be. He's
going to have a choice, is he?
Only showing 1 on the screen at the moment, so I didn't see the yellow.
He's in right now. He's right back in.
Yeah. So he's clearly had to repeat. He's shaking his head.
Shakes his head. Not very happy about that one. Unfortunate, Sam.
Now, What is very interesting is that we're looking on screen now that Sam Slater has started to pull out a lead. Sam Slater, fastest on the track. Carol Nimchek is in the pits.
Nimchek is in the pits. He gets a green on the first one, and he stops bang on the marks, jolts the kart forward to try and get out, and he comes out behind Timo Gabor.
Yeah, he's behind that massive Mateusz Matus group who've now moved back up into third place. Everybody has been in the pits now as Sam Slater continues to extend his lead. He's the fastest on the track. He's the fastest in this race, and he's pulling out those little bits on Seb Miller. Seb Miller surely now will be looking at a second place finish. He knows that's a lot of points as they're in the last quarter of a minute on the timer. Then we'll go to the last lap. So it's probably going to be 2 laps as we look at now. Sam Slater in the Snell section, we can see him, it gets tighter, and now the section starts to open up. Here's the Matus battle into the same Snell section, but from the opposite angle on the cameras. Mateusz Matus, the flying pole, he was exceptional, the one who really most got the revised section nailed. Now they're back to the regular Snell section, and he's in third place in this race. And moving to the side there, that was Sam Shaw. Defensive move that against Tibor Gabor rather than an attack on Mateusz Matus, definitely. So there's Matus in the black suit, there's Shaw in the orange suit, and the black suit behind him is Tibor Gabor. But Shaw's clearly bit more focused on maintaining position than he is trying to take one from Matus. Matus is fast, Shaw's running with him, but with that sort of gap, he cannot make a lunge from that far back. He'll never make it. So any move to the inside there will be to defend rather than attack. So on the last lap, it's Sam Slater. He's going to win. Sam Slater takes the win in the BRKC 2025. And second place is going to be 2026, yeah. Well, I think he won in 25. He's also won in 26 now, Brad, so you are right. Good recovery there. I'm still dealing last year. Of course, 2024 was also 2 years ago, referenced last night. And so Sam Slater has moved forward a year and moved forward a place because he's now won a race in 2026. There he is, the victorious Sam Slater. Seb Miller's actually gone past him, but the one he's seeing at the front is actually Seb Miller, who was second, versus Sam Slater, who won. And a great sort of maintaining third place by Mateusz Matus. He's delighted with that. I can see him coming in the pits. Remember to ask the barrier question, Alex. Over to you in the pit lane, Alex.
Yeah, I'll get him for his P3, but I want to interview Timo Gabor because obviously he was the man causing all the action. And I'm going to ask him, Timo, how are you, buddy? Can you hold the brake pedal for me? You keep rolling forward. Right, that was an interesting race. Lots of excitement going on. How was it from your point of view?
I have a really good pace, but I have a really safe pit stop, so I lost the position.
But yeah, but it felt. But you had the pace out. You had the pace out there. Do you feel that you might have made the semis now with what you've achieved so far this weekend?
I think I will reach the semi-final, but the final is no.
Very difficult in these situations, but well done for so far for this weekend. Right, let's go grab some of the main contenders, shall we? If we can find any of them. So where is our winner, Sam Slater? Where is he? They've all run away. I've lost all the race winners. Everybody has disappeared, but I'm going to go grab.
What about Matus?
I'm going to go grab Matus. Where is he? Oh, Miller. We got Miller. Hello, Miller. Hello. That was a really tough race. You had to defend basically the entire time from your teammate.
Slater.
From your teammate Sam Slater. How did you deal with the pressure, and did you see the move coming? Was there any team orders?
We were just sort of like working side by side for the first 15 minutes. You know, there was no point in fighting early because it was a tough heat and there was lots of other fierce competition behind that would have caught up to us if we did that. So yeah, it was very smart teamwork, and then I think Sam just had the pace in the end, so like 3-4 minutes to go he sent the overtake, and that was that really. I didn't want to risk it too much in the pit, so it was a pretty calm stop, but yeah, I'm pretty happy I've had a full set of seconds, so I think that will pit me nicely for the semi-final.
Excellent, well done. Absolutely stunning performance this weekend. Right, yeah, oh, hang on. The race winner is here. I'm not going to be able to ask Matus the question, though, unfortunately. But I am going to be able to have.
Well, you're going to get taken outside, then.
I'm going to be able to have. I am going to be able to have a chat with another race win, second race win from Sam. Talk us through your strategy for that race up against your teammate.
Yeah, so it was a tough heat. That one was the one I was dreading the most. With Seb and Sam Shaw being in there and being teammates, you know, we didn't really want to do anything stupid on each other. Seb and I had a battle last year, and I'm sure everyone will remember, where it cost us the win because we were fighting and defending, and third place jumped us both. So we just agreed whoever out-qualifies the other person for 15 minutes, no attacking. And as soon as it hit 15 minutes on the clock and he didn't defend, I took it.
Excellent. Absolutely stunning performance. Your pace has been phenomenal, so we will see you in the semi-final. I don't think there's going to be anything that's going to stop that, and maybe even the final again.
Yeah, I hope so. It's 1-1-2-2, so looking good.
Excellent. Top man. Back to you, James. I'm going to have to go send myself outside because I couldn't find my tooth.
Indeed, yes. So you'll be met outside by the boys, yeah. Anyway, the next race coming up is a very, very tight one indeed, because we've got Jolano Shepkins, we've got Hassan Zafar, we've got Vika Schlitz, the reigning champion, we've got Morris Hack, we've got Sandy Kirshner, Max Thorne, Gabriel Kinter, Jenny Tompkins, Dennis Holler, the German, and Kieran Kennis. So a talent-stacked, it's a talent-stacked competition, and within a talent-stacked competition, we got a talent-stacked heat race. So Vika Schlitz, he had a real mare of it this morning in his round 3 race, finishing well down the order, and he was very disappointed with some of the calls made on the bad passes. So he had a really tough one. He's out to make amends because he's got 2 wins in the first 2 heat races, and his title defence took a real bit of a knock in that last race. He's going to have to do something very sharp to get the points, to get a good qualifying position for the final, isn't he? He's probably, he's likely to do well, so he's likely to get through to the semi. So I don't think it's the semi he's worried about at this point. It's the qualifying of the final, I would have said he'd be thinking of right now, Vika Schlitz. Brad Philpott, you're back up in the commentary with us. First of all, how do you feel about your race? What do you think about this qualifying?
Let's just talk about the qualifying, James.
Let's talk about the qualifying. Let's talk only about the qualifying, I'll read it.
No, let's talk about Brad's brilliant performance.
Gabriel Kinter's on the pole. Gabriel Kinter's on pole from Vika Schlitz, Kieran Kennis, Hassan Zafar. Shipkins is in 5th, but guess who we haven't mentioned? Dennis Holler, because he's down in 6th place. Dennis Holler's down 6th. Front-running Max Thorne is also down in 7th. Morris Hack is in 8th. Jenny Tompkins 9th, and another German, Sandy Kirshner, is in 10th place, but it's Gabriel Kinter, BSR Racing's Gabriel Kinter. Can he unlock a win for the first time this weekend? Kinter, we've seen him in 2nd. You were talking to him earlier, Alex, and he was feeling good about all these 2nd place he's got, but if he can convert this into a win, he is looking good for the final.
Yeah, I've managed to speak to him after every single one of his races.
Yeah.
He's been on fire this weekend. He's been my one that I watch. I think he's a really impressive driver. I like his driving style, and to see him put it on pole ahead of the current champ is an impressive feat.
But he's going to have to fend off reigning champion Vika Schlitz, race winner Kennis, race winner Zafar, top runner Shepkins, and race winner Dennis Holler, and the rest. So he's bringing him around. It's Gabriel Kinter who's going to bring him around and make the start. Yet another BSR team driver as they cross the line, and the race is on. So these guys are all in their final heat race. These points are going to be what gets them in or keeps them out of the semi-final and the right to continue scoring in the competition. So Kinter, though, he's done what he needs to do. He's got a good start. He's got Vika Schlitz going with him, though, and they're already trying to pull out something of a gap against former race winner Kieran Kent's. Defensive already. Gabriel Kinter getting defensive on the first lap. That's going to bring the field back up against the back of Vika Schlitz. So defensive move by Kinter could bring Kieran Kennis back up onto the tail of Vika Schlitz, which means Vika Schlitz would come under attack, and that may lessen the pressure on Gabriel Kinter at the front. Oh, and a bit of bumping and boring at the back. Obviously nothing malicious, just how it's worked. And a wave there saying, go, go, go. They wanted Kinter to keep running fast at the front. Vika Schlitz signals there. That's to say, I'm not going to attack you. Just get clear of these guys behind. He does not want to fight a rearguard action to Kieran Kennis. How will he avoid a rearguard action against Kieran Kennis?
I knew somebody was going to come in. It is kart number 15 as he hits his marks and gets a green, hits his marks again and gets another green. And what are we going to see for a lap time there for Schleps? It is a 41.3.
Yeah, Schlett's fast at the moment, but that pit stopper was Jelano Shebkins, and Jelano Shebkins is the highest qualifier of those who haven't won a race. So interesting pit stop there as we look at Gabriel Kinter. And the reigning champ comes in.
Oh, he's rolled the dice again. He did this last time where it didn't go to plan for him. So he's rolled the dice to potentially end up having people stop in front of him and repeat what happened last time. So it's going to be touch and go here. This could be a master stroke or another disaster.
And a question over to you, Brad Philpott. You're racing in this tournament.
Not anymore, James, but...
OK, well, you were racing in this tournament, but a move like that from Vika Schletz, not only are people running on their own strategy, but Vika Schletz is one of the strategies they will look at. That could upset various strategies because they will feel, oh, my gosh, Schletz is in. We have to counter that no matter where we are in the order.
Well, temporarily, I think it's actually helped Kinter because it's kind of freed him up to not defend. But look what's happening. He's being kind of drawn in by Kieran Kennis. So it won't be long before he's going to be in the same position again. So certainly Schletz's strategy is good here. This looks good. And the only thing that could really make this not work out for him is if he's not fast, but that's unlikely. Looks like he's going to be very fast. Or if Kinter was to pit now, cover him, and that would be a Anton Schopler situation from before.
Yeah, because Kennis has immediately closed the gap on Kinter. Now, BSR, they're far from stupid. They will surely be looking at the Schletz situation, seeing what the times are. Holler's the fastest on the track at the moment, but now Vika Schletz fastest second sector time, so obviously he's got the bit between his teeth.
I don't think BSR are going to want to fight Vika. I think that one's probably gone. When we look at the pace of Kinter, other karts closing in behind him, I think it's probably wise to not end up in that same position that Vika was in with Anton Schopler in a previous race, where you cover someone early and then end up battling with them for the whole race. I think it's more of a fighting for second place here and banking really strong points for Kinter.
So big picture thinking, let first go to guarantee second.
Yeah, look, Vika's just too fast, I think. I think even if he was to pit now, they wouldn't be able to cover him. So
Vika Schletz, new record for this race. He's currently fastest in the race now, Vika Schletz. And as we see, Gabriel Kinter leading the way. There we are, Vika Schletz. That purple bit means he is the fastest. So on the screen at home, there's Gabriel Kinter, and he's now fighting a rearguard action against Kieran Kennis. Kieran Kennis has closed the gap. That gap had Vika Schletz in it just a couple of laps ago, and now it's got nothing in it because he's right on the bumper of Gabriel Kinter. Gabriel Kinter is very fast indeed. Kieran Kennis is even slightly faster. Can Hassan Zafar stay with him? He's in third place. Not really is the answer. He's dropping back into the clutches of the German Dennis Holler. Now, Dennis Holler is somebody who has no problem making an early pit stop.
And he's done exactly that, as you have said it, James. He dives into the pits. Oh, he's got a yellow!
Wow.
Oh, he got a yellow. That's it. That's all over for the day for Dennis Holler. And he came out kind of just behind Vika as well. But I think the other thing with Vika was I don't think they want to pit with Vika because they don't want to lose places by having to battle with Vika.
And there's been a change for the lead. Kieran Kennis dived up the inside on Gabriel Kinter. Kennis has now taken the lead from Gabriel Kinter across the line. The timing board readjusts. There it is. Kennis there. Kieran Kennis, who won a race earlier in the tournament, is now leading this one. And Dennis Holler will rue that pit stop because there'll be a variety of German language going on under the helmet there of Dennis Holler. He's going to have to come in and do it again. Will it be sooner? Will it be later? Because the organisers, they just want him to come in at some point during this race. He came in very early. Theoretically, he could get away with leaving it really late if he's able to use Vika Schletz as some sort of speed benchmark by which to judge himself. As Kieran Kennis has the lead, and Kieran Kennis is starting to open up something of a bit of a gap. He's trying to pull away from Gabriel Kinter. Now, will this alter BSR's plans? Well, there's a signal there saying keep going. Whether that was for Kennis or Kinter, I'm not sure, but certainly Kennis is definitely keeping going as he turns in the lead. This is where he made the move on the last lap, and he has the lead this time. Kinter is not falling back to Hassan Zafar, so there's he's not like he's lost speed, but he's definitely lost the position. Dennis Holler's continuing to stay out. Is he closing in? Is he closing in? No, Vika Schletz is still the fastest, and he's set a new... he's still fastest within that bracket of 30.7. Dennis Holler is also on a 30.7 as his best, but we'll see how this shapes out. Dennis, of course, he's in 9th place now with the pit stops involved. Only 3 have been in, so it's very easy to overlook those down the order at the moment, but they are very quick front runners. The only three who've been in are the 8th, 9th and 10th, as you look on your screen there. That will be Vika Schlitz, Dennis Holler and Jelano Shepkins, and there's no way they're going to finish this race down in 8th, 9th and 10th, any of them. Even with a pit stop, extra to have to take in hand, it could be that Dennis Holler actually can make inroads, scoring points in his desperate attempt to recover his tournament. His whole tournament could have been blown out the window by that pit stop there, as poor old Dennis Holler continues on. There's Hassan Zafar. Hassan Zafar won a race.
We've got a boxer, I think it's Tompkins. Tompkins is in, and she's got a green on the first, and bang on the marks. Great stop. Green on the second, and she leaves the pits. Let's see what that lap time is a 40.9. That's a really good stop.
And during that pit stop, there's been another change for position. Hassan Zafar has lost third place to Max Thorne. Max Thorne has gained a position there as we look at Kieran Kennis, the leader. There's Gabriel Kinch second, but there's a new third place. It is Max Thorne. Max Thorne has moved up to third. He's one of the Welsh Razio Drag teams. He's actually racing, there's two of them, and he's racing for the Razio Drag Blue team, as he now has moved up into third place. We've seen a lot more from Max Thorne this year than we've ever seen before. These Razio Drag boys are really moving forward in this tournament, Brad. Amazing form from the Welsh boys, although they do have, they've somehow dragged in a couple of Americans, including Anton Schopler.
There's a lot of very professional teams this year, aren't there? We've seen it coming over the last few years. You've got drivers who would have considered themselves, able to get into the podium contention in the Team Championship in previous years, and they're bundled down to P12th in the Team Championship.
Yeah.
So, the professional outfits, I have to say, obviously, a lot of BSRs in there pushing people down.
Yeah, they are.
It gets taken more and more seriously every year, rental karting.
From the absolutely, especially away in Europe and abroad. And it's interesting that, say, like the Razio Drag boys, is someone in the pits? No. The Razio Drag guys, it has to be said, a couple of years ago, definitely here for the beer type of entry. However, now they are genuine front runners. They've had James Wilshire win no less than 2 races already this weekend. He's a contender for the final as we speak. But Max Thorne has been running well, and all the other Razio Drag boys, and they've reached the standard where, as a group, they can actually attract backup members just for this event. The likes of world-level driver Anton Schopler from the USA. So that shows how well they've come on, the Razio Drag 2 teams. But meantime, coming on very well is Kieran Kennis. He managed to open up something of a gap to Gabriel Kinter, but that gap has now been maintained by the Portuguese runner Kinter, who's part of the BSR team. The camera is on Dennis Holler, the German, who's fighting something of a rearguard action against Jelano Shepkins. Now, Jelano Shepkins, both of these drivers are savvy enough to know that it's lap times that count right here. Shepkins won't really be trying to attack Dennis Holler at this stage. Yes, of course, you want to pass him by the end of the race, but maybe now is not the time, because both of these drivers we're looking at will have their eye on the relative positions as the pit stops cycle through.
But James, don't forget, Dennis still has his penalty to take.
He does.
He still has to redo that pit stop, which is actually kind of ruining Schlepkin's race, because Schlepkins was keeping up with Viska. So it's almost like, oh no, this guy's in my way, because he's not as fast as the guy I was originally chasing and keeping with. So Schveltz is actually leading this race quite comfortably, and Schlepkins could have been with him on that, but because Dennis is in the way, it stopped that momentum.
Yeah, well, on the last couple of laps, well, it's actually changed. What I was going to say is now not entirely correct. But the laps before, Shepkins on outright for this race lap and all of the other laps was quicker than Dennis Holler, the one on screen now that he's chasing. So and in that last lap he went fractionally slower than the German Holler. But certainly, Jelano Shepkins will probably be...
we have a stop up. Clock 10 is in the pits. He stopped nice on the first one. He stopped a little bit short of the white line on the second as he leaves the pits. And he comes out just ahead of Tompkins as she tries to attack him into the snail section.
Yeah, Jenny Tompkins trying to the outside, using the momentum into the snail, but the second, in fact, she's on the inside. Jenny Tompkins making a move on the inside, and it could work. Literally, momentum could take her down the backstretch, as they're on the backstretch now, absolutely side by side. There they are. Jenny Tompkins has taken the position from the German Sandy Kirchner, and Jenny Tompkins moves up a place against the German. So coming out of the pits, it looked like it was going to be Kirchner had the advantage, but Jenny Tompkins had the momentum, and a move coming out of the snail began ran an inside pass which took practically all of the snail exit. So Jenny started the move around about here, and it took all the way around. They were side by side all the way through this area here and down the back stretch. Finally, the move was decided in the hairpin at the end. Jenny Tompkins was on the inside and therefore able to get turned in front, which is where the position now stands. So there's Jenny Tompkins, the Welsh girl, making a one-place advancement in this race now as they enter the snail section again 2 laps ago. This is where the move was made. Now we're back with the Dennis Holler and Jelena Shepkins situation, and Holler has eked out something of a gap, but one of those times, like, it's Shepkins who's just set the race fastest lap. So fastest lap for the race has gone to Dennis, sorry, not Dennis, to Jelena Shepkins, and he is chasing down Dennis Holler, who we know needs to make another pit stop. There's Vika Schlets, the reigning champion. Now we're back with Shepkins, and oh no, that's Vika Schlets. Vika Schlets continues his run round. He's in 6th place now. He's waving to the driver behind who doesn't really need to.
He just made a move there, I think. Actually,
yeah, I think
Morris Hack moving his way back through the pack.
Right, so a pass on Morris Hack. Yeah, that's correct there, Brad. Well spotted there. So Vika Schlets is now underway. He's moved up a place to 5th place. He has been in the pits. He's the highest placed driver who has been in those, has done his pit stops. Kieran Kennis is the one who's got to kind of answer to that and try and cover the lead. Now we're going to look at the times. I think Vika Schlets is net in the lead here, Brad. You're very good with the numbers. What are you coming up with on that? Is Schlets in the lead if everyone pitted now, or am I reading it wrong?
Yeah, absolutely comfortably. So he's shown a clean pair of heels to everyone. So I think the Dennis Holler mistake in the pits there has kind of poured a bit of cold water on this race.
Yeah.
As Alex has been mentioning, he's also blocking Shepkins from making any inroads. So I think Vika has a nice, easy race in contrast to his first race today.
Oh, indeed. Earlier on, it all unravelled for Vika Schlets. Vika Schlets playing the strategy game to perfection, playing the speed game to perfection. He's part of the Blue Star Racing team who can definitely strategy their way around almost anything. And, you know, a very strong thinking team. And they've done enough already to put their driver, in this case Vika Schlets, ahead of Kieran Kennis, the current leader on the track that we're looking at now. So there's Kennis, and there is Gabriel Kinter, the early leader, who's following him, and Kinter's probably looking at 3rd place now. They've got 6 minutes, so there's still a few things happen, and neither Kennis nor Kinter have been in the pits. Max Thorne is running 3rd. He overtook Hassan Zafar for position. Both drivers have yet to make a stop in the pits. Then, of course, it's Vika Schlets, who's done enough.
We have a stopper. Car 13 is into the pits. Green on the first, stops bang on the marks. It's Morris Hack, and he is green on the exit, and he is off and on his way, well ahead of Tompkins.
Yeah, so Morris Hack is now resumed in 8th place, and that's another place up for the flying Vika Schlets. One by one, he's picking him off. He was in very early. Was it like lap 2 or 3 or something like that, Alex? But I know Vika Schlets he was one of the first in. He set all those laps in the clear air. Dennis Holler came in. He blew his... it would have been a completely different race, I think, if Holler's stop had been clean. But it is... In fact, Dennis Holler's now set the new fastest lap of the race. So finally, we're seeing Holler with a bit between his teeth. And that will be good news for Jelena Shepkins, because he must have spent what's going to seem like the last 2 hours of his life wishing Dennis Holler would come in to redo that pit stop. Now, here's a crazy thing here. Are we sure that Dennis Holler knows he has to come back in?
I think so. I think he's actually doing a really sensible thing here.
Yeah, staying out to the end and then do the stop.
Exactly. Like, let stuff happen, which means he doesn't need to do work for overtaking people. If he was to pit now, he's going to guarantee to come out in the area right around Morris Hack, maybe just in front, maybe just behind. But whatever happens, he's definitely not going to jump anyone else. However, if he waits until the end, there is possibility of battles. I mean, it's not a lot of possibility looking at the grid in front of me right now. Everyone's pretty spread out.
But right now, he's guaranteed clear air, is what you're saying, isn't it?
Somebody else could also mess up their pit stop.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so there's still a lot going for Dennis Holler if he can sort of maintain it. Another new personal best, and that's again lowered the fastest lap of the race. So Dennis Holler finally really has the bit between his teeth, and you know, he's setting the fastest laps now. That has moved from Schlets as being fastest to Dennis Holler being fastest. Holler is not going to be in competition with Schlets, and Schlets has arguably done enough now to take the race lead. He can't afford to lessen the pace really, but he doesn't necessarily need to extend it at the moment.
Zafar is into the pits, gets a green on the first, just a nice safe pit stop, gently rolls forward, hits another green, and he's out into absolutely perfect clean air. As we've got some time, let's have a look at his pit stop, 41.0. That's a good stop.
Yeah, that's a great one there by Hassan Zafar. He moved from 4th to 7th place, but he has made his stop. He's come out behind Yolano Shepkins and Dennis Holler.
And we have a pitter. It is kart number 19, and he is in.
Gabriel Kinter.
It is Gabriel Kinter. All these BSR people look the same. It's driving me nuts. As he comes out just alongside Dennis Holler, but ahead on the side of Schlepkins.
And he's lost the position to Holler, but he's definitely kept it over Shepkins. Shepkins tried to the outside. Kinter had the inside going into this now. He was on the right. The turns were all going right at that point, and that was enough for Kinter to get ahead, and he's made it. So Kieran Kennis has been released on his own. The question is, will Kennis try to cover with 3 minutes to go? Will he try and cover the Kinter move?
Holler is pitting. Holler is making his stop. Let's hope that he does a clean one this time. He's being very, very safe on this one. He doesn't want to mess that up again. But no, he is off and away. Where is he going to come out? He's coming out behind Zafar and ahead of Hack and ahead of Tompkins.
Yeah, so he's done enough to be sufficiently far ahead of Maurice Hack that there's no way he's in any danger, as he now tries to chase after Hassan Zafar and in the pits.
As number 11 is in, which is Max Thorne. Good stop, because he's got the little blippy idea on the throttle as he comes out behind Schlepkins and Quinter.
Right, now can Max Thorne close that gap? He was a little bit close to Kinter earlier in the race, and he now has Schlepkins between him and Kinter. We think Kinter will probably be on an aggregate 3rd place here in this race if he can...
Kennis is in. Let's see if he nails this. Bang on the white line. Really, really nice stop. As he's up to the second one. Again, bang on the white line. Leans forward to get himself out of the pit lane. He's going to come out ahead of Kinter. So he is nailed on his 2nd place, as long as he can keep the momentum up and keep Kinter from overtaking him.
And Vika Schlitz has done it. That early pit stop, he's been able to set the kind of times that's leapfrogged every driver in front of him as they've cycled through the pit. So an absolute masterclass from the flying Vika Schlitz. Double British champion and reigning champion of this event, and Kennis behind is helping Schlitz in the sense that getting defensive over Kinter and Shepkins is really helping Vika Schlitz's case as if it needed any. But this 3-way battle for 2nd place is going to erupt now. That will help Max Thorne, because Max Thorne is sort of there, sort of not. He's probably some 6 or 7 kart lengths behind. He's closing all the time, and as they come onto the backstretch, what's the defensive position, the time-losing position going to be down the back straight? Yes, it is. There's Kennis to the inside. There's Kinter to the inside. And this is all playing into the hands of the 4th in the group, Max Thorne, who's trying to close in on. And Thorne's closer than ever. He's going to make this a 4-way fight, surely, over 3rd place. So Schlitz leads from Kennis. Sorry, it's not over 3rd, it's over 2nd, because Kennis is in 2nd. There he is in the middle of the road, turning into the Snell. And Kinter in the middle of the road. Every one of them going defensive there. They weren't attacking. They were defending against the person behind. So let's see who moves to the inside, the right-hand side of your screen at home. Yeah, there's Kennis on the right, there's Kinter on the right, and there's Shipkins in the middle. All of them are slower doing that than Max Thorne, who's now right on the back of Yolano Shepkins. Another lap in the books there. They cross the line again. Vika Schlitz has checked out. He's 5.5 seconds up the road. But here comes Kieran Kennis, Kinter, and then Shepkins, and then Thorne exiting the Snell. It gets faster from here. They're on the throttle. They're not going to be off the throttle now till they get to the end of the following straight. And to the right of our screen with the defensive line, everybody defensive except Thorne at the back. He's the only one with no need. None of them are trying to pass the one in front. They're all trying to defend to the one behind. And the last lap is board has been shown. Vika Schlitz is on his last lap. Oh, and Kinter there, defensive even going into the Snell. So that's why the gap has opened up a bit with Kennis, because of that defensive move there. It's all about defence in this group. No one's trying to gain. They're all trying to defend. So Kieran Kennis is that little bit of gap there because of the defensive positioning of Gabriel Kinter. And here comes Vika Schlitz. Vika Schlitz is going to win. A marvellous performance there from mid-pack qualifying. last place racing to begin with the early pit stop through the wind, but Thorne almost nipped it on the line, but he couldn't quite make it through. So it's Vika Schlets from Kieran Kennis, Gabriel Kinter, Yolano Shepkins and Max Thorne. Hassan Zafar was behind that group there in 6th place. Then Dennis Huller, who made 2 pit stops, remember. He managed to outdrive Morris Hack, Jenny Tompkins and Sandy Kirshner. So an incredible victory there by Vika Schlets. And Alex, they're coming to you now.
Yeah, he's showing no emotion, is Vika. I'm assuming he's still thinking probably about the last race.
Yeah,
Kennis was
job
very,
done
very
in his
happy.
mind, I think.
Yeah, Kennis is very happy, but I want to talk to Schlepkins because I can imagine this was a very frustrating race for him. Ilana, I can imagine that was quite a frustrating race for you. You would have known that Dennis had the extra stop to do, and you were probably a bit quicker than him. How was your thoughts and feelings out there during that race?
Yeah, it was a bit annoying. I knew I was faster without him because when I let a small gap, I was driving a 10th quicker than all the people, except Vika, of course. But yeah, it is what it is.
Unfortunate. Don't worry. Catch you on the next one. Right, let's go grab Kennis. No, Kennis is trying to weigh himself. Where is our winner? Vika Schlets, come over here, sir. That's a bit more like it, isn't it?
Yeah, this one was like always. Yeah, felt really confident. P2 in quali was okay. And then I take the pit stop very early and just waste my own ways.
Was there ever any issue there? Was it nice to be back on the new layout? Did it work very well for you?
Well, the layout is you can overtake easier on this layout because it's not that narrow everywhere. So, but I like the layout. Yeah.
Awesome, good. So that we will see you in the semi-finals. Yeah. Well done. Take care. Right, who was next? I've already forgotten. Kieran Kennis. Kieran. He's too busy chatting. Who was third? Quinta. There we go. Kieran, you look very happy about that going over the line. Tell me about your race.
I just was happy about the P2, so I could make it to the semi-finals this time. Last year it didn't happen, but I was very happy with the results. I saw that Dennis had the defender stop, so I was thinking about like driving more and more because you never know what will happen.
It was good for you because he was actually holding up Schlepkins, who was very, very quick. So you managed, both of you, and you and Quinta both managed to benefit from that. Could you see that from there? Was the team giving you strategy based on that?
The team was giving me instructions to go drive forward, keep forward. But when I overtook Gabriel Quinta, then I knew I was like, I have a podium position for me. So I was happy for my results.
Awesome, well done. Welcome to the semi-finals. Take care. Another conversation. You are back with me again. Tell me about your race.
Well, first of all, the Super Pole was really, really good. I'm super, super happy with it. Bit gutted to not win the race after qualifying on pole, but you know, I could see throughout the race that I was going to lose a position to Vika for only pitted. Kieran got me, we were working together quite well, and yeah, towards the end, I was just trying to hold on to the podium. But yeah, I'm happy with that, very, very happy.
Yeah, I feel like on the wall we were saying that when Vika pitted, I think nobody wanted to pit into Vika to have the same thing that happened last time because you potentially would lose more.
Yeah, exactly. None of us wanted to get into a situation where you're pitting and then you're defending each other and losing even more time. So I was just happy with everything played out, working well with the other drivers, and yeah, happy with the result.
Excellent strategy. We should see you in the semis. Take care. Back to you, James.
Yeah, well, it's really getting tight now because the positions, we've been looking at positions at the top all during the tournament, but the fight at the bottom is actually equally intense. Now, on the basis that nobody wants to be last, Brad Philpott up here has been looking at the numbers, and we figured out there's an absolutely intense battle over last place, which we'll come into. We'll get Brad involved with that, telling us during the race, because the last two have got 3 points, the two above them have got 4 points, the two above them have got 5 points, and then there's a 6 point, and it goes on like that. So literally just a couple of places near the back. So if you get 8th instead of 9th, things like this can make a massive difference to the actual outcome down the bottom end of the table. That's in the low and in the 90s basically. Now, meantime, we've got the qualifying laps completing for this race, so we'll focus on this, setting the marks straight away is Mason King, who's one of those battling for last, and so is Tuesley. They're all in the battle over that in the 9th. Elian Vos has gone top from Hendrickson. Lewis Manley's been pushed to 4th. Ed Grazaveda's now been pushed 4th. Anthony Robertson to 2nd. Ryan Taylor to 3rd. And Colin Marshall into 6th. So Elian Vos has taken the pole. Brad, you've got something.
James, I have to say our predictive skills are good, because those are the top 2 that we predicted before this, and they look like they're going to be taking the fight to each other.
Indeed. Elian Vos in any race is a difficult one to look beyond. One thing I would say about Elian Vos is he's capable of taking on anybody in this tournament. If you need someone who can take the fight to Ruben Boutons, Elian Vos is also your man. But I would say that Elian Vos, he's probably got, by most people's standards, probably the easier of the draws in the various heat races. He won't like me saying that, but you know what? I actually think he's going to make another. He's going to take another win here.
Now, making enemies here.
Yeah,
James,
I'm making enemies, but that's what we're here for, isn't it? Really. I mean, and Alex down in the pit lane there has got a lot of people. Already, he's on their list. You know,
he keeps approaching them when they're angry, angry and tired.
Well, we've seen De Vos. He had a 2nd place to Schlitz earlier on. De Vos, I'm sure he's had a win. He did. Did he not win earlier on today? Yes, he won the first. He won the first race of round 3. So last night. So De Vos has a win and a 2nd. And where is he?
He's currently 18th in the standings. Obviously, having not done his final heat
the 4th race. Yeah. So after this race, he'll be elevated.
A win would put him comfortably in final contention. It put him level with Ruben Boutons and Seb Miller. By the looks of it.
And it is De Vos about to take the start there. So De Vos is in first place there. He's done what he needs to do in the qualifying. Now he's going to have to do what he needs to do in the race. So De Vos takes him across the line to get the race underway. And he's followed by Roberts and Taylor and Hendrickson. So Hendrickson's going to be somebody who probably will figure on wanting to be an early mover here. So there's De Vos, and staying with him is Anthony Roberts. And then after that is Ryan Taylor. Now both Roberts and Taylor have run at the front this weekend, so this is no surprise to see them up there, and of course they're BSR drivers. As De Vos continues round this final corner, they're going to cross the line. De Vos is still in the lead, but he's got Roberts going with him. Roberts is really piling on the pressure to Elian De Vos, and they're in the Snell section. De Vos isn't getting defensive yet, but he's not going to be far from it, because Anthony Roberts is well within a kart length. Now as they come onto the backstretch there, it's De Vos in the blue suit, it's Roberts in the orange suit behind, and De Vos has got enough. He's looked over his shoulder. He's seen he's not going to be under attack into the hairpin there, but that's where the risk would have been had Roberts been any closer at all. We're not really expecting him in the pits this early. Lewis Manley, we can see there, is in the mid-pack. He's in 7th. But there's De Vos in the lead into the Snell section. Roberts is going with him. If anything, there's a gap opening slightly to Ryan Taylor, who's got Sven Hendrickson with him. So Taylor's going to come under attack from Sven Hendrickson. Brad, are we able to make any analysis on that last place battle? Because we've got Ashley Mason-King, who is in that.
Well, he won't be like me saying this on the stream, but it's actually good for Ash, because this means he's getting multiple points. So a couple of points, as we said, will actually move the people down in the 90th position bracket up several places. So
absolutely.
Ash will be content with that, and he's pulling away from the kart behind, and he could still pick off some places ahead.
And am I right in saying he is in competition with Shipman and Tuesley, who in the points, who he's actually in competition with in this race? So this 8th, 9th and 10th is literally what the actual overall standings are.
Yes, and actually that's a really good point, because he's actually taking points off of people and scoring more points himself. So
they're scoring with and against each other live, and there they are.
And he's actually Ashley Mason-King right up behind Lewis Manley, who comes into the pits. He's pitted himself out of that melee.
Oh, and he hits the barrier very hard on the entry pits, very, very deep.
Just what he needs with the ridge.
Very, very deep on the white line as well. But I think he decided to make that pit stop because he had a move on Tuesley into the hairpin, didn't make it pay off. So he's like, screw it, I'm out of this, and he pits to go and set some fast laps like we often see Lewis do. Lewis's strategy generally tends to be, I will pit early or I will pit to the very end.
Yeah, he's a Formula Fast regular and well known down here. We've seen him perform brilliantly in the finals many times. There was a long time when Lewis Manley was the main British hope. That has now moved a bit more to Seb Miller. But him coming into the pits has released Ashley Mason-King to attack Elliot Tuesley, who is one of those he's in contention with in the overall points. Now, they're battling, OK, you might say, OK, they're scoring, they're 90 in the 90s of the championship positions. But, you know, it's an invitation event. it's going to be very tough indeed for everyone. Everyone's got championships under their belt in other forms. It's at the international level here. Standard is so high. So Mason King, that is very relevant with Tuesley. He's the next one who's going to be working on Tuesley. He's actually dropped back a little bit to Tuesley and into the clutches of another rival of his for those lower positions, Tom Shipley. Lewis Manley, of course, is listed as last because he's been in the pits, so therefore everyone's kind of moved in front of him. But Tuesley, Mason King and Shipman is not only a good battle in the race, but it's also a it's probably the most important championship battle that we've got in front of us right now, albeit not at the front.
I think Lewis has made a really good decision there, because judging by his pace in clean air, he's doing 31.1, and that little Mason King and Shipman battle is 31.3s and 4s. So,
well, it's a 31.0 now for Lewis Manley, and the only one so far, the one topping it is, of course, Elian de Vos. 4 drivers are in the 30s, Brad, but Lewis isn't far off. 31.0 versus 30.8 is not far off, you know.
And Lewis loves just driving in clean air. He loves just hot lapping, going as fast as he can, working on his own pace lap after lap. So
clean, fast laps is Lewis Manley's style, isn't it?
And this is likely to be his last race in BRKC 2026 in the heats. Doesn't look like Lewis is going to progress to the semis, which is something I'd never normally think I'd be saying.
Yeah.
But he's going to want to enjoy this, so he's going to get his head down and push for some more places.
Absolutely. Now, Ashley Mason King is battled with Tom Shipman. We are going to keep an eye on this rear of the field action as well. They're matching each other's speed. They're both on 31.2 on those last laps. They are at the back of the field, not counting Lewis Manley. Elliot Tuesley is slightly faster than them, 31.0, so he's 2/10 up the road, a 10.5 up the road. So Tuesley's doing what he needs to do to maintain position ahead and score more points than Mason King and Tom Shipman, who he is in a lower field battle with. It's quite interesting that we do have that you brought up earlier, Brad, because Tuesley, Mason King and Shipman are in a tight contest of their own.
Talking of the guys at the front, there's not really anyone that looks like they might want to make a pit stop. Kart number 10 there of Colin Marshall's the closest to anyone else, but it looks like he's quite happy sitting there. It's not like he's tucked right on the bumper of Edgar Azevedo in front
Sven Hendrickson, I would call into question a little bit on that as well. He's the dark suited driver on the screen there, but when you consider, if I'm factoring that in as a reason to pit, there's no reason that really is a reason to pit, get round Ryan Taylor, the 18 there, because he's just not close enough to be being held up. As you say, Brad, the gaps are really even, so there's no reason to come in yet.
And the karts in front of these drivers are not looking like they're going to battle. Another reason to pit, obviously, is if you predict there's about to be an imminent move from the guys in front of you that's going to slow them down. Doesn't look like that, does it, at the moment?
Absolutely no reason to pit, and these are all drivers with teams who are going to have a good assessment of that situation. So the fastest lap is still Elian Vos. He's running away at the front. He's trying to check out. He's trying to get that lead over 2 seconds. If he can get that lead over 2 seconds, it allows some leeway in the pits at the bare minimum. I'm not actually expecting him to be able to make a complete pit stop gap over Anthony Roberts, because Roberts and Taylor are really quick, and so is Hendrickson, who's tailing Taylor. So the ones behind, it's going to be a big ask for Elian de Vos to actually pull out a pit stop length gap over these guys. But he certainly can pull out enough of a gap so that he can take it easy in the pits. We've seen people, even of the standard of Dennis Holler, in the previous race, have a blunder in the pit stop. So if he can do it, anyone can. Elian de Vos continued. He's 1.9 seconds now on that gap. That 2 second would be something that he would start to have, an easier time in the pits. He's not going to be trying to cover anything in the pit stop. No one's going to do a blinder and pass him in that situation. However, looking further back, again paying attention to our Mason King area of the race with Tuesley, Mason King and Shipman. They're all on 31.0 except for Mason King, who's in the middle, running 31.1. So it's still very close at the back. They're kind of matching each other for pace right now. When the screen scrolls through, Brad, can you give us a bit of a heads up on
Lewis is retiring.
Who?
Lewis is coming into the pits very, very slowly, shaking his head.
His ribs may have given up. Lewis has been suffering with.
Yeah, I think he's suffering. He's shaking his head.
Lewis Manley out.
Lewis. Yeah, he's holding his ribs. That's really unfortunate.
Lewis Manley, it's got to be rib related. surely out of the race.
It is
Alex,
something that affects you as you get older. And Lewis has been doing this a very long time. I've never seen him have that kind of problem in the past.
He looks in a lot of pain. I'm not going to go anywhere near him.
Yeah, that's fine. Brad, yeah, can we have a look at the screen? Where are we on the point situation there? Yeah, we're about to get that screen scroll up. Let's see what's happening at the back.
Yeah, looking at our kind of tail end fight, I'll try and give you a little bit of an update. So
Tuesley, Shipman, Mason King.
Tuesley and Shipman. Right, let's have a little look. So Tuesley is Shipman is on 5 points. Tuesley's on 4 points. Mason King's on 3. So that gives you an idea of the kind of points they need. One position between them is going to swap those places round.
So if the race finished now, Tuesley and Shipman would equal on points. Mason King though is getting 2 points. That's going to put him closer to them, does it? I mean, you went to school, didn't you? How does that work out?
Let me try and figure it out, and I'll give you a definite answer. But at the moment, Tuesley is the one in front, and he's also in front in the standings. So he's going to be pulling away. I think Mason King may jump Shipman.
But by my Borstal maths, Tom Shipman and Tuesley, if the race ended now, would be joint on points. However, they would be crucially, from their point of view, ahead of Mason King. Mason King, if he can get ahead of Tuesley, that will drastically alter his point score because they're not even last because Lewis Manley is now retired. So they're going to get points one step higher than they might have done otherwise.
Okay, yes. So the reason that this maths is hard is because the screen of the standings does change every 3 seconds.
Yeah, so viewers at home, we may have some delays here because we've got a number of screens that are scrolling, including one is the actual championship points position as it stands.
So Tuesley's going to gain 2 points over Shipman, and Mason King's going to gain 1 point over Shipman. Right, that helps me out. That's how I'm going to give you the definite answer in just a moment.
Yeah, now there's another driver in the mix with that who is in the lower score, who's not in this race. So that would be quite an important thing there. Who am I thinking of? Is it
James King's also in there, but he's not in this one.
Yeah, there's Harvey's the one I'm thinking of. Lloydell as well, actually, could be under threat. Gary Jones even. Truman's not safe.
So for the audience, what's going on? These two are looking through the current standings. So I'm assuming they've got some form of live variation of the standings. So it's all getting very much to the squeaky bum time for everybody, where their points are finally starting to pay off. The person it's not going to be an issue for is the current race leader Eliano de Vos. He is on his way to, I think, his 3rd victory of the weekend. Oh, we have a pit stopper. I have something to do. It is kart number 10 as he comes in and does the little wiggle. It's Marshall. He always loves this little wiggle as he comes in. I find that strange. It's a bit like, as he comes out just alongside Ashley Mason King, and Ashley has managed to get ahead. So I don't know if that was, I don't know what the position was before that, but it works out well.
Mason King had the momentum there, Alex, and there's a signal there from the 14, which is Edgar Azevedo. We may get Azevedo in the pits on this lap.
I have eyes on him. Yep, he's in. Good spot, James. So slams on the brakes, just off the white line. Was a really nice stop. And just on the white line for this one, the team are giving him the good signs, and he's going to come out just ahead of Shipman, but Shipman does have the run and gives him a launch up the backside.
And crucially, King's in the pits.
Oh, and Ashley King is in the pits right now, right next to me, as he rolls forward. Ashley's got to do some pit stop work.
Yeah,
that wasn't the sharpest pit stop, but he's come out alongside the leader. But Aliano's gone straight past, and Ashley doesn't give him too much of an issue.
Yeah, on momentum, De Vos has come past, but this could be good for Mason King because if he can stay with De Vos, it'll help pull those lap times down. Now we're looking there at who's that? Azevedo and Shipman. But what I can say is, but just before coming in, literally at the end of the straight on the previous lap, Ashley Mason King did get passed by Colin Marshall and then went straight into the pits himself. So if he can stay with Eleanor Vos, this could help in his movement forward. We're looking at the pit stop situation, and Shipman's not been in the pits, nor has Elliot Tuesley. So of the back runners that we're looking at in the battle at the tail end of the point scoring, the avoidance of being last basically, it's Ashley Mason King who is the one who is the only one who's been in the pits. As we look there at Edgar Azevedo and Tom Shipman. Tom Shipman is coming now, turning into the corner there. That does look like it's Roberts, is it? Yeah, he is. He's fighting off Sven Hendricks and Ryan Taylor. None of them are haven't been in the pits yet. They're these three. They've got 7.5 minutes to go plus a lap. And that is Anthony Roberts, who's in the second place. This is Sven Hendrickson in the dark suit. So you can see the orange colours of the BSR team drivers of Roberts and Taylor sandwiching Sven Hendrickson in the black suit there as they come down the back straight. Middle of the road a little bit for Anthony Roberts. Not the firmest of defence, but just one that subtly avoids thought. And it wave there. Sven Hendrickson is coming in from third.
And he is just over. He's got to be very careful getting on the throttle, because when you're over the marks, it means you're closer to the line. God, slides sideways through the barriers just then. But it is a good stop. He is out ahead. What is the lap time on that one? It was a 41.0. Shipman is in. Very long hold, it felt like, on that one. And he's very early. Oh, he stopped a little bit early before the sensor. I don't think triggered it quite as quickly as he should have done. But I don't think that's going to be a very good stop from Shipman. It's 41.8. So
it may not be, Alex, but
and we have number 13 into the pits as well. He smashes the barrier as well as he comes in. And then he's up to the second line, goes a little bit far, manages to get a green, and we are out. And Roberts is out ahead of that black suit, which I can't remember the name of.
Well, Shipman's stop may not have been the fastest, but it was enough to stay ahead of Ashley Mason-King, who he is in competition with for the bottom of the table. No, everyone's trying to avoid being last, basically. And then, in fact, Shipman's going to have to get out of the way. He's waving the race leader through. That's Elian de Vos. De Vos gives a quick tug of the wheel and turns into the Snell section. He has now put Tom Shipman a lap down as we look at the screen, and Shipman is ahead of Mason-King. And that pit stop, slower though it was enough to stay ahead of Ashley Mason-King, who he's in championship position contention with.
Yeah, Ash's pit stop was very slow though. It was like 4 seconds. It was like 4 seconds slower than what it should have been.
And I want to come back to the front, because we've got Sven Hendrickson, having made the earlier stop. He's now sandwiched between Anthony Roberts and Edgar Azevedo. So Azevedo is on the 14 there at the back. So Hendrickson is now back where he was. And of course, that's not really what he wanted from the pit stop. He wanted to leapfrog over Roberts. It's Ryan Taylor who's now the issue. Ryan Taylor is in second place. When he comes in and out of the pits, where will he be with this lot? Because Edgar Azevedo is literally in the spot that Ryan Taylor was occupying before. So this could be a very difficult one. There's going to be 3 BSR team drivers basically on the same bit of road. It must be an absolute nightmare trying to handle that many drivers, Brad, if you're the team boss.
Yes, I mean, I've not been in that position, but yeah, they're used to it, because they've always got loads of drivers in all the races, haven't they?
True. Dealing with rows and angry dads must be fairly standard for Bradley Shepherd these days, but certainly this is going to take a little bit of thought. We got they basically pitted all of their drivers except for Ryan Taylor. So Ryan Taylor's the one who's still out, and already defends. He has Roberts in the middle. He's trying to block Hendrickson on either side. Now Hendrickson's got to be careful in that situation, because any time loss would mean he could get jumped by Edgar Azevedo. So while the BSR driver at the front is defending against Hendrickson behind, it may be to the benefit of the BSR driver at the back of that queue there. So, BSR team orders may be sort of multi-dimensional on this. Elian de Vos continues to lead from Ryan Taylor, who we've not seen in the pits. Alex, Ryan Taylor and Elian de Vos are the main contenders, but Tuesley is in that back of the field contention, and he's actually running in third place now. Elliot Tuesley is running in third place as we're waiting for those last 3 pit stoppers, principally Ryan Taylor.
Well, I've been watching Elian de Vos the last few laps. He is absolutely serene, and you can tell how calm he is. He's got a very clear visor, so I can see his eyes very clearly. He's looking anywhere but at the racetrack. I think he's just that serene at the moment. He's just like, yeah, this is easy. I'm chilling. This is great. I'm off to the finals.
So Mateus Matus style, but all around the track, not just at the final corner.
Yeah, he's not even focusing on the racetrack.
Yeah,
it's phenomenal.
Yeah, he's obviously having a nice day of it out there, because he has a decent lead. 7 seconds is a very comfortable lead to be able to take a very conservative pit stop and maintain position. Obviously, he's going to consider the Roberts situation, which is potentially the more worrying one. But we consider
somebody in the pits. Kart number 18 is into the pits. Another one of these orange-suited BSR karts. and it is Anthony Taylor, and he's being given a thumbs up by Sam on the pit wall to get out there, and he is off and out and on his way.
And incredibly, he's come out ahead of the battle we thought he was going to be, or I thought he was going to be part of. Taylor has put in some quick laps, and he's come out in front of that. So Ryan Taylor,
the race leader's in. The hardest bit of work he's going to have to do all day. He chills, he opens up his visor, maybe has a cigarette during it, and now rolls off and goes off on his way behind Ashley Mason-King with 2.5 minutes to go. As we have another entry to the pit stop, number 9, who stops nicely on his marks. Looks up at the green light that he's got. Nice sort of relief, and Tuesley gets another green, and he is off and away. 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, in that pit stop, Eliana Vos almost had time to go down the pub with Jupp van Lionhorst, didn't he? So very conservative stop there, and one he was right to take. So it's De Vos from Taylor, from Roberts, Hendrickson, Azevedo, Colin Marshall. Now we get to the crucial bit. This time it's Tuesley, Shipman, Mason King. So a bit of a swap around there at the bottom there. Mason King was looking at picking up the points for 8th, but he's going to take 2 points for 9th, which will actually be a couple of more points, literally double the points he got if Lewis Manley had not retired from the race. So, everyone's moved one place up, but crucially from Ashley Mason-King's point of view, he has lost that position to Tom Shipman. Obviously good news to Tom Shipman, but Tuesley has been running ahead of those two the whole race, and Tuesley was that 1 point up on them in the championship, and it looks like he's going to extend that by another point. So a very important run there by Tuesley to maintain that position in front of those two behind.
And this is, of course, their final races. Those guys are nowhere near the semis, so what happens here and in the rest of the round.
And Harvey as well is going to be a factor, because Harvey is currently at the back of the dead last, but he's going to be out later on, we believe, and so he's yet to race. So Harvey is going to be the one who could spoil this for them, and maybe even push one of these guys to the back. However, it has to be said, Brad, that no matter what happens,
there's a big
big movement
here. Colin Marshall, and who is that?
It's Azevedo, isn't it?
So Colin Marshall's made a move on Azevedo.
He has.
Saw the aftermath of the move. I can't see any hands waving frantically, which is normally a sign that you think the move's clear. But Azevedo's back up his inside.
Yes, Azevedo's done it.
Colin Marshall really left the door open there. He'd done the hard work. He made up that track position and then just left the inside open as they went through the second part of the snail. So Azevedo will be relieved.
Azevedo will be very relieved and very pleased. He got to the inside at the crucial point in the snail. It was a constant set of lefts, and he was the one on the left-hand side. So Azevedo was able to get the job done before the long backstretch, but he then didn't have Colin Marshall able to make a lunge at the backstretch because the whole move wasn't entirely finished. So great driving there by Edgar Azevedo. Colin Marshall's trying to come back. In fact, he tried to come back at the same point that he got past. And Azevedo now has a car to 2 space. So Azevedo, he's getting defensive, but he doesn't need to. He's extended enough of a gap there that Colin Marshall cannot take a huge lunge up the inside. So Azevedo has definitely cemented that position there. Colin Marshall, there was not a lot he can do about it. He was trying to brave it round the outside, but Azevedo had the position on the track. The inside line he was on, and that's the right line in motor racing, the inside. So Azevedo getting the job done very cleanly. There is Eliana Vos. He's on his last lap. He's going to take the win. It's another win for Eliana Vos. So Eliana Vos, a superlative victory there, unchallenged all race long, Eliana Vos, and certainly challenged was Ryan Taylor. Here comes Ryan Taylor as... it's Azevedo we're looking at. Taylor's finished, Roberts, Svendrickson, but Azevedo's come through in 5th place, and then Colin Marshall. Elliot Tuesley has bagged 7th, importantly from his point of view, ahead of Shipman. Mason King is certified in 9th, so it will be Shipman in 8th, and they're going to be coming round to you, Alex. We've got a cart parked at the end.
Eliana Vos is coming past me. The cart parked at the end is Lewis Manley's cart, so they're sending their test driver out to go, and they're sending their test driver out to go and get the cart warm again, so that whoever gets into cart 11 isn't at a massive disadvantage.
Because of the cooling down of the retirement.
There's so much going on in that race. Who shall I speak to? Let's have a chat with Colin Marshall. Where is he? Let's have a chat with Azevedo. Right, I just saw you smash your hands down, so that means you're unhappy about something, which means it's going to be a good interview. What's up?
Just I could not get close to the driver in front at all. Out of the exit, it goes back so much, so I couldn't really attack.
Has it been a tough weekend for you? How have your results been?
It's been okay, but I think I improved from last year, so Yeah, it's all good.
Excellent. Well, listen, well done this weekend. And we are off to go and talk to the winners, who were Eliana DeVos, Ryan Taylor and Anthony Roberts. Let's see if they haven't run away. I can see Taylor getting weighed. I'm going to try and beckon over Eliano to come and see me, who looks disappointed. I don't understand. He's just won his 3rd race of the weekend and he looks like really chilled, like nothing ever happened. So he's going to come over. He's not even smiling.
Does it go down?
Another masterclass from you. Absolutely phenomenal performance. I saw you at points not even looking at the track as you were coming round the last corner. It was serene, absolutely stunning performance. You've had a great weekend.
Yeah, it was a really nice race, and the sky was also like really good. And I saw at the beginning I was pulling away like every time a little bit, and it was getting more and more. So with the pit stop, I could do it like really easy and don't take a risk in the pit. Yeah.
Excellent, fantastic. I look forward to seeing you in the final. Well done. Right, Taylor and Roberts, where are they? Has everyone run away? Taylor is over there. Sam, can you get Taylor over here? They forget they've got interviews to do. This is the most important part of the weekend, is to come and talk to me after their race. It gives me a reason for being here. You can't forget to come for interviews. Right, so how was that race for you? Another podium and you're with me again.
Yeah, very good. I don't feel like I had the pace in that one compared to what I had before. So very happy with a P2 in that one. It makes that pit stop error I had earlier hurt that even a little bit more, as I could have had a podium on each one. But just happy to be able to. You should still be in the semis though, because when you failed the pit stop, you still got a fairly good position in that race, didn't you? Yeah. Honestly, I'm lost for words at the moment. I just can't believe what I just did, to be honest. I've got Sam to thank there, because he helped me with the strategy massively in that race to keep me going. But yeah, like I said, I'm lost for words.
Awesome, great to see you so happy. Hopefully see you in the semis. All the best. And I think everyone else has gone away, and we're over to the next qualifying session now. Back to you guys.
Superb, Alex. And well, in this race we've got another interesting one, because Patrick Naroda heads the entries here from Neil Durant, Theo Rafter, Adrian Majewski, and Freddie Farrell, Conrad Bielak, Jack Langford, Lee Hackett, the double BRKC champion a number of years ago now, Thies Wibberlink, and Daniel Truman. So again, all of these people are on their last heat race. It's all about staying in the event or even pushing yourself up in points going into the semi-final. But the first qualifiers are coming. No, they're starting the qualifying lap by the looks of it. They've not been given the checker, so yeah, it's going to be quite interesting. You said about Edgar Azevedo, he was saying about he couldn't stay with the kart in front, but 5 laps from the end he actually made an overtaking move on Colin Marshall. So interesting thing there, but certainly they're bringing out the checker now, so the karts are coming through to end that qualifier. Is it Theo Rafter who's going to be the first one through? I think it is. And so in first position, no, it's Freddie Farrell, sorry. Freddie Farrell is top. He's still topping it. Lee Hackett second. It's still Freddie Farrell. Bielak in third, and Theo Rafter into fifth. Majewski in fourth, and Naroda to second. It's still Freddie Farrell. And Wibberlink somehow in ninth. Freddie Farrell is on pole for the Razio drag team.
Now, I have to say, we kind of predicted that there would be a potential difficulty for the driver of Kart 11. Because of Lewis Manley's injury, it doesn't matter how much the team here at Formula Fast try to warm that kart number 11 up, it hasn't done as many laps in the previous race as the others. So maybe that's going to account for Wibberlink. But from our point of view, for a spectator, that means he's going to warm up through the race and come on strong potentially once he gets the temperature into it.
So look for an early pit stop.
Potentially, or look for him to just stay out and keep going as other people pit out of his way.
Well, he's got Neil Durant in front of him, and I think you're in competition with Neil Durant, aren't you, Brad? On the Masters,
so actually, this is the final race which will decide the Masters category for this year, because it's only Neil who can take the top spot now.
Yeah.
He needs to finish 7th, I believe, and then it'll go on a countdown.
Now, what if he's 8th?
If he's 8th, then he'll be 1 point off winning, I think.
And who is winning?
Well, I don't know. Someone who's struggling a little bit.
Might that be you, Brad? Are you leading the points on the Masters?
Look, I've got no bias in this whatsoever, James. I don't know why you're trying to bring that into it. Look, I wish.
I'm not.
Really,
I'm not. I'm
well.
actually genuinely interested because it's going to be a strong talking point because we've got two people battling over the Masters Championship. One of them's on the track and one of them's on the commentary. So it's going to be very interesting. Not least of which, who were we also looking at? No, I was wondering if we had one of our bottom end drivers as well.
Nobody in this one fighting for the back. So these guys are all somewhere in the middle or towards the front.
But Freddie Farrell is fighting to win this race now. He's put himself on pole. He's taken the start and he's leading the way. He's got Patrick Neroda on his case though. Now Neroda's going to want to make sharp work of this as he will consider that Farrell is not somebody who would naturally be in front of him. So Neroda would have sensed going into this race this is one he could win. He is second though because Freddie Farrell's got the bit between his teeth. One of the Razio drag drivers. He's looking over his shoulder already, but Farrell's done enough to be able to make a clear turn into the hairpin at the bottom without any attack from Neroda. So completing the first lap, it's still Freddie Farrell with the lead. Freddie Farrell crosses the line and he's done it. He's got the opening lap in the lead. Can he maintain that? Neroda's going with him, but the gap's opening to Conrad Bilak very wide there. On the normal line was Neroda, but Farrell already trying to cover the inside. He knows that Neroda's going to mean business, and he knows Neroda's going to mean business sooner rather than later. Already this pace is such they're trying to pull away from third Bilak. Lee Hackett seems to be dropping away a little bit from Bilak, although it's tight margins at this early point in the race. It's still Farrell in the lead. There's Farrell. There's Neroda.
And Wibberlink has been dropped to the back of the grid. So, and Jack Langford has decided to pit. So Jack Langford has dove into the pit lane, and he has got a nice first stop and a good second stop as he heads off away and has 18 minutes and 45 seconds to hopefully do something.
Excellent. So in the meantime, doing something is Freddie Farrell at the front there. He continues to lead. It's Freddie Farrell turning in at the end of the straight. Patrick Neroda. And now Patrick Neroda will have gone into this sensing victory, but he's got in his way of victory is Freddie Farrell. So Farrell maintaining a really good pace, but the fastest in the race is Adrian Majewski, and Adrian Majewski is some way down the order in fifth, but he has the fastest lap. So will that prompt a pit stop? Majewski's in fifth place. He's on the back of that lead group, and then there's a gap to Theo Rafter and then Truman and the rest. So there's Freddie Farrell. Farrell down the backstretch turning in. There's Neroda behind him, and there is Bilak. Now, if Farrell ends up getting defensive against Neroda, though in the pits we got a
Bilak, I think
third place.
Bilak.
Yeah, Bilak.
As Bilak hits his marks, he's been really good on the pit stops this weekend. He's been very, very suitable to getting a really good stop. And again, bang on his mark, lifts himself out of the seat, goes across the line, and the time is a 40.6. That's a good stop.
Yeah, now Conrad Bilak there is an interesting character because last year he was a semi-finalist in the Polish Championship, the French Championship, and the German Championship. Wow. So he's a very, very strong contender. Now, but having said that, such is the pace that already it looks like Lee Hackett is trying to fill that position that Bilak has just vacated. So across the into the Snell there, you've got Freddie Farrell, you've got Patrick Neroda, and already in the dark suit, the Red Bull kart fight suit from years ago, is Lee Hackett, the double BRKC champion, albeit from comfortably more than 10 years ago. So first won the title in 2012 and then backed that up in 2013, Lee Hackett. So he's the one currently in third place. There he is in the dark blue suit with the white helmet. No questioning the leader, though. That is Freddie Farrell. Freddie Farrell is on the Snell. He's got the biggest gap he has had over Patrick Neroda this whole race. It's up to half a second now, which in BRKC terms isn't a lot. What does half a second look like on the track? Well, basically the gap between those two leaders. That's about two and a half kart lengths, and Farrell is maintaining that gap to Patrick Neroda. Neroda in turn has a similar gap over Lee Hackett. And Majewski is more on the case of Lee Hackett behind him, and then there's a bigger gap to Theo Rafter. So Farrell turning into the Snell. There he is. He's got the line. He's accurate. All about accuracy, Snell. From here on in, it gets faster. Each turn to the left opens up until you're on the long sweeper that they're on now, and then onto the backstretch. Farrell extending his lead.
I'm just keeping an eye on Bielak here to see his progress. So Bielak with one of the early pitters, 11.2 seconds behind the lead. We know it's around about 10.5 seconds if you do a good stop is what you need to try and make the jump. So he's not quite there to take the lead at the moment, and Farrell's lapping quickly, although that last lap from Farrell was about 0.3 off, so he needs to watch those, otherwise he is going to be in danger of a Bielak jump.
I think he is, yeah. I mean, there's a genuine danger. Interesting, we've not seen Vibelink in the pit, so he's gone with your strategy, Brad, about staying out. But that fastest lap has been jumping all around. The fastest lap went to Majewski, and now it's gone to Lee Hackett. Lee Hackett is fastest on the track, and he's the one in third place. There he is in the dark blue suit. Freddie Farrell crosses the line. Behind him, Patrick Neroda. Lee Hackett is fastest. He's still fastest as they complete another lap. They're in the Snell. Hackett is making inroads to Neroda, partly due to the fact he's currently the quickest in this race. Will he bring Adrian Majewski with him? Adrian Majewski seems to be dropping back off the back of that as Lee Hackett presses home an attack towards Neroda. Neroda surely is going to try and respond with that. How he would do so is to close that gap to the leader, Freddie Farrell. He has to be fast. He's either going to get passed or leapfrogged. Surely it's going to be too early for someone to come into the pits, but Freddie Farrell has that lead. In fact, it's closed up again. So Neroda now is visually closer. It's gone down below half a second the lead. So Freddie Farrell has lost a little bit of time, a fraction of time. It's now about a kart and a half instead of 2.5. Now that wave there from Neroda, we've seen this so many times. He's saying to Lee Hackett, come with me. I think this is Neroda's response to a closing Lee Hackett. So, Farrell across the line, there he goes. Then it's Neroda, then it's Lee Hackett, and then a small gap, Adrian Majewski.
Looks like Vibelink's getting some temperature in that kart now. He's kind of similar to the karts around him now, so I'd expect the number 11 of Vibelink to start creeping maybe closer to the back of Neil Durant and Dan Truman.
Yeah, Thies Vibelink is currently about 0.4 off the pace of the leaders, 3.5 really, and so getting up to temperature there. The leaders come through for another lap, so we'll see if that lap time gets lowered, see if anyone can beat Lee Hackett's time. The answer is it's not really lowered, and no, they can't beat Lee Hackett's time.
What a great fight at the front. Those top three, at least. It was 4, but now it looks like Hackett's just dropping Adrian Modzelewski in front of him, but that is going to be such a tight fight. This is exactly why we're here, James. This is why we love watching BRKC.
It is Farrell who's maintaining that hot pace at the front. Neroda backed off and then closed back onto Farrell. Obviously, yes, he wants to take the lead, but I'm actually wondering if that speeding up and closing in on Farrell was a direct response of the attack he was going to get from Lee Hackett. So the best defence there for Neroda was attack, and he's closed upon Farrell. Now, Freddie Farrell, we've seen so far in the last races, it's the closest one for the front that we've had for a while, as the drivers in front have tried to eke out something of a gap to make a comfortable pit stop. It's going to be anything but a comfortable pit stop for Freddie Farrell when he comes in, because he's got Neroda now less than a kart length behind him. So Neroda's really closed that gap as they cross the line. The gap's gone from, it's down to just 0.3 of a second now as Farrell turns into the Snell. There's Hackett, and Majewski's closing in as well. Majewski is closing in and making it a 4-way fight for the lead.
And on Bielak watch, Bielak is about the same pace as the leaders at the moment. But if he wants to actually make this strategy work and not end up right in the middle of the melee of it all, he needs to find a tenth or two to give himself some leverage and make the front runners think about something. Because at the moment, the front runners have no need to react to him.
Absolutely right. But do you know what? Adrian Majewski has just taken the fastest lap of the race. So Adrian Majewski is closing in on those 4 in front. He's the quickest on the track. And as you say, Alex, they may have something to think about from further down the order. It's still Theo Raptor in 5th. Dan Truman's up to 6th, with Neil Durant 7th, Vibelink 8th, Bielak 9th, and Langford 10th. Bielak and Langford are the only ones who've been in with just under 12 minutes to go.
So at the moment,
but also what you've got is Bielak is not very far away from catching the back of the struggling Wibberlink. So it's going to be very interesting what happens when that happens. Will Wibberlink pit out of his way or cost Bielak more time?
It's half a second between them, Alex. So it's going to be it's Bielak's going to have to defend that as they continue down the back stretch. We're looking turning in. Farrell has had to defend it. Oh, and very close there with Neroda.
This is what Bielak needs.
Fight on.
Bielak needs these guys to fight.
In the pits, Majewski.
Majewski is on his marks. Really nice, stable, sensible stop. He was like, right, these lot are fighting, I'm getting out of here. Stopped on his marks. Really nice, sensible stop. That was definitely an instinctive stop as he comes out behind Bielak. So here we have the makings of what could potentially be Bielak's race if this lot start fighting.
Absolutely, we've got our first measure of what the real position is relative to Bielak, and Bielak would be in that lead group if when they all cycle through at this rate. Adrian Majewski is the fastest on the track, and that literally has not worked for him because Majewski would have been trying to get some clear air. He's got the opposite of clear air because he's got Konrad Bielak right in front of him, and so he's got some kind of contest there with Bielak going on as the now the three leaders that we're looking at on screen. They continue to be headed by Freddie Farrell with Patrick Neroda. The gap's opened up. Neroda has signalled to Hackett, yep, keep coming with me, keep coming with me. What Neroda doesn't want is to have to defend against Hackett and therefore lose time to Farrell. That's definitely been a feature of the BRKC this year. People battling in a multi-kart group and just simply losing time. We've seen races won and lost on that, Brad.
And these guys now have the visual reference of where Bielak filtered in. So they'll know where Adrian was when he came into the pits relative to them. So they've now got the extra information to make the decision to really not fight because they're effectively going to throw away their own race if they do.
Yeah, they're arguably, you know, if they can keep this sensible pace and keep a clear head and keep the speed, they're kind of battling to keep this a 3-kart fight for the lead rather than make it a 5-kart fight for the lead.
But it's about to get tasty because Bielak is closing up on the back of Webberlink and Majewski is closing on the back of Bielak. So we're either going to have absolute carnage or Webberlink is going to get out of the way and these two will continue their little pace around. But if Majewski catches up to the back of Bielak, that could be the end of their fight.
In less important news, in the Masters category, Neil Durant is looking like he can make a move on Dan Truman. If he does, that will probably win him the Masters category.
Because it's 7th or better to take the title.
If he finishes
Come on, Neil.
If he finishes 7th, he's equal on points with me with one better score. He has a 2nd position in one of his other heats, so that would win him the title.
So Alex, down in the pit lane, by my reckoning, Brad Philpott has just under 9 minutes to go out and get us all some cakes, so we continue to support him in his fight against Neil Durant. So are we on for that, Alex?
Nah. Let's go for Neil. Come on, Neil. Masters champion 2026.
Right, so Neil Durant is 7th, wasn't it, Brad? He has to finish in order to seal that. So 7th seals it, 8th loses it for Durant, yeah?
Exactly that.
Okay, so Neil Durant, he's arguably on that bubble because behind him, pushing him up to 6th, the fact he's got Bielak and Majewski, who are technically in front of him there, maybe Durant's in a net 8th, so he's right on the bubble.
Neroda's in the pits.
Here we go.
And he nails his marks. Really good stop. Leans forward. Nails his marks again. This is a proper full-on pressure pit stop. Really good stop. Nails it through. 8 minutes left. What's his pit stop time for Neroda? I can't see it from here. 4.1. Really good stop.
Alex, a massive fight going into the snail there. Neroda was defending on both sides from Bielak. Bielak just about failed to make the jump on him. Neroda, that you've never seen anything closer than it going into the snail. That was incredible because Neroda has done enough. He's given him the signal. You can see him waving. But here comes the battle. It's Neroda, Bielak and the rest. And this is going to absolutely explode when Farrell, Hackett and maybe Rafter come into the pits because these are the ones we're looking at now who've made the pit stop. It's Neroda leading the way of the pit stoppers, and that involves Bielak behind, Webberlink and Majewski. There they are, 1, 2, 3, 4 there, and they are the, shall we say, the front runners who've pitted. The front runners on the other side of the track who haven't pitted, Farrell, Hackett and arguably Rafter, are going to have to find some silly speed now because it's just going to be literally half the grid battling for the lead in one go with 7 minutes to go. So we're looking on screen at Neroda with the lead of that group. He's got Bielak going with him, and if anything, there's a gap opening up to Thies Webberlink, who's got Adrian Majewski with him. And, well, Brad, what are we looking like on numbers there? What's Neroda to Farrell?
Right, so Farrell, obviously out in the lead, has a 10.2 second gap,
which
to
is a pit stop.
Potentially, if he does a good one.
That's a side-by-side into the snail, basically, isn't it?
It's going to be very, very tight.
Yeah, which might favour Farrell because he'll be on the inside by definition of where he leaves the pits.
Normally, if you pit second, as we've mentioned before, then you've got that advantage because as we saw,
Webberlink just got passed by Majewski.
So Webelink and Majewski. Majewski's got the fastest lap in this race still. So these guys going to need to find some. Everybody just needs to get whatever pace they can. And yeah, there's a signal there from. Got a lot of speed there. So
Dan Truman's coming in. That's going to release Neil Durant.
Let's see how his stop goes. Slams on the brakes. He's a throttle jiggler when it comes to getting going again. He stops, jiggles the throttle, leans himself forward in the seat and goes across and is coming out just ahead of Jack Langford.
I've never cheered Dan Truman on so much in my mind in my life. Go on, Dan.
Dan Truman's got a serious fan base on certainly on the left side of the course room here. And Neil Durant is actually up to 4th, but obviously the pit stops need to cycle through. For what it's worth, Neil Durant is actually in 4th place, but the last of the non-pit stoppers. So a lot will happen position-wise when he does come in. Meantime, we're looking at Patrick Naroda. Now, Patrick Naroda and Konrad Bilak have managed to pull comfortably away from the battling Majewski and Webelink, and there was a changed position between Majewski and Webelink, which will have had a large part to play in that. But Patrick Naroda is it's still Majewski with the fastest lap of the race by a margin. They've all dropped off a couple of tenths, it has to be said. 30.7 for the actual 30.8, so 30.6, sorry, now for Freddie Farrell. That has just changed. And there's Freddie Farrell out on his own. Lee Hackett seems to be dropping back a little bit. It's a tenth of a second a lap at the moment. So there's Freddie Farrell out on his own, but he has to be fast. There's simply nothing else for it now because he knows Naroda's quick. Looking at the last laps, he is a tenth quicker than Farrell there that we look at on screen against Naroda. When will Farrell be coming in the pits? Will it be this lap? No, it's not. What about Hackett? No, he's not coming in either. As Farrell continues on in the lead, this is surely going to be a very late pit stop. He has time to do it.
And now we've also got
number 10 into the pits. He leans all the way forward to get all that weight off the back of the car. Does it again, nice green, and Rafter is out and away and ahead of Dan Truman.
Yeah, and that's Freddie Farrell's teammate Theo Rafter pitting out of 3rd. That promotes Neil Durant to 3rd, but he is the last of the non-pit stoppers.
But I have
Theo Webelink.
Sorry, I was just about to say, I think this actually played into Neil Durant's hands because he's been allowed to be the final pitter of this little trio. Yeah. So he's going to be the one with the track position coming out of the pits. I think he may have just secured his 7th by staying out on track.
I think he has, because look at Theo Webelink. He's actually listed as not having been in the pits.
Yep,
and he's way down the order. So there we are looking at Freddie Farrell turning in at the end. It looks so quick turning in there. Great camera shots. And there is his actual rival, albeit on the other side of the track. That's Patrick Naroda. Again, there's a lot of signalling by Naroda. He really wants to keep Bilak in sort of...
Durant is into the pits. Durant is into the pits.
About to have our answer.
On the marks. We got a green. It's a good first stop.
And he might be about to take 2 places here.
Go, telling him to go. And he's going to come out ahead of Dan Truman. He's come out ahead of Dan Truman. Dan switched the inside. He's left the inside open.
And that was, as I kind of could see that coming, when Dan made that early stop and then wasn't particularly fast on the subsequent laps, I thought that was going to open the door for Neil. So not that I'm not completely happy for him. He's done it.
You're in a battle with him for the Masters Championship. Brad Philpott up here in the cons. He's off the track, but he's in a points battle for the Masters Championship for drivers who are comfortably under 50. And
it's a good way of putting it, James. I like that.
He's in the battle with the driver out on track at the moment, Neil Durant, which is why we're paying attention to him. Now, Durant did get nailed by Theo Rafter, who left the pits there, whose teammate of race leader Freddie Farrell. And the next most crucial pit stop has got to be Farrell. It's where he comes out against this man on screen, Patrick Naroda. So Patrick Naroda on screen is being tailed by Konrad Bilak. Now, crucially for this race and for Naroda, Bilak's been playing a watching game rather than attacking game, because if he was attacking Naroda, that would destroy both their races and gift it to Freddie Farrell. Now, if Freddie Farrell can hang on, he's running on his own, and he's going to be next into the pits, surely. But no, it's Hackett.
No, it's Lee Hackett. I was just about to say, the lights just went off and the pit lane closing board has just come on. Lee nails his first stop and nails his second stop with no problem at all. And where's he going to come out? Right behind Bilak and ahead of Majewski.
So this next pit stop's for the win. It's going to be Farrell in on this lap. Patrick Naroda's giving it his best. He's managing to extract... But Farrell's the fastest. The last lap by Farrell was the quickest of the race, and here he's coming to you now. Surely he's in this time.
As he enters the pit lane, comes round, carries plenty of speed on the marks, bang on the white line. What a fantastic stop. Again, aggressive on the stop for Farrell, but he's going to come out clearly ahead. Yes, very nice job.
Yes, he's done it, but Neroda's closing in. He's got momentum. He's getting closer, but it's definitely Farrell. As they enter the snail there, they're getting to the tight point. There's Farrell, there's Neroda, and there is Bilak. Now, all bets are off now with Bilak and Neroda. Bilak knows that deal is probably out the window now because it was all to do with Farrell. So Patrick Neroda is technically on his own. He can signal all he wants, but Bilak's going to take that position if he can. It's to the line now.
And while all that was going on, Webberling came in and did his pit stop. It was a fine pit stop, but obviously has put him at the back of the field.
And he's under investigation, actually. Ties Webberling is under investigation, so something's not good with his pit stop. Maybe he pitted after the last chance to pit board?
Yeah, possibly.
Oh, possibly.
Farrell came in right on the number, didn't he? So yeah, that possibly is what that's about. But that has promoted Neil Durant to 7th, and so 7th is the.
That's it. Job done.
So he potentially has taken the Masters Championship already. Neil Durant. I mean, his championship is over. He won't be making the semi-finals, but he may have done enough to make the to get the Masters Award for drivers who are substantially under 50 years of age.
I wonder who I'm going to interview.
Well, possibly the Farrell or maybe even Neil Durant as the champ.
A bit of a fight going on for second position here, though. It's not entirely decided.
No, it's not decided for second because you've got Bilak, and any deal that was made with Neroda will be off with the pit stop of Farrell. Now, Farrell's about to start the final lap, so they're coming around this final hairpin here, and then they're on to the final lap now. So last lap is on, and Farrell's got a comfortable lead. It's all about second from points point of view, which could actually be very important for Neroda, certainly for Bilak, because these guys are racing to get into the semi-final now, and every point counts at this stage as they come around onto the backstretch. And yeah, covering the middle ground there, Neroda. Whoa, thinking about it, there was Bilak. It's the final lap, the final couple of corners. Farrell looks like he's going to take an incredible victory. Yes, he does. It's Freddie Farrell who wins. Freddie Farrell has won, and Neroda held on to second from Bilak. Hackett, a great job to come through the fourth. Adrian Majewski is into fifth. Theo Rafter, Farrell's teammate, is sixth. Durant has got seventh, which is what he needed to seal the Masters title. Dan Truman is in eighth. Jack Langford ninth, and Ties Webberling has rounded him out in 10th place there. So incredible performance by Freddie Farrell. Yeah, fist bump there by Neroda Bilak. Neroda managed to get Bilak on side for as long as possible, but they couldn't quite leapfrog the flying Freddie Farrell.
He was very, very happy about that too. There's a lot of celebration.
He is incredibly happy. Great job. Lots of screaming going on. So before I go and grab him, are we 100% certain that Neil has won the Masters?
Yeah, Neil is in P40 in the championship, and that puts him comfortably up there.
Neil, with that stunning performance, you have just won the Masters Championship 2026. How do you feel?
Absolutely amazing. Not bad for an old bloke, eh?
Well, but that's the whole point, is you're the Masters, so you're the old bloke.
It's a bit of a weird one, because obviously I'm racing against such a high calibre of drivers, and at 47 to still keep up with some of them, it's a great achievement, so thank you very much.
Excellent. Well done, mate. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Right, so let's go find some podium standards. Don't trip over another thing again. We don't want you on the floor again. Right, so I've lost track of everyone who won that race. So we've got Farrell. Oh, yeah, where's Farrell? Because he's obviously very happy. And we've got Neroda and Bilak. Was it Belak?
Yes,
it was Belak. It was Belak.
Was
incredible performance from Belak. But everyone's just having a chat over there.
Belak was being quite patient with Neroda because they were both trying to chase Farrell down.
They were.
Any
Farrell's
battle
currently
between there would have definitely lost it to Farrell, as it happened.
There's a round of applause going on over there. I'm not entirely. That must be for Neil Durant, who masterfully destroyed Bradley Philpott in the Masters Championship. Right, they're all celebrating over there. So we'll pad for time for the moment and see how it goes on, because everyone's hugging and enjoying each other's company. Farrell, Freddie, come and see me. Did you enjoy that by any chance?
It was a bit stressful, but yeah, it was really fun. Kart was good, and thanks to the team for telling me what to do all the time, whether I need to up my pace or stay the same, and pit stop. Yeah, it was good.
There's a lot of heavy breathing going on. Was that hard? Was that physical hard work for you?
Yeah, it was more the stress that killed me off, but yeah, I'm just really pleased to get over the line.
It's one of those things with BRKC. It's much more of a mental game in certain stances than it is a physical.
Yeah, it's a really mental game. I haven't had the best heats, and I had to keep my head up. But that was difficult, and in the end, I got it done.
Excellent. Well, I've watched you progress the whole weekend. Well done. Great job. Right. Patrick. That looked like a bit of a strategy masterclass from you. You made the right calls at the right time and made it work.
Yeah. I look for all the race when I can get out from the race, from the pit stop where I'm gonna be. So I saw that there will be very tight, and I thought that Konrad gonna pass that guy before him. So I thought that this is the time to get into the pit.
Excellent, well done. Fantastic race weekend for you. Bilak. Konrad. That was fantastic. You had the ghost strategy in that one. You pitted early and just had to keep your head down.
Yeah, that was the plan from the beginning. I think I could do better. So I'm a bit disappointed because the event is probably finished for me. So yeah. That was a fun race, but could be better.
It's hard not to be disappointed. It's hard not to remember that it's such a tough competition. You're up against some of the best people in the world, and you've shown that you can still hang with them.
Yeah, this event is very competitive, so it's okay. P3 is a good result, so I'm happy about it, but I know what I can improve for the future, so I'm going to do that.
Excellent. We'll see you in 2027. Take care. I think we're going to go for a break now. Back to James.
Yeah, that's right, Alex. We got the fuel break and then the final 5 races in heat race round 4. So these final 5 races will decide all the drivers who make the semi-final. There's a load of them who've now completed all 4 of their heat races, and they'll be watching the point situation with keen interest. We're going to get those 5 races underway at about 2 o'clock. So if you've been enjoying the racing on the live stream, please rejoin us just before 2, and we'll be bringing the races live to you as they happen. So thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you nearer 2 o'clock.
If you want your helmet to look insanely good without spending a fortune, you need to grab yourself a custom visor sticker from Lidmods. It's one of the quickest, easiest upgrades you can make, and it can completely transform the look of your helmet. And what's better, to celebrate the 200 visor stickers we provided for this weekend's racing, you can get an exclusive 10% discount on your visor stickers when you use code BRKC2026 at checkout. Head to lidmods.co.uk or scan the QR code on screen and use code BRKC2026 for 10% off before the end of this weekend.
The UK's premier rental karting series is back for 2026 and is bigger than ever. The 8th season of the SRK Championship is visiting some of the country's finest circuits, including Buckmore Park, Kart Silverstone and Glanigors. Take your pick from Sprint, Challenge, Endurance, Junior or Cadet Championships, with fantastic trophies on offer and great social experiences, including full weekend events. Get ready to experience fast, fair and fun racing against the best rental karters in the UK. Visit srkchampionship.com to sign up today.